5,000 years ago, Erebos, the ultimate evil, nearly wiped out humanity. 4 heroes stood their ground, but only one walked away. Kyle, the last human hero, used his comrade's sacrifice to crush the darkness, only to be damned to oblivion. History got twisted, and now the world worships Luna as the one who slayed Erebos. Reborn into the modern era, Kyle finds his name scrubbed from the books. Cut to Dylan Royal School, where a professor was lecturing the class, claiming they are living in the golden age of heroes. Right now, it has been 5,000 years since the first hero emerged in this world. The lower world has evolved since then. Dylan Royal School, for instance, was chosen to host the Luminia entrance exam. The teacher insisted he had zero doubts that every student sitting before him had the raw potential to become a legend. He was hyping it up until he spotted a kid snoozing in the back. "Pay attention, kid," he called out a student named Leo, roasting him for sleeping when he should know the course material cold. Such vital info being dropped, and this guy is catching Z's. So, he threw a curveball at Leo. "Do you happen to know how heroes proved their worth 5,000 years ago?" Leo stood up slowly, shrugging. "Well, if you had the clout, the rituals didn't really matter. Meet Leo, 15 years old." The teacher shut him down immediately, saying that was dead wrong. "Anyone want to give the real answer?" The student next to Leo shot his hand up. In ancient times, heroes were recognized by the gods themselves. Only sacred rituals selected the true heroes, the first being the blood ritual. "Excellent," the teacher beamed. "Spot on, just as expected from him. Julian, the kingdom's greatest genius mage." His name was Julian Traitor, and the teacher couldn't stop glazing him. Julian smirked at Leo, but Leo couldn't care less. He thought finding gods back then was a piece of cake. "The ritual is useless," he mused. It was explained that a miracle was granted to the lower world, to honor the legends who fought Erebos, the heroic record. Leo couldn't figure out why he was the only one missing from that record. Turns out, this kid Leo is the reincarnation of the great hero Kyle, who, as we can see, has been completely erased by time. Suddenly, the class got distracted by something huge. Outside, VIPs were arriving, including a famous heroine. A school-wide message pinged the students, ordering everyone to the auditorium for a mandatory assembly. The Serdinger clan was in the house. Julian sneered. "Hey Leo, gonna try to impress the Serdingers? Why would they even look at you?" Leo said nope, standing up to head home. Unlike them, he had zero interest in that circus. Julian got ticked off, claiming he didn't care either. Later, Leo was training. A sword lay on the ground, but he was swinging something that looked like a stick. Leo thought his grind was solid, but his current physique was struggling to keep up. It was pathetic compared to his past life. Suddenly, a voice asked what he was thinking about. A woman lunged at him with a real blade, not wood. Leo barely blocked it, shouting, "You're ambushing me now?" The woman smirked, saying it had been a while since they sparred, and that mediocre talent wouldn't cut it for Luminia. She called this his final test, then charged again with savage ferocity, catching him off guard. She taunted, "Are you ever going to actually get stronger?" Leo had to backpedal fast or risk getting sliced. He was already gassed. Leo quipped, "Not showing much motherly love, are you?" His mom shot back, "You say that, but you're blocking everything." She moved faster this time, realizing she might be going a little too hard. She wondered if he could dodge. Leo barely made it, losing a lock of hair, but he seized the opening. He swept her legs and pinned her down, winning the duel. "You okay, Mom?" he panted. Leo's mother wondered just how far this kid had pushed his limits. She stood up, dusted herself off, and asked if he was dead serious about Luminia. She explained this was the big leagues. Huminia, the Human Hero Academy, the absolute peak of the 4 great racial institutions in the heroic registry. To Leo, this wasn't just school. It was the key to unlocking his lost history. When asked if he was in, zero hesitation. Absolutely. Then his mom drops a bomb. The Serdingers? They just swung by the Royal Dylan School. And guess where they're crashing? Right here, at the mansion. Leo's blindsided, but his mom wasn't done yet. She had a plan. Since Willie is an old friend, why not cash in a favor? Maybe get him to teach Leo the legendary Serdinger aura. That's a guaranteed golden ticket into Huminia. Leo smirked internally. Serdinger aura, huh? He sighed. He didn't need shortcuts for next year, he was getting in now. Cut to the driveway. A girl steps out of a fancy carriage, fuming. Why is Uncle so obsessed with this place? She thought. We're Serdingers. We could buy a whole hotel, not crash at some random estate. Meet Celia Serdinger, 15 years old, just like Leo, and completely laser-focused on acing the Huminia entrance exams. Why waste time with this no-name family? Her train of thought derailed when a man stepped up beside her. "Aren't you curious about this Leo kid?" he teased. "He's the only person who ever told the Serdinger clan he wasn't interested." That's Willie Serdinger, the clan's vice patriarch. Big deal. Celia wasn't impressed. The guy can't even manifest an aura yet, she scoffed. How impressive can he be? Willie just chuckled. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Inside, the welcome wagon is rolled out. Willie bows. An honor to see you again, Lady Reyna. Leo's parents stand tall. Reyna Plove and her husband, the lord of the house, presiding as matriarch and patriarch. Willie nudges his niece. Celia? She steps forward, chin up. I am Celia Serdinger, known as the Sword Princess. Thank you for hosting us for the week. Reyna doesn't wait. She extends a hand immediately. A pleasure. Celia blinks. She took the initiative before the men? She pauses, analyzing Reyna's features. Black hair, red eyes. Wait, are we related? Willie snaps his fingers. Oh, right. Totally slipped my mind. Reyna is your aunt. Cut to tea time. Servants bustle around while the adults chat. They mention the chaos at the royal school visit. The students were losing their minds, Willie recounts. But your boy, Leo? Stone cold. Wasn't scared, wasn't impressed, not even worried, he adds. Reyna smirks. Must have been a massive blow to that famous Serdinger ego, huh? She apologizes, though her tone is light. Sorry if he came off rude. He didn't mean it. He just doesn't care about much. Willie leans in. So, what is he exactly? Reyna hesitates, searching for the right words. While the kids spar outside, Reyna finally answers. He's talented, unbelievably so. Willie's expression hardens. Cut the small talk. Do you actually think he's worthy of inheriting the Serdinger flames? I'm not saying this because I'm his mother, she states firmly. I'm saying it because it's true. Willie grins. Well, now you've got my attention. But I'm still going to test the kid myself. Outside, the training session wraps up. Celia is winded, looking rattled. Leo barely broke a sweat, smiling. Later, he sits in lotus position, channeling his energy, when snap, shock hits him. He felt it. Finally, the power level he'd been chasing. He had built the vessel. He realized why he hadn't unlocked his aura yet. The second you accept aura, your body locks in. You lose the chance to stockpile raw mana and soul energy. In his past life, he rushed it. He missed out on that massive stat boost. That mistake caused a disaster he couldn't stop. Not this time. Hey, Celia's voice snaps him out of it. They lock eyes. You've got decent control over the basics, she admits, acting superior. I suppose I could mentor you, teach you some real swordplay. Interested? Leo stares blankly. Sorry, who are you again? She bristles. I am Celia Serdinger. The world calls me the Sword Princess. Leo stands up, dusting off his pants. Oh, cool story. Thanks for the offer, but I'm good. Not really looking for a tutor. Her eyes narrow. You think you're stronger than me? Leo shrugs. In a death match? Yeah, I'd probably win. Even without aura. He pauses. But a fair duel with rules? That might be different. Celia glances at a practice sword nearby. She grabs the blade. Fine, you're so confident? Prove it. He thinks he can just learn our aura and surpass me, she thinks. Time for a reality check. If I win, she declares, you become my personal servant for my entire stay. Leo tilts his head. And if I win? Celia scoffed, claiming the roles would be flipped. She'd be the one making him play maid. Leo just gripped his wooden training sword, cool as ice, and asked, we good to start? Boom. He launched himself like a rocket. Caught off guard, she barely managed to throw up a block. The impact was heavy, but she shrugged it off as insufficient. Then she locked eyes with him. Leo's gaze was literally swimming in bloodlust. He started suffocating her with a barrage of attacks. Her mind raced. What kind of raw power is this? This kid is a freak of nature. Forced into a corner, she knew one slip-up meant lights out. But Leo wasn't even letting her catch a breath. Realizing she couldn't parry the next strike, she braced herself. Smack. As the blow connected, Leo smirked. Oh? You cloaked yourself in aura armor? Thought this was supposed to be a fair fight? Celia stammered, claiming it was just a reflex, that she actually had instinctively shielded her body with an aura barrier. Leo didn't care. Whatever. I'm taking the dub regardless. Now she's ticked off. Do you even hear yourself? You don't even know the gap between an aura user and a regular nobody. Leo shrugged. Guess we'll find out. He unclipped his magical weighted bracelets and let them drop. For the anime fans out there, we're talking full-on Rock Lee vibes. Boom. The ground cracked. He cracked a subtle smile. Suddenly weightless, he turned into a blur, battering her aura armor like it was made of wet tissue paper. Celia, clutching her shattered sword and trembling under the pressure, could only scream internally, what the hell is this guy? Meanwhile, Reyna and Willie were strolling nearby. Oh, where's Leo? She asked, spotting him. She signaled him to come meet their VIP guest. Leo stepped up, introducing himself politely as Leopold. Willie waved it off. Yeah, you probably figured it out, but I'm Willie Serdinger, your uncle. They shook hands, and Reyna chimed in. By the way, Seen Celia anywhere? Leo just glanced over his shoulder. Cut to Celia being hauled off on a stretcher, looking wrecked, while the staff panicked over her condition. Willie walked over, assessing the damage. What went down here? After getting the report, his mind reeled. Did this kid actually clap her without using a single drop of aura? He turned to Leo. Taking down Celia? That's no small feat. But Leo shrugged. She underestimated me. Willie, knowing Celia's gambling addiction, sighed. All right, what kind of bet did she make this time? Leo didn't miss a beat. Loser plays servant. So, looks like she's mine for the next week. No. Willie's tone shifted. Keeping your word is crucial, sure, but she's a daughter of House Serdinger. We can't have her acting as a maid. He offered a consolation prize to buy out the contract, but Leo shut it down cold, saying, this is her punishment for losing. She needs to own her mistakes, right? Willie narrowed his eyes. Even if the trade-off is me teaching you the secret Serdinger aura technique, Leo scoffed. A technique taught just to save face, solely to keep your niece from being humbled? That kind of power is worthless to me. Willie looked visibly irritated. Let me get this straight. You're saying you're going to make a direct Serdinger heir, your personal maid, and you're calling our aura technique trash. That about sum it up? Leo didn't blink. Spot on. Willie leaned in. Don't you think you're playing with fire here, kid? No disrespect intended, Leo replied smoothly. If you offered the training as a reward for beating her, I'd take it in a heartbeat, but taking it just to cover up her embarrassment? That's just refusing to accept reality. He paused. And honestly, it sounds like you think she only lost because she slipped up. Leo stepped closer. Dead wrong. Even if she went all out from the start, the result would be exactly the same. Willie studied him. He turned it down based on principle. This kid was built different. If only the Serdinger kids had that kind of spine. He snapped his fingers at the guards. Send Celia to the servant quarters. The room went silent. Everyone was shook. Willie broke the tension, adding that since they were off the clock, Leo could drop the formalities and just call him Uncle. Leo nodded. You got it, Uncle. Later, they parted ways. Willie turned to his sister, Reina. You asked me to teach the kid aura before, right? Well, I might just convince him to learn something even better. The Phoenix breath. Later, Leo walked into his room to find Celia standing there, fully decked out in a maid outfit. Reporting for duty for the next week, she grumbled. Leo looked her up and down. Not gonna lie, the fit actually suits you. Who knew you could pull off the servant aesthetic? Celia crossed her arms. I know I'm gorgeous, but you don't have to be a creep about it. Leo raised his hands. My bad. Wasn't trying to roast you. I just had a buddy back in the day who was obsessed with aesthetics, even if he was kind of annoying about it. He drifted into a memory, quoting his old friend. The beauty of eternity is unmatched. If peace ever finds its way back to this world, my life's mission? Spreading beauty to every corner of the earth. The protagonist figures his only crime was just being too real for this world. Flashback to his buddy trying to spit game at two girls, one aggressive, but Rishinas, total baddie, and Luna, goddess tier. The guy actually told them that for the sake of high art, they should pose for him in their birthday suits. Yeah, the response was a savage beatdown, but snap back to, outside of Leo's daydream, Celia is grilling him about his reading material. Leo holds up the book, The Great Hero of the Beginning. A classic. Celia rolls her eyes. Wow, that bedtime story I read when I was 5 years old? She stares at him like he's an alien. She creeps over to his bookshelf and notices. He's actually obsessed. You really dig this fanfic stuff, huh? She throws shade, saying a real researcher shouldn't waste time comparing himself to myths. Leo shrugs it off. It's just a collection. But Celia insists. It's worth studying the OG party members. Then she spots something weird. Why is the shelf stacked with books about Kyle? Leo drops some lore. Out of all the legendary feats the heroes pulled off, there were a ton that couldn't be pinned to a specific person. So, historians just dumped all those achievements onto Kyle's stats. Celia scoffs. Please, that Kyle guy was definitely a fraud, just chasing clout, stealing glory from the actual heroes. Leo freezes. Kyle? Celia nods. Duh, everybody knows that. Even I know he's trash. Leo stands there in silence, screaming internally. Oh, so that's my legacy? The world thinks I'm a scammer. He shakes it off and stands up. Grab a coffee, then we hit the gym? Celia asks if he's serious about training, but inside, she's scheming. Bet. I'm gonna expose the secret behind his freakish strength. Leo warns her. Try to keep up, or you'll regret it. She takes that personally. Cut to later. She literally can't stand up. Leo lectures her while she gasps for air. When your stamina tanks, you hit your limit. Reflexes lag, and you leave massive openings in your defense. You let your guard down, you get wrecked. Celia snaps back. Is destroying your own body supposed to be training? You seriously do this grind every single day? Leo sighs. This generation is soft. He thinks to himself that while modern aura tech has leveled up, people got lazy with their base stats. Aura multiplies your physical power, but 0 times 1000 is still 0. Celia, shaking with rage, raises her voice. Excuse me? Did you just call me weak? Leo thinks. If you buff the body, the aura follows. Suddenly, Celia jumps up and screams, "Don't sleep on me, you white-haired jerk." She lunges, but Leo drops her with a single tap. She hits the floor again, legs wobbling like a baby deer. Leo walks over, while she's fuming and smirks. Tough, right? He tosses her a magic bracelet. She catches it, and her arm immediately drops like a stone. Wear that starting tomorrow. During training, later outside, Celia is getting absolutely destroyed again. Weiss watches from the shadows, thinking she needs this reality check. Before hitting Luminia Academy, she needs to check her ego at the door. Weiss shifts his gaze to Leo, who stands there like an unmovable statue. Weiss approaches smoothly. I was thinking, maybe I could teach you the breath of the phoenix. Thoughts? Leo's interest peaks instantly. He knows the breath of the phoenix is the holy grail of the Zerdinger bloodline. He recalls the rule, only the chosen elites, acknowledged by the family, get to learn it. Celia interrupts. No way, Leo. Gets approved for that. Weiss grins. That's why there's a condition. He has to pass the Luminia entrance exam. Celia panics. That's insane. The exam is brutal. For a guy who can't even use aura, it's practically a death sentence. Leo just smiles. True, I have 0 combat experience. Lie detector determined that was a lie he remembers. Lifetimes of war. He figures the logic holds up for this life, though. Weiss presses him. So? Leo asks. What about my parents? Weiss nods. Considering they're leaving, it's handled. Leo replies. Deal. I'm in. Weiss looks proud. He knew the kid was gunning to take that exam this year anyway. Leo turns to Celia. All right, show's over. Rest up. 1 week later, exam day. The crowd is shook, seeing Celia actually show up. She's instantly the main character of the event. She glances at Leo. So, young master, shaking in your boots? He deadpans. Not really. But what's with that attitude? Ella is practically shaking in her boots until a distraction finally hits. Turns out it's Julian, and the guy looks absolutely shook seeing Leo standing right there. Julian immediately presses him, asking what a guy with 0 aura is doing here, and throws shade asking how Celia even got in. But they hit him with the silent treatment. Julian tries to flex again, reintroducing himself as Julian Traitor, claiming they met at school earlier. Everyone knows him as the grand magic genius, but Celia hits him with a cold "I don't recall" and grabs Leo by the hand. She literally leaves him on read in real life. But then, another voice calls out to Celia, and this time, she actually looks caught off guard. Enter the heavy hitters, Abad Llewellyn and Chelsea Llewellyn. Abad smirks, noting that it has been quite a long time. Leo leans in, whispering, asking who these people are. Celia explains they're the Llewellyn siblings, carrying the same bloodline as the legendary heroes of the Rudran Empire. But judging by Celia's face, she has major beef with them. She declares that if they cross paths, losing isn't an option. The Zerdinger clan refuses to ever bow down to the Llewellyn family. Leo awkwardly reminds her, I'm from the Plav family. Meanwhile, the siblings are just standing there, looking like supermodels with a superiority complex. Celia admits it has been a while. That's when Abad locks eyes on Leo and asks, and who is this rando next to you? Celia claps back, introducing him formally as Leo of House Plav, a noble family from the kingdom of Delran. Abad laughs it off, calling him small fry. Leo frowns at the disrespect, but Abad just pivots back to his sister. He guarantees that first place is already in the bag for them. Celia mutters under her breath about how arrogant these guys are, and she vows to personally end their entire career. Suddenly, the main event arrives. The organizer steps onto the scene, announcing everyone is present. It's Albi Zeron, a professor from Luminia Academy. Celia is visibly starstruck since she knows every big name in the game. But Leo, living under a rock, asks, who's that? Celia looks at him like he's crazy. Are you serious right now? Albi is a registered hero in the books. Leo thinks, oh, so that's what they call heroes in this era. He scans Albi closer and spots some seriously glitchy mana in the guy's left eye. Albi starts breaking down the exam rules. He mentions one-on-one duels and monster subjugation, standard turn-based stuff. But then Albi sighs, calls that a total snooze fest, and literally incinerates the syllabus paper in his hand. He stares down the students, grabs a grimoire, and activates the hero's registry. Albi's reality marble opens the prologue chapter, The Wild Forest. Suddenly, magic floods the arena, a massive circle rewriting reality and transforming everything into Albi's world. While the students are losing their minds, Albie declares he hates inefficiency, so he's combining every test into one massive battle royale. Leo watches intensely, remembering his master's lesson about the registry. It's not just a book, it holds actual value, raw power. It manifests the hero's mental world and contains the experiences of that hero's past. Plus, entering that world means you can inherit the power of a previous legend, Leo realizes. So, this is a hero training simulation? He squints as a blinding light consumes them. Suddenly, all the students are standing in the wild forest, the hero's world. Albie's voice booms from outside. Objective is simple: survive, team up, take each other out, do whatever it takes to stay alive, and if you want to rage quit, just smash the orb in your hand to teleport out. The challenge begins. Leo scans the terrain, this dense forest, and thinks, nothing has changed. He remembers this place used to be the sanctuary of the elves, back before the witch queen Silatina corrupted the land. Suddenly, a student screams this is too much and smashes his orb, but others mock him, calling it just an illusion. Pathetic, they laugh. Leo knows they are dead wrong. This world is built from Albie's memories. Everything happening here is the real deal, and the deadly things here, they can absolutely kill you in real life. Out of nowhere, a spear nearly takes Leo's head off. It was thrown by someone closing in fast. Not a monster. Well, technically an enemy now. It's Chelsea Llewellyn. She smirks, saying it'll be great to eliminate a Zerdinger lackey. Leo sighs. Again with this? I am a Plov. But Chelsea doesn't care. She thinks he's Celia's sidekick. She summons a wind scythe. Leo notes that spell didn't exist back in the day, but the fundamentals remain the same. He draws his blade. Chelsea gives a condescending smile, asking if he's still feeling relaxed. Then, she spins her scythe and launches a high-speed strike at Leo, but he sidesteps it like it was in slow motion. Chelsea's eyes go wide. He blocked it that easily? I didn't even see his aura flare up. Is his stealth that high? Leo sighs, commenting the attack was too basic. Isn't it easier if we team up? Survivor gets the most points. As a mage, don't you need to pass at least one round? But Chelsea just laughs and replies, sadly for you. This battle mage is getting on my last nerve. She gets all up in his face, asking if her attack felt basic. Leo just claps back. Honestly, for wind magic, that was way too linear. With the kind of juice you're packing, yeah, that was pretty weak sauce. Chelsea sees red. The audacity. You think you can school me on magic? I'm a direct descendant of the Llywelyn bloodline. She grips her staff, promising to flatten him with that so-called simple power. Boom, she unleashes a barrage of wind blasts. But blink and you miss it. Leo's gone. Vanished. She can't even track a whisper of his mana signature. Out of nowhere, he lands a direct hit. Before her scream even fades, we see her scythe and staff go flying through the air. She drops to her knees, defeated. Leo runs back the offer. So, how about we team up? Meanwhile, the crowd outside is glued to the screens. And when the feed finally goes live, it's Chelsea, tied tight to a pole, while Leo chills, lighting a campfire with a smirk plastered on his face. Night falls, pitch black, and that fire is roaring now. The heat wakes Chelsea up, and the second reality hits her. She goes into full-blown panic mode. Leo asks her one more time, you gonna work with me or not? Chelsea snaps back, never. She doesn't need anyone but her brother. She tries to conjure a wind blade, but nothing happens. Blocked. Leo explains he slapped a magic restriction seal on her. But here's the kicker. He doubts it'll hold for long because her mana reserves are insane. Chelsea claims she can break free, without even using magic. Leo just tilts his head. You really think I'm gonna let you focus enough to do that? He loosens the ropes, making her slump against the pole, inches from the flames. Her dress starts to catch fire. Chelsea freaks out, and finally caves. I'll do it. But Leo's not done. He demands she swear it on her mother's name, on her entire bloodline. Chelsea swears on her family's honor to join him. The moment those ropes drop, she collapses. But Leo catches her right in his lap. Pleasure to meet you, he says smooth as silk, addressing her formally as a Llywelyn mage. Back at Luminia, they're watching the test play out. The professor's board thinks everyone is following the same predictable script, choosing to brawl with each other. To him, a bunch of idiots. Only two candidates actually focused on the objective, Celia Serdinger and Abad Llywelyn. But then, he notices another duo has linked up. Watching them take down a monster, the professor squints. Is that Leo? At first glance, Leo doesn't look like much. But the fact he manipulated Chelsea into teaming up, that proves he's got an ace up his sleeve. He lacks the raw power and elegance of Celia or Abad, sure, but Albic? He's officially intrigued by this kid. Back on the field, Chelsea snipes another creature with a sharp wind arrow. While Leo slices another one's throat wide open, Chelsea admits it to herself having a knight tanking in the front line. Actually pretty chill. She asks Leo what kind of aura he's channeling, since she hasn't picked up on it yet. Leo shrugs. He doesn't know any aura techniques. Chelsea is shook, but Leo drops some wisdom. Solid fundamentals beat aura any day. Then he quizzes her. Does she even know the basics of her own wind magic? She uses a detection spell, then blasts whatever is in front of her with wind, obliterating a poor goblin instantly. Chelsea scoffs. He's being way too cocky, lecturing a Ligwellyn on wind magic. Leo holds up a hand. Don't get it twisted. You're powerful, no doubt about that, but you're using it wrong. That definitely ticks her off. Suddenly, Leo freezes. He senses something off. Hold up. He creeps forward, and they spot bodies scattered on the ground. Chelsea grimaces. They look like dried-up mummies. Leo nods darkly. He's seen victims like this before. This is it. The true test conditions are starting now. Whoosh, something nearly takes their heads off. Leo dodges, pulling Chelsea to safety. Two guys step out. Damn, almost had him, one says. We gotta take out the guy first. One's a total nobody named Julian. He charges in with an axe wielder. Bad move. Leo flips the switch, instincts take over, and he drops the axe guy in a heartbeat. But it's not just a duo. A whole squad is surrounding them. Leo stays cool, signaling Chelsea, watch my six. Chelsea is totally awestruck. The mob rushes them, but Leo, he looks annoyed. Cut to, bodies everywhere, and Julian is the only one left, sprinting for his life. He's panicking. He can't go out like this. It can't end here. He needs to find another squad. Fast. He blurs past Celia. She spots him running and decides to check out the source. When she and Abad roll up on the scene, they find a total massacre. Chelsea locks eyes with her brother, and Abad breathes a sigh of relief to see she's still in one piece. Wait, why are we teaming up? Celia demanded, eyeing the group with major suspicion. Leo shrugged, cool as a cucumber. I just pitched a collab. Celia rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. That girl's stubborn as a mule. She'd never sign off on this. I have my ways of being persuasive, Leo shot back with a smirk. Without missing a beat, he started hauling up the students they'd just wrecked on the battlefield. Chelsea blinked, totally confused. Leo? Why are you rezzing the enemy? Leo dusted off his hands. No point fighting scraps. We're gonna shatter this illusion world, together. That stopped the squad cold. Shatter the world? Leo pointed into the gloom. Check the vibes. This forest is glitching. Look at the bodies, he commanded. Drained dry, like something vacuumed the life right out of them. He paused for dramatic effect. Plus, it's a ghost town. Zero mobs spawning. Celia nodded slowly, catching on. You're right. The local monsters are terrified of something. My bet? Leo murmured. A boss-level predator moved in. Abad's eyes went wide. Then Albic's big legend. It must have been taking down whatever nightmare lives here. Boom. Leo felt it instantly, a crushing aura slamming down on the forest. A heavy, suffocating pressure that screamed danger. The air grew thick. Everyone froze, skin crawling as the dread washed over them. Leo smirked grimly, finally showed its face. Meanwhile, Julian was wandering solo, lighting up the darkness like a walking target. He gritted his teeth, muttering a mantra of hate as he marched. Doesn't matter how long it takes. I'm gonna wreck Leo. Then he froze. A withered corpse blocked the path. Julian stumbled back, legs turning to jelly, and hit the dirt hard. Drip, drip. Thick, sticky slime hit his cheek. He looked up straight into the mandibles of a colossal spider, ready to feast. Back in Luminia, the spectators were glued to the screens. A retired pro tallied the numbers. I count 15, maybe 16 survivors. He took out a bunch. 2, another added. Albic watched the monitors impassively. 500 entered. And technically, they've all wiped. A staffer leaned in, sweating. Sir, we need at least 100 graduates to match the other region's quotas. We're down to 50 active participants right now. Albic didn't blink. If they aren't elite, they fail. Period. Director Callian hired me for a reason, Albic declared. True heroes are forged in the fires of hell, not handed participation trophies. His gaze locked onto Leopold, the kid who'd actually spotted the glitch in the simulation. You figured it out, kid, Albic thought. But are you strong enough to break the world I built? Cut back to the forest. The squad was sprinting through the pitch-black woods, adrenaline pumping. Contact front, Celia shouted. She flared her aura, flooding the clearing with light. And there it was, Julian, half swallowed by the nightmare. Celia gasped. Abad prepped a spell, but Leo shoved him back. Don't, he turned to the victim. Julian, smash the crystal or you're dead. Tap out now. Surrender, Leo roared, desperate. Panic took over. Crack. Julian shattered his gem and vanished, just as the spider clamped down on empty air. Now, Abad unleashed a wind blade, slicing deep into the beast. Massive damage, but useless. The flesh knitted itself back together in seconds. The squad looked terrified. Leo? He just narrowed his eyes. Knew it. The princess spider, the tarantula. Axe guy charged in with a battle cry, but the monster swatted him away like a fly. Wham! I'll roast it in one shot, Celia yelled. She channeled her prominence, firing a blazing sniper shot straight between the monster's eyes. Direct hit, smoke cleared, and the spider screeched, face fully healed, not a scratch left. Impossible, Celia whispered. Abad stepped up, wind swirling around him. Knights are cute, he scoffed, but mages bring the apocalypse. He cast a cyclone, summoning a towering tornado that vacuumed up debris and ripped the spider's legs clean off its body. Brutal. The winds died down. Abad smirked until his jaw dropped. The spider stood there, fully regenerated. Again. And now, it was pissed. It lunged at Abad. Chelsea screamed an incantation, throwing up a barrier just in time. Slash. Abad stumbled back, clutching a bleeding arm. Close call. Without Chelsea's buff, he'd be confetti. I'm good, just a scratch, Abad groaned. The rest of the team was spiraling. What the hell was this thing? Infinite HP? That's cheating. The spider shrieked and charged. Leo stepped forward, voice steady. That's the spawn of Silatina, Queen of Tartarus. He dropped the lore bomb. A relic from the hero army's war in the elf forest. Tartarus? Someone echoed. Leo's mind raced back to Albic's left eye, that specific mana signature he'd sensed earlier. That wasn't human magic, Leo realized. That was the fairy queen's mana. This spider hit the forest like a biological weapon. It wiped out the elves. The survivors begged their queen for salvation, and she gathered every ounce of power to nuke the spider. History says Luna finished the job, but clearly, the history books missed a chapter. The fairy queen's power didn't just vanish. It's sitting in the spider's gut, acting like an infinite battery. The ring of life, Leo realized, eyes lighting up. He turned to the wind mage. Abad, focus up. That spider isn't just a boss. It's the exit key. He was ready to end this, but Celia wasn't letting him fly solo. In a heartbeat, they surged forward, unleashing a chaotic combo on the spider. The beast took hits from every angle, yet Leo spotted the problem immediately. It was healing way too fast. Unless they drained every drop of mana, this fight was going nowhere. Just like that, the arachnid reset to full health. Celia demanded a plan. Leo's strategy? A two-person tag team, right on the front lines. Abad balked immediately. He wanted that MVP glory for himself. Celia, however, wasn't having it. She claimed the spot. Leo cut through the noise, failed to clear the world of Albi, and everyone fails the test. Period. Tension rippled through the squad. Abad pushed back, arguing that even with teamwork, they couldn't one-shot the thing before it stitched itself back together. The rest of the crew had to agree. All eyes shifted to Leo. He stepped up, guaranteeing success. Celia called him out straight up suicidal since he could barely channel his aura. Leo just shrugged it off. He could buy them 5 minutes. Abad pressed him. And if you whiff the attack? Leo cracked a faint smirk, snatching an axe from another guy. Not gonna happen. After all, fire and wind are besties. They make a killer combo. Then, Celia and Abad exchanged a look, but the tarantula wasn't waiting for a handshake. It lunged straight for Leo. Total throwback vibes for Leo. He engaged the behemoth, his axe hacking off legs one by one to run down the clock. The crowd watched in awe, stunned by the sheer skill on display as he pummeled the creature. Leo muttered about how long it had been since he danced with a Tartarus beast. Cue the flashback. A young elf girl sprinting through the forest, desperate to outrun the monster, only to get snagged in a sticky web. Bracing for death, she thought it was game over. Then, a light pierced the darkness. A heroine, locked and loaded. She roared at the beast for daring to defile her homeland, screaming about how it had devoured the queen's right hand. Pure rage fueled her next move. She went nuclear, unleashing max power vitality magic that triggered a massive explosion, leveling the zone. She marveled at Erebus's influence bleeding into reality. That's when Kyle rolled up, checking if the kid was okay. Snap back to reality. Leo, formerly Kyle, was tapped out. He couldn't inflict real damage without blowing his cover and using aura. Suddenly, he shouted to Chelsea, ordering her to use her wind magic to chuck every floating weapon his way. He barely sidestepped a lethal strike from the tarantula. Someone in the back yelled, "You're gonna get wrecked doing that." Leo fired back, "I'll catch 'em all." Chill. When asked for a preference, he barked, "Anything." Chelsea unleashed the wind, and Leo, tracking them solely by sound, identified a sword and a scimitar. He snatched both out of the air, like they were feathers. "Let's dance." He unleashed a flurry of dual-wield strikes. Ambidextrous chaos. He demanded another. Chelsea kept the armory flying his way. Leo cycled through them, testing which steel hurt the beast the most. Chelsea watched, thinking, "We're the same age, right?" Because he fights like a literal martial king. Abad had to admit, this guy was no rookie. Suddenly, slash. Leo took a nasty cut to the face but stayed laser-focused. He figured if he couldn't stop this overgrown bug, in this life, his buddies in the afterlife would never let him live it down. Crack. Another weapon shattered, against the spider's hide. Next, he yelled. That was the last one, Chelsea cried. Leo panicked. A heads up would have been nice, but Celia, cut in. Relax, I've got the finisher loaded and ready. Celia blasted her inferno straight into the tarantula. The beast shrieked as it was engulfed in flames. Moments later, the ring of life dropped from its gut. The monster was finally toast, and the prologue of the world of Albi, the savage forest, was cleansed. Celia collapsed, exhaling sharply. Finally, over. It hit her then. Leo actually stalled that nightmare for 5 whole minutes. The guy was insane. Just as she opened her mouth to give him props, Chelsea started shrieking like a superfan. Good job. Amazing job. She was totally starry-eyed. You're like a hero straight out of a comic. She was begging now. I need to learn close combat. Please, be my sensei. Celia just shook her head, muttering, good luck surviving even one session with him. She made it sound like torture. Meanwhile, Leo casually scooped up the ring of life. He checked himself over. Was he even in one piece? Suddenly, a fairy popped out of the ring. No way. Prince Silith. Leo stared. Yo, you remember me? Am I still Kale to you? But Silith just gave him a cryptic smile and dipped back into the ring of life. Looked like the guy actually pulled it off and became the fairy king. All thanks to that loot, Albi snagged the ring. That artifact unlocked the mana eye. Notification confirmed. Trial condition met. Mission accomplished. System said 5 seconds until extraction. But right before the timer hit 0, a figure glitch stepped in front of Leo. He knew that face. Before Leo could drop a word, reality snapped back. Scene change. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an old-timer announced, the Western trial? It's a wrap. That was Director Calliambidian of Luminia Academy. His secretary looked shook. Already? How? There's still a ton of zones left. She needed stats. How many of Albi's students made the cut? The director smirked. Since Albi was running the show, 40 survived. That's huge. 40 passed? She frowned. Doesn't sound like a lot. The director shook his head. I was betting on 10. She tapped her chin. Betbad and Celia were the first ones out, right? It was a tough call, the director admitted. But Albi actually dropped a personal recommendation. The secretary's jaw hit the floor. Albi? Recommending someone? The director nodded. Some kid I've never heard of. She grabbed the file. I need a name. Flashback time. During the trial, the crowd was simping hard for Celia, and Bad, literally treating it like a fan club meetup. But Albi? He was laser-focused on Leo. He weighed his options and made the call. Leo was the pick. The director pointed out, for a rookie instructor like Albi to hype a student this much, the kid must be a monster. Albi's note was short but heavy. This kid has hero DNA. Cut to, sometime later. A totally different vibe. Leo was living his best life, soaking in a jacuzzi. Ah, this soreness hurt so good. He dunked his head under the hot water, deep in thought. His mind drifted back to that mystery person. He saw right as the trial ended. Suddenly, ping. System message. Reward received. The Fairy King's promise. A bit cheap considering he was a living legend in a past life. But hey, he'd take the consolation prize. A noise broke his focus. What the? The door opened. It was his mom. She cut straight to the chase. Do you know why the Serdinger family disowned me? Leo blinked, totally clueless. Reyna dropped the lore. I tried to save a squad mate and lost the Serdinger flames in the process. She looked him in the eye. Zero regrets. I want you to wield that power now. She smiled. And congrats on getting into Luminia. Fast forward. We're talking high-tech meets high fantasy. Cyberpunk skyscrapers with magic circles. Leo finally set foot in Luminia City. A PA voice boomed. Grab your gear before exiting the portal. Leo stared at the skyline. It was breathtaking. This was it, the center of the universe, Luminia. He could see the academy in the distance. Suddenly, a voice from behind. Been a month, hasn't it? Whis stepped up to dap him up. You here just to say hi? Leo asked. Whis got serious. The Serdinger house has been in a deadlock debate for the last 30 days. You know why? Leo guessed. The consensus on the Phoenix breath? Bingo, Whis confirmed. Your mom, Reyna, she's out. But you're still her son. A legitimate blood heir. Plus, the elders saw your trial footage. They were absolutely floored. Whis handed him a key to a subspace pocket. Open it. Leo channeled mana into the key. A glowing lock manifested in midair like a holographic window. Inside, floating, a book. The ultimate guide. Step 1. DNA lock. He needed to drop some blood on the blank page. Leo bit his thumb and pressed it down. Whoosh. Massive amounts of mana surged into the book. Now it's soul-bound to you, Whis explained. Mastering the Serdinger arts isn't going to be a walk in the park, but I know you'll crush it. He grinned. Congrats to the youngest member of House Serdinger. Later, downtown, Leo was navigating the crowded pedestrian zone. Is this the meetup spot? Supposed to link with Celia here. Smack. He slammed right into someone. Books went flying everywhere. Classic anime intro, right? Of course. It was a girl. A girl with glasses frantically gathers her scattered books, stuttering out a shy apology for blindly bumping into him. As Leo steps around the chaos, something on the ground catches his eye. It looks like a student ID belonging to Chloe Muller, a total newbie at Luminia Academy. Later, over at the supply shop, Celia is already grilling him about his timing. They have a mountain of gear to buy uniforms, textbooks, the works. Where on earth has he been? Leo coolly replies he was stuck in a sit-down with his Uncle Weiss. Celia's eyes light up, instantly asking if they finally reached an agreement. Instead of speaking, Leo lets his mana do the talking, igniting a blazing aura of fire magic that swirls violently around him. That's his answer right there. Celia is so shook, she literally drops everything she's holding, staring at him in total disbelief. She stammers that it took her weeks just to nail the basics of that move, wondering if Leo is actually some kind of monster. Fast forward a bit, down at the Luminia harbor, a massive vessel is pulling in. The crowd is gazing up in awe at its size, until a shadow looms behind everyone, making the students jump out of their skins. He introduces himself as Professor Allen, the man in charge of the Rookie Knight Division, announcing they're setting sail for Luminia on that beast of a ship. This guy is Alan Ain, the legendary Glacial Knight and a top-tier professor at the Academy. Soon, the ships are cutting through the open ocean, while everyone vibes at the onboard banquet. But Leo and Celia are just standing there, keeping to themselves, until a random guy slides up and asks if they, as a couple, have a minute to chat. Celia completely freezes at the word couple. The stranger introduces himself as Carl Thomas, an alchemist from the Moira Kingdom. He claims he's pushing everything from potions to weapons and hands them a business card. Leo thinks this guy is actually pretty interesting and tells him it's a pleasure. He introduces himself as Leo Platt, hailing from the Kingdom of Dylan. Thomas notes he's from the Western region, acting all impressed. But internally, Leo starts wondering if he's the only one sensing that something is off here. Even though the vibe is super chill, there's definitely a weird energy. The supervisor did mention they were giving a warm welcome to everyone who passed the exam. This feels way too easy, but Leo glances over at the professor, lurking in the corner, then at the card in his hand, and decides to let it slide. Suddenly, the ship starts rocking violently, and Leo mutters that it was about time. A massive tentacle bursts out of the ocean and starts hammering the ship, ripping it apart and punching holes in the hull. The crew starts screaming for help, but the professor declares that as Luminia students and future heroes, they need to handle this mess themselves. Rising up in front of the ship is a colossal beast, looking straight up like a kraken. Leo wastes no time, drawing his blade and signaling Celia to stay sharp. She's already slicing through a tentacle and snaps back at him to worry about himself. The kraken, realizing its limbs are getting chopped, blasts a high-pressure jet of water straight into Celia's face. Leo explains that's just standard behavior, since the beast feels threatened. Suddenly, the kraken snatches up a student with one of its tentacles. Leo and Celia sprint into action, slicing the limb clean off to set the kid free. Meanwhile, Thomas is cowering under a table, absolutely terrified. He mumbles that it makes sense for Celia to be dominating like that since she was top of her class back home. But then he wonders what's the deal with Leo? Who even is this kid? Just then, the tentacle right in front of him freezes solid. Thomas realizes the girl responsible is the same one Leo bumped into earlier, Chloe Muller. She throws up a magic barrier and starts bombarding the Times Kraken with a barrage of ice spells, shouting at Leo to actually defend himself and help the others. Thomas mutters that these overpowered types are all the same, they don't give a damn about anyone caught in the crossfire. Another tentacle gets severed right in front of Thomas's face. This time, it's the Llewellyn siblings stepping up to the plate. Abad rushes the beast, yelling that the competition isn't over yet, admitting that the thrill of the fight feels absolutely insane, while Chelsea shoots Leo a quick, shy smile. Meanwhile, the professor is casually sipping wine, mentioning that the Academy's lake is actually full of creatures, just like this one. He figured a kraken attack was the perfect welcome party for the new recruits. Everything is going exactly according to script. The top-ranked students from every region are throwing down against the beast. You've got Xenia from the east, Celia Serdinger and Battlewell from the west, Chloe Muller from the north, Walden Titan from the south, and Duran Moira from the center. The professor muses that this year's freshmen are actually top tier. But as he takes another sip of wine, he decides the one who impresses him the most, even more than the ranked elites, is that unknown kid. He's watching Leo, who seems to have absolute control, wasting zero energy, almost like he's predicting the Kraken's every move before it happens. With a subtle smirk, the professor thinks he'll have to deal with that kid very soon. Finally, the students dock at Luminia Academy. The squad was absolutely drained after everything they'd been through. Thomas looked totally defeated, admitting he'd already burned through his entire stash of potions. Then the instructor hopped off the boat and dropped a bomb on them. They had to cross that lake, like every single time. Better get used to the grind. Next stop, the grand entrance hall of Luminia Academy. We got a quick cinematic tour of the grounds, kicking things off at the Electra Center, where the upperclassmen were lurking, checking out the fresh meat and whispering about how this year's batch actually looked interesting. Time for the main event, the entrance ceremony. The professor barked orders, sorting everyone by region. Top scorers from the exams were shoved to the front row. The director was about to make his big entrance. He didn't waste time with pleasantries. He started talking about fresh blood flooding the academy, all desperate to play hero. But he kept it short, sharp, and brutal. If you want to be a legend, you gotta bleed for it. You have to risk absolutely everything. Shatter your limits. And if you can't, then get out of his face, because you don't belong here. He dropped the hammer, basically telling the weaklings to pack their bags and leave right now. Then he casually wondered aloud if he was being too toxic. Someone actually yelled at him from the crowd, and the students realized the longer they stuck around this guy, the more their sanity would tank. Cue the moment of truth. The freshman representative speech. The crowd gasped. Some looked terrified, others straight up salty. The rep was none other than Leo Plot. Leo locked eyes with Albie, the guy who recommended him. Albie just smirked, enjoying the show. Clutching his book, Leo stepped up to the mic. As he opened his mouth, whispers exploded. Who is this kid? Nobody knew him. The faculty looked less than thrilled, but Leo ignored the shade. He addressed the seniors and professors, declaring that they, the new class, were stepping into Luminia Academy with heads held high. He kept going, though. We're skipping the boring parts. The MC gave a polite nod, thanked him, and then asked the big question. What are your goals as the representative? Leo realized the academy wanted drama. They wanted a show. So, he reintroduced himself. Leo Plot. The seniors relaxed, thinking, okay, kid seems chill. Maybe this year won't be a disaster. Seek. Leo flipped the script instantly. He looked dead at the crowd. You want my spot? Come and take it from me. The vibe in the room tanked. Some groaned. Not this again. But Leo doubled down. I don't care who you are. Come at me. Later that evening, back at the dorms, the RAs gave final instructions. Before lights out, they dropped the schedule. Starting tomorrow, Exploration Week. For the next 7 days, you could crash any class you wanted. No restrictions. It was a free-for-all to figure out your path. By the end of the grind, you had to lock in your top 3 choices. Briefing over, everyone scattered to unpack. Leo's crib was room 302. Right next door at 303, Thomas. Dude was hyping himself up for tomorrow. He wished Leo a good night. But Leo just waved him off and face-planted onto his bed, shoes on, fully dressed, completely dead to the world. In the silence, he asked himself, what do I actually want from this place? An image of a massive stone pillar flashed in his mind. He was chasing astral knowledge, raw, unadulterated power. He needed to carve out his own legend. Being a footnote in history, not an option. Next morning, cafeteria vibes. Thomas was buzzing, eager to grab breakfast with Leo. Leo let him tag along. Suddenly, bam! A fist slammed onto their table. Yo, freshman rep, Leo sighed internally. And so it begins. It was Duran, looking for an explanation for the trash talk. From yesterday, Leo didn't flinch. Guess I really triggered people, if even a total rando is coming over to start beef. Duran turned red. Do you have any idea who I am? I'm the captain of the Central Region. Leo and Thomas just kept chewing, ignoring him completely. Duran, visibly ticked off, the guy started channeling raw power, and Thomas realized they were in major trouble. Boom, Duran launched a vicious kick, sending the table and the lunch flying. But Leo? He moved like a blur, snatching every fry and burger out of midair like a ninja. He plated the food back on Thomas's tray, perfectly stacked. Zero mess. Leo glared. Watch it. Wasting food is a sin. Duran, seeing red, vowed to knock him off his high horse right then and there. Suddenly, a heavy hand clamped onto their shoulders. It was Professor Allen, pulling them into a buddy-buddy chokehold. Well, isn't this interesting? The Central Region captain and the rookie rep facing off? Duran froze, sweating bullets. When did this guy even get here? Allen smirked. Throwing hands on day 1 at Luminia? I like the hustle. Shows you're ready for the nightmare awaiting you. Later, at the Knights department, Allen stood before the students. One kid piped up, voice shaky. Sir? Why are we here? Class is starting like, right now. Celia ignored the chatter, scanning the crowd. Where the heck is Leo? Just then, Leo and Duran stumbled in. Duran looked absolutely wrecked, panting hard, while Leo barely broke a sweat. Celia rushed over, confused. What happened? She asked. Duran seethed in silent humiliation, totally gassed. Leo just shrugged, cool as ice. Don't worry about it. No details needed. He brushed it off. Once the head count was full, Professor Allen clapped his hands. All right, listen up. Class is in session. Name's Allen. I own you rookies in the Knights class now, so get used to this face. Duran was laser focused on Leo, eyes burning with hate, but Leo ignored him completely. Thomas thought, did they seriously start a war? On the very first day, Allen launched into the lecture. Mana gives us 3 types of power: magic energy, soul energy, and aura. Out of these, aura is the beast to tame. Who can tell me why? Celia didn't hesitate. Because aura loses the fluidity of mana during the conversion process. It becomes rigid. Bingo. Allen pointed at her. Spot on. While soul and magic energy, they utilize mana in its raw, natural flow. The aura just absorbs it completely. Then, the professor flares his energy and throws out a question to the class, asking if anyone can explain why aura is utilized that way internally. Celia raises her hand, asking if it just drains out of the body, but Leo cuts in, breaking it down. Aura incinerates mana like high-octane fuel. The professor nods, confirming he is spot on, and follows up with the million-dollar question. What is the most critical factor when burning that fuel? Leo doesn't hesitate endurance. The professor notes that Leo is absolutely crushing it today, and asks if he has prepped this material beforehand. Leo denies it casually. Allen thinks to himself that it is wild for a student this young to grasp the core essence of aura so easily. Then, the instructor suggests they get physical. As he channels his magical energy, the whole class gasps because Professor Allen starts hovering, literally, walking on the breeze. He explains that this is the aura step technique. It is a foundational concept, just focusing aura into the legs. But he adds a crucial detail. The application potential is limitless. As the lesson continues, the students scramble to replicate the professor's moves. Leo is grinding on his own aura drills. Celia teases him, promising to teach him the ropes. If he calls her big sister, Leo just shrugs, saying he is fine. Suddenly, the vibe shifts. The professor locks eyes on Duran, who is charging up his magic in a super shady way. Allen smirks slightly and calls for everyone's attention, bringing up the little drama fest from earlier that morning. Chelsea looks totally lost, wondering what the tea is. Tomas whispers that he will fill her in right now. The prof summons Leo and Duran to the front. He asks Duran what has got him so heated, but the guy claims he is chill. So, the teacher tells him to take a stance. He introduces Duran Moira as the captain of the Central Region, and Leo Plav as the rookie representative, announcing a head-to-head showdown to decide who takes the title of class representative. And the kicker? They can unleash their aura with 0 restrictions. Even Duran looks a bit shook by the rules. Meanwhile, Tomas is already taking bets. The prodigy of House Moira, heir to a legendary bloodline and master of electric aura, is about to throw down against the mysterious Black Knight who stomped all the regional captains to become the rep, Leo Plav. The crowd goes wild, whispering and placing their wagers on the winner. The instructor declares that whoever crosses the finish line first takes the victory, no matter how they get there. The loser has to eat humble pie. That is what they call chivalry. Celia, keeping it real, thinks there is no way Leo wins this, but she also knows he is the type to shatter expectations every single time. Duran bursts forward with crackling electric aura while Leo just starts jogging. Duran shouts that this is in the bag, and sure enough, he rockets to the front, boosted by his lightning speed. The gallery comments that, obviously, he is dominating. Leo is focusing energy into his legs, but right now, he is getting dusted. Nobody gets what is happening. Chelsea, though, is screaming her lungs out for Leo. By now, Duran has a massive lead, hitting the halfway mark. Tomas looks stressed out. Then, Leo scans the audience and spots something. He slams on the brakes mid-track and bolts toward the wall. Celia is totally baffled, thinking he is a complete moron. But then, Leo ignites red flames on his feet and runs vertically up the wall like it is nothing. Once he hits the high ground near the stands, he charges so much power the stone floor cracks. With a massive impulse that triggers a huge explosion behind him, he launches himself back into the race like a human missile. He blurs past Duran instantly, calling out that he is taking the lead, and crosses the finish line effortlessly. Duran is so stunned, he literally stops running. Leo just gives a smirk, looking back at the crater and explosion he left behind. The entire crowd is floored, wondering what on earth just happened. They are buzzing that he smoked Duran, the fastest freshman alive, and that Leo had barely learned Aura Step 5 minutes ago. Celia realizes that was not just Aura, that was the Phoenix. Chelsea and Tomas, hyped out of their minds, are screaming that Leo took the W, calling him a legend. Meanwhile, the professor is analyzing the play. He knew Duran's specialty was electric aura, which gives a massive speed buff. He did not expect Leo to match that pace. However, Leo, who is naturally slower, actually outsmarted him. He condensed his flaming aura into his feet, inventing a totally unique propulsion method. It was a mind-blowing application. Afterward, Leo walks over to shake Duran's hand, saying it was a solid match. He adds that if the track were any longer, he would have lost. But Duran just walks away, taking the L in silence. Without even bothering to acknowledge the greeting, the professor's mind was racing. He realized that finally, a true hero had emerged in this timeline. Chelsea slid up to Leo, eyes wide with excitement. She told him straight up, that performance? Absolutely legendary. That's exactly why she wanted to grind more training sessions with him. Tomas, being nosy, nudged Celia. Yo, why are you always hovering around Leo like that? Celia shot back like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Tomas tried to pivot, suggesting the whole squad hit the cafeteria to grab a bite, his treat. But Leo wasn't having it. He dropped a quick, sorry, can't, and ghosted them without another word. Tomas called out, asking where he was headed. Summoning class? Leo threw back over his shoulder. Tomas stood there, confused. Since when do knights bother with summoning circles? Even Celia couldn't figure out his angle. As Leo walked away, his mind was busy. Something about this whole situation didn't add up. That reward from the Fairy Queen? It made zero sense. Usually, hero rewards scale with your power level within the system. But this loot was strictly tied to summoning. For someone like him who doesn't mess with that kind of magic, he would have typically signed up for a standard magic theory class and called it a day. However, to seal a pact with a spirit, you have to visit the spirit realm. Suddenly, a presence loomed behind him. Heading to summoning class 2? A voice asked. Leo clocked her immediately. Celia, the captain of the East. She introduced herself with perfect manners. Leo gave a nod, saying it was good to meet her. Celia eyed him curiously. She knew for a fact he was in the Night Division. So, why the sudden interest in summoning? She pressed. Leo shrugged, claiming he was just curious about spiritualism. Guess I'll be seeing a lot of you then, she noted. Leo asked about her pact. In response, she flexed by summoning a shimmering water spirit. What about you? She asked. Got one yet? Leo admitted his contract wasn't sealed yet. Celia offered to lend a hand if he got stuck. Leo accepted, saying he'd definitely take her up on that. Then, he dropped a random question. How old are you? 17, Celia replied. Leo blinked. She looked even younger than Chelsea. Celia narrowed her eyes, staring right through him. You just thought something rude, didn't you? Leo quickly denied it. She let it slide and switched gears. Anyway, what you did to Duran, that was wild. Leo looked at her. You were watching? Saw the whole thing, she confirmed. It actually shook me. Then, she dropped the gauntlet. She wanted a piece of him too. Leo just smirked. Later, at the Summoning Division HQ, the vibe was intense. Heavy hitters were there, including the leader of the South. Leo looked around the small group. Is this the whole squad? Celia explained that summoning isn't exactly the trendy major on campus. Figured as much, Leo muttered. They were told the class was happening outside, under the open sky. Out of nowhere, a massive shadow swept over them. A giant beast descended from the clouds, looked straight up like a wyvern. It was a wyvern, and someone was riding it like a pro. As it swooped down toward the students, pure panic set in. The rider laughed it off, claiming her pet just took a liking to one of them. She introduced herself as Professor Marin Yura, their summoning instructor. The whole class was instantly captivated, total hard eyes. Leo's mind flashed back to an old buddy of his. That guy always had some cheesy poetic line for beautiful women. He would have absolutely lost his mind over this professor. Yura snapped him back to reality, calling the class a bunch of knuckleheads. You're here, which means you've already dabbled in summoning, right? She wasted no time. We're heading straight to the field. Let's move. She signaled Carlos, a first-year associate professor, who was struggling to hold onto a massive griffin. A whole flock of griffins surrounded the students. Yura clapped her hands. Pair up, pick a bird. You're riding them, she ordered. The students froze, looking at the sharp beaks and claws with zero confidence. Most had never even touched a monster, let alone ridden one. Yura rolled her eyes. Sounds like a pathetic excuse to me. She hopped back on her wyvern. If you're scared, drop the class. I don't need cowards here. Her beast slammed its wings, generating a hurricane-force wind and a deafening roar as she shot into the sky. Carlos yelled at everyone to follow her lead. Hesitantly, the students started climbing on. One kid was already having a nightmare trying to control his mount. Celia looked at Leo. You mind taking the reins on this one? Knock yourself out, Leo replied. Moments later, they were soaring over the massive Lake Luminia. On the ground, people gazed up in awe. Classic Luminia Academy flex. Celia exhaled, admitting she was nervous at first. They're actually way more chill than I thought, she noted. Don't get comfortable, Leo warned. First-time control is never this smooth. Right on cue, The professor blew a sharp blast on her whistle. Instantly, the griffins snapped. Their eyes went wild with rage, and the formation broke into chaos. Students were getting bucked off left and right. Leo shouted over the wind to Celia. They were only behaving because of Yura's aura, not ours. Yura's voice boomed from above. You call yourselves Luminia students? If you can't dominate a simple beast, you don't belong here. Even Sina was struggling big time. Leo had to lock her in a tight embrace to keep her on the griffin, turning her face bright red. He warned her these beasts were proud and powerful. Trying to muscle them into submission would only make things messy. Then, Leo gently grabbed Sina's hand, whispering to take it slow. Just like that, they synced with the griffin, gliding smoothly, until they zoomed right past the professor, still perched on her massive wyvern. Yura turned to Carlos, asking if Leo was actually a knight major. Carlos, frantically flipping through papers, stammered that, yeah, at least he thought so. Yura scanned Leo's file for any standout achievements, but Carlos shook his head, blank slate, nothing there. Yura smirked, realizing this was raw talent. Looks like they had a hidden gem buried in this class. Later, at Summoning Island, the Summoner boot camp, the squad landed completely drained, except for Leo, who looked fresh as a daisy. While everyone else was gasping for air, he started scouting the area, and spotted a tree with some massive fruit. He watched a feather drift down onto it. Without missing a beat, Leo snatched the fruit and tossed it to the griffin, who wolfed it down. That's when Yura dropped the bomb. Pop quiz, practical exam time. The students freaked out. A practical exam on day one? Some whined that they were still in orientation mode, but the professor shut them down, explaining that unlike the knights or mages, the path of a summoner was a way steeper climb. She asked if anyone knew why. She broke it down. A summoner needs more than just mana control. To contract a spirit, you need special affinity, and to command those beasts, you need the grit to tame them. That's exactly why. The number of top-tier summoner heroes is way lower than other classes. But make no mistake, among all heroes, a summoner has the highest shot at legendary status. Yura stared them down. That's why you're all here, right? Just then, a student piped up, asking what the exam entailed. It was Elisa Jurgen, the famous prodigy from the Jurgen clan. Yura explained that this island lived up to its name. It was crawling with summons. And since summons are basically a summoner's weapon, they had to prove they could handle them. The test was dead simple. Tame a creature right here, right now, and seal the contract. That's it. The students, awestruck by the sheer scale of the place, scrambled to find creatures. But Leo hung back on purpose. Elisa slid over to him, mentioning the gossip about him taking down Duran was spreading like wildfire. She asked what his deal was, and the other squad captains started side-eyeing him too. But Leo just muttered he'd do his best and walked off, leaving Elisa looking pretty salty. Yura watched the whole scene, betting those four would be the year's MVPs. She could feel the electricity in the air. Something big was brewing. As the students scoured the forest for summons, a bunch of them did a double take when they saw Leo. He was the freshman rep, so why was he here? Whispers started floating around that he probably wasn't cut out for this, and if he flunked this test, he'd go crawling back to the night class with his tail between his legs. But the second Leo was totally alone. He whipped out that feather he snagged earlier. Channeling the Phoenix's power, he torched it just like he planned. But his train of thought got derailed by something wild. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a couple of folks were having a chill tea time. It was Raina Plov, Leo's mom. Willie asked why she looked so stressed. Back in the forest, Leo was getting swallowed by the forest's heat. Not literally on fire, but close enough. Raina muttered that this was exactly what she feared. Leo sensed this wasn't normal heat. This blaze was built different. It had to be one of the three great summoning spirits, a phoenix. Then, the flames started talking. They asked Leo if he had Serdinger blood running through his veins. The voice admitted it expected someone more impressive, but it could smell Raina on him. Leo, totally shook, asked if it knew his mom. The flames crackled back. It's her son. It's her son. So he was right. Finally, the fire took shape, revealing a majestic phoenix. The creature introduced itself as Fiorina, one of the big three. Leo, still reeling, introduced himself as Leo Plov, and asked how she knew his mother. Fiorina explained that Raina saved her summoner, Ellen Nunda. Leo's jaw dropped. Hero Ellen? Fiorina told the story. Ellen was clearing a dungeon, but her whole squad got wiped out, and she was on death's door too. That's when Raina swooped in to save her, sacrificing her Serdinger fire aura in the process. That's the only reason she never became a legendary hero. She gave up her power for a friend. Leo whispered that his mom always said she didn't regret a single thing about that day. The beast grunted, acknowledging that Raina was exactly that kind of knight. Then Leo hit her with the big question. What was a creature like her doing in Luminia? Fiorina wasn't spilling the tea on that one. Instead, she flipped the script. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be swinging swords? Leo shrugged. I'm double majoring, taking summoning class too. That actually threw the creature off. She started scanning Leo's physique, analyzing his energy flow. That destiny living inside you. Fascinating, she mused. Then she announced that the time had finally come. To square the debt she owed his mother. Reach out, she commanded. Take this flame. He grasped the living ember. Instantaneously, a glowing egg materialized in his palm. That, Farina whispered, is my daughter. She hoped that one day, when Leo became a top-tier summoner, he'd forge a pact with her. But Leo cut straight to the chase. Can I make the contract right now? Farina looked at him like he was crazy. Way too soon, kid. That kind of power will kill you. Ignoring the warning, Leo began channeling his energy, blazing aura erupting around him. Seeing his grit, Farina saw a flash of Reyna in his eyes. Good luck, she murmured. Meanwhile, deep in his mind palace, Leo was drifting through an endless void. Just a single, tiny ember flickering in the dark. He grabbed it, and boom, it detonated, flames devouring his entire being. The phoenix's heat wasn't just hot, it was absolute incineration. Pure, unadulterated power. He realized the price of this power, enduring the agony of burning alive, every single day. But then it clicked. A phoenix isn't just fire, it's eternal rebirth from the ashes. Embracing the torture, he merged his soul with hers. He wrestled the inferno into submission. Crack. The egg in the real world began to fracture. The contract was initiating. The shell could barely contain the raw energy surging from within. Farina held her breath. Did he actually pull it off? Leo's eyes snapped open. You bet. Farina grinned with genuine respect. You're a legit genius, kid. You're gonna be the G-O-A-T of summoners. She congratulated him on the bond. The creature's name was Flora, a fellow phoenix and one of the three great spirits. Then, Farina shifted into her human form. I'm trusting you with my baby girl, she said. Leo looked down, dumbfounded. He thought Flora looked way more like a barnyard chick than a legendary firebird. She gave him a cute look. Yep, he deadpanned. Definitely a chicken. Back in reality, the other students were rolling in with the beasts they'd managed to tame. The professor checked in with Carlos. What's the clock look like? 5 minutes until pencils down, Carlos replied. 4 students still MIA. Suddenly, a massive beast crashed onto the scene. A bear with glowing eyes. Looked ferocious, but it was completely chill. Totally under control, with Asen riding on top. The professor gasped. He tamed a water bear cub? That's insane. Another kid swooped in from the sky. It was Alden, hitching a ride on a dark crow. Impressive work, the professor nodded. Alden shrugged, admitting, haven't locked in the contract yet, though, just tamed him. Next up was Elisa, strolling in with a massive white serpent. The professor clocked it immediately, a gorgon snake. I just tamed it because it was cute, Elisa giggled. Plus, my family didn't have one yet, Carlos shouted. Time's up. Just as the buzzer beat, the final student emerged. It was Leo, sporting a tiny yellow chick on his head. The whole class erupted into laughter. Bro got a chicken nugget. Classic knight behavior. Stick to swords, loser. But the professor froze, sensing an energy that left her absolutely floored. Did this lunatic actually bond with a phoenix? Later, back at the gym, Leo knocked on the office door. Meeting time with Professor Yura. She was wearing something a little breezier than usual. Take a seat, Leo. She leaned in. First time I've ever laid eyes on a baby phoenix. Honestly, didn't even know they existed on Summoning Island. And for a first-year student to pull off a contract with one, that's historically unheard of. Leo blinked, confused. What are you doing? She stepped closer, invading his personal space. I want to know who you really are. Leo's heart skipped a beat. Shoot, did they figure out that I'm a reincarnation? But the professor just lunged at him, pulling him into a suffocating hug face right in her chest. You're a genius, she squealed. A total summoning prodigy. I was so hyped. When I realized you snagged a phoenix, she pulled back. But listen, we gotta keep this on the down low for now. If this leaks, things are gonna get messy. She paused. Also, I need you to promise me one thing for when the exploration period ends. The system flagged summoning as his main class, practically screaming that he had the potential to become the G-O-A-T of summoners. Cut to the next morning at the gym, where we find Chloe, doing the zombie walk down the hallway. Thomas roasts her, saying her jaw is gonna unhinge if she keeps yawning like that. She claims she pulled an all-nighter studying grimoires. Suddenly, Leo slides up and asks if she's the famous Chloe Muller. He hands back her student ID. She dropped it during that crash landing the other day. She is super grateful to the first-year rep, but then she does a double take. Wait, why is a knight sitting in a magic theory class? Leo shrugs it off, explaining it's exploration week, and he's just checking the vibes. Thomas plops down next to him, whispering that the girl next door is basically the Gandalf of their division, Chloe Mueller herself. Chloe shoots daggers with her eyes. Thomas jokes, "Is it chilly in here, or is it just you?" He tries to make a break for it, but bam! A massive, jagged ice spike slams down, blocking his escape route. Chloe stares him down and points to the front row. "Sit, now." She's keeping him on a short leash. Meanwhile, Leo is left flying solo, until a familiar voice pipes up. It's Chelsea and her brother Abad, popping up right behind him to say, "Hey." Leo's like, "Oh, right. The whole squad is here." Suddenly, the professor strides into the room, ready to rock their world. He introduces himself as Len Horse and claims it'll be a pleasure to teach the freshmen. Famous last words. This guy doesn't waste a second. Before the intro is even over, his fingers are already weaving complex spells, and papers fly onto everyone's desks. Surprise pop quiz on magic theory. You can practically smell the panic in the room. Professor Len drops the bomb. "Fail this, and don't bother coming back to my class. This is Luminia Academy. If you can't hack it at this level, pack your bags." He points to his assistant, Anna, and says to hand the test to her when done. Meanwhile, Leo is literally shaking in his boots. He's looking at these modern magic formulas like they're alien hieroglyphics. Why is this math so insane? Everyone starts scribbling furiously while the clock ticks down like a time bomb. As the deadline looms, despair sets in. Leo realizes he's cooked. He hasn't solved a single thing. He figures he needs to hit the library before showing his face here again. He walks out, determined to self-study. The timer buzzes, and the professor snaps his fingers. Whoosh! Every test flies back to his hand. Then, he summons some absolutely massive energy. Right above the classroom, pure starlight power. Len explains this is his signature magic, something he built from scratch. He challenges them. He expects every student in this room to be a creator, not just a user. That's the trick. 49 questions were boring memorization, but the last one? That single question was worth 51 points. It tested the true essence of magic. He's hoping someone nailed it. Chelsea admits she totally blanked on that one. She wonders if Leo bailed because he's just not cut out for this wizard life. Suddenly, Anna leans in and whispers something shocking to Professor Len. Someone actually cracked the code. Len bursts out laughing, totally in disbelief. Who is it? Who's the genius? The first person in history to get a perfect score. Stand up and take a bow. The guy is absolutely buzzing with excitement. He calls it terrifying yet brilliant, but Anna corrects him. "Sir, they didn't get a perfect score on everything. This student left the whole test blank, except for the last question. And that student? Leo." Len calls his name, but crickets. Leo's ghosted. Chelsea raises her hand. He left ages ago." Len is floored. The guy walked out, yet he's the only one who scored 51 points. He topped the class. Cut to the cafeteria later that day. Celia is absolutely losing it, roasting Leo to his face. She can't believe he walked out of class after answering one question. First, he summons a baby chick. Now he bombs a test. She mocks him for having zero magic game. She tells him to stick to swinging swords like a good little knight. Leo sighs. "You want to spar or just make fun of me?" Celia grins. But suddenly, a dark shadow looms over Leo. It's Professor Len, and he looks livid. "Are you the knight who thinks my class is a joke?" He demands to know why Leo walked out after one answer. "Was my exam too boring for a genius like you?" But Leo looks totally confused. He jumps up, hands raised. "Wait, total misunderstanding. I thought I failed. The rest of that test was impossible. The questions were brutal, and he only managed to nail the very last one." He dropped the lore that he'd been studying. Magic from ancient grimoires collecting dust in his family's library. That explained why he was totally clueless about modern magic. Professor Len, absolutely buzzing with energy, yanked him off the floor. While Leo stood there confused, Len's brain was misfiring with a brilliant idea, and he demanded Leo tag along immediately. He grabbed the kid by the collar and literally dragged him out of the cafeteria, grinning like a maniac. Anna bolted after them. Celia was like, "What is the magic theory prof doing here?" While Anna screamed, asking if anyone knew where the professor vanished to. Celia pointed out he'd just abducted Leo, so Anna spun around to give chase. "What is that psycho plotting?" Cut to, back inside the magic classroom. The prof wiped the board, scribbled some fresh formulas, slammed his hand against the slate, and barked at Leo, "Solve it." Len needed to know, was Leo's answer a lucky shot, or did he actually grasp the core essence of the spell? Time to expose the truth. Was this kid a genius or a fluke? But Leo just shrugged, claiming he'd already cracked it. The professor whipped around to look at the board, jaw on the floor. Leo had mentally speedrun every single question. Leo was like, "Yeah, pretty much," the professor whispered, trembling with hype. "I finally found him." Meanwhile, Professor Albie was chilling in the hallway. Len sprinted over to him, radiating pure joy. Albie spotted him coming and thought, ugh, here comes trouble. He instantly pivoted to bail, but Len tackled his leg, clinging on for dear life, thanking him profusely for the recommendation. Albie stood there, confused, noting he'd never seen Len act this unhinged. Bro, why are you behaving like this? Len fired back that he struck gold. He found a genius. A legitimate, total magic genius. Leo, the student Albie vouched for. Albie paused, deep in thought. A mage isn't usually a knight, but Len insisted the kid had to become a wizard, no matter the cost. Suddenly, Anna came charging onto the scene. Seeing Len floating away as Albie shook him off, she managed to catch him right before he face-planted. Len said thanks, but Anna was furious, scolding him to get back to class. She swore she'd end this lunatic one day. Nearby, Albie saw Leo approaching, shot him a subtle smirk, and walked off. Leo watched them go, thinking, yep, mages haven't changed a bit, still total nutjobs. Fast forward 1 week. The temporary exploration classes were wrapping up, and Leo was nose-deep in his little book. He closed it to reveal the title, Kyle, Hero or Fraud. He was chilling on the roof at the time, watching the mayhem unfold below. People were sprinting toward the principal's office, totally clueless about what was happening. Inside, the big three were gathered. Professor Allen, Professor Len, and Professor Ura. Allen was losing it, shouting that this was unacceptable. Leo's file showed he was enrolled in every major track, the Knight class, the Mage class, and the Summoner class. While Ura and Len started bickering, Allen doubled down. Principal, he's a swordsman. Honestly, send the kid to military school. The principal just laughed, saying Leo reminded him of a storybook legend. When asked who, he dropped the name, the fifth great hero, the hero of beginning, Kyle. The only legend in human history to master all 3 major classes. Later, at the training center, Celia and Chelsea were sweating buckets, grinding through a workout. Thomas watched, puzzled why they were going so hard. By the weekend, Leo explained Chelsea asked to train with him. Thomas, still lost, asked, then why just running? Where's your gear? Leo shot back that some things matter more than weapons. Celia finished his sentence. Our stamina. Chelsea added that endurance is the #1 stat for a battle mage, which is why they were suffering through this cardio. As Thomas stepped back, Chelsea sat next to Leo while he handed her water. She mentioned the training was actually solid, and she wanted to keep running with him. Hearing that, Celia did a literal spit take. Leo said he planned on it anyway, so it was cool, but Celia snapped that she wouldn't run with him. Thomas started wondering why those two were so tight. He figured they were dating. Celia, totally fed up, yelled, for the love of God, he is my cousin, my dad's sister's kid. Chelsea and Thomas both gasped. Wait, you are asserting her? Celia muttered, technically no, it is complicated, and refused to elaborate further. Leo stood up, eyes locked on the prize. All right, let's get this bread. Chelsea was practically vibrating with excitement. Thomas tried to dip, wanting to explore Luminia solo. He wished them luck, but Chelsea latched onto him like a backpack, begging to tag along. Thomas muttered, why do I attract all the weirdos? Cut to class assignment day. Leo walked into room 5, and surprised Thomas was already camping out there. Leo asked if he predicted this. Thomas smirked, claiming there's nothing in the verse he doesn't know. He asked about Chelsea, and sure enough, there she was, looking absolutely cooked after training. Thomas couldn't help but wonder what kind of Hell Week nightmare they just survived. Leo shrugged it off as basics. Suddenly, some random NPCs walked by, throwing shade at Class 5. They called it the Class of Despair. One student sneered, those losers will wash out in the first semester. Another was already offering thoughts and prayers. A third guy walked up, asking if they felt bad for them. Then he pointed out 2 people standing in front, who were even more pathetic. When the students turned around, they froze. A massive, intimidating figure loomed over them, asking if they had a problem with his opinion. It was Harry Edman, the head teacher of Class 5. He didn't waste breath on intros. He just barked, chair, now. Scrambling, the students morphed a chair into existence. Harry ignored the seat and perched on the backrest like a total weirdo, facing the students. Nice to meet you, you bags of trash. He didn't sugarcoat it. This class was the dumping ground for everyone who flopped and scored the lowest stats among the new recruits. He bet they'd heard the rumors. People called him the Wailing Wall. He scanned the room. Anyone know how I earned that title? Thomas piped up. Is it because you help raise our grades? Harry grinned. Sure, Thomas. Textbook answer from a last-place loser. Then he pivoted. Who knows the core duty of a Luminia Academy student, especially the bottom feeders? Chelsea raised her hand. To capture the hero's world through practical missions, sir. Harry nodded. Correct. But looking at your faces, you look like NPCs who'd get wiped the second you step foot in that world. It's better to get kicked out now than end up in a coffin. That's why I took over Class 5. and that's why I'm the Wailing Wall. I make you cry so you don't die. Harry glanced at Leo, thinking this kid might actually survive. He shouted, "Gear up. Everyone to the training field. Combat studies start now." While the students roasted under the blazing sun in their gear, Harry was living his best life under a massive parasol. Lounging in a beach chair, sipping coconut water, he lectured, "We need to fix that soft mindset you carried in before Luminia." Harry asked the million-dollar question, "Who's going to save you out there in the real world, where life is cheap?" A student named Neela Carben raised her hand. "My teammates, sir. The friend standing right next to me." The professor shut that down instantly. "Wrong. The only thing saving your neck is your own skill. Only when you level up and can hold your own in a crisis do you earn the right to think about helping others." Another student challenged him about trust. Professor Harry smirked. "Okay, bet. Let's see what you got, Magic Knight. Cast a fireball." Eliana Leiden, a dual-class hybrid, stepped up. She conjured a fireball. Harry looked unimpressed. "That's it? You couldn't even roast a marshmallow with that, let alone kill an ant." Embarrassed, she poured in more mana, spawning 2 larger fireballs. She looked at the professor for validation. Harry slow-clapped. "Wow, quantity and size. Groundbreaking." Then, Harry formed a wind sphere. "Tell you what, why don't you hit this target?" But instead of a stagnant target, he summoned a mischievous fairy that zipped straight for Eliana, tickling her nose. She turned bright red with rage. She swiped at it, but whiffed completely. The fairy literally danced on her face. Harry taunted, "What's the point of a nuke if you can't hit the broadside of a barn?" He wanted them to feel the gap, to realize just how far behind the Luminia standard they really were. They needed to grind harder than ever. Until that sinks in, nobody leaves. Harry finished with a roar. "Dedicate your hearts, descendants of Luminia." Leo realized Harry's words were harsh, but they were facts. The tutorial was over. The real class started now. Harry kept his eyes on Leo. The kid gave him serious vibes of that legendary hero, Kyle. While the other students were flailing around trying to catch the fairy, Leo was charging up his flames. He launched himself like a heat-seeking missile straight at the target. Harry's eyes widened. This kid might be the chosen one to master all 3 classes. Chelsea gasped. "How is he that fast?" Thomas shook his head, admitting even he couldn't track that movement. Leo was moving at god-tier speed. Using his flame steps, he vaulted into the air, closing the distance instantly. Just as he was about to snatch the fairy, he ignited his fire steps and rocketed skyward, closing in on the fairy with explosive speed. Just as he was literally inches away from snatching her, she managed to juke him, but Leo just smirked, charging up a skill. He was about to snag her when Duran flashed in and snatched her first. Duran stared down the protagonist until slow, clapping broke the tension. A man stepped into view. It was Seaton, the head honcho of Class 1. He bragged that his students never missed a beat. Harry fired back. "Oh, really? You want to trade places and teach my class?" He shot a look at Seaton, who clearly wasn't vibing with that idea. Thomas whispered that this was a deep rivalry between the Academy's 2 pillars. Leo asked what pillars meant, and Thomas explained they'd been running Numania for over 20 years. Word on the street was that Lene and Yura used to be apprentices under these 2 legends. Neela asked how Thomas knew all the tea, and he winked. "I'm just plugged in, you know?" Seaton told Harry he had no clue what the guy was plotting by taking over the loser class, but he'd find out soon enough. Then he whipped out a ball, challenging Class 5 to a showdown against Class 1. Harry asked, "Ball sports? You want a match of Bastera?" He stood up, adding, "What else can we expect from the genius Seaton? Nothing beats real-world experience." Seaton guaranteed a dub for his squad. Harry accepted the challenge anyway. He leaned back like it was no big deal, saying he could keep teaching Class 5 regardless of the drama. Seaton fumed, wondering how he let that guy finesse him out of the training hall. Then he ordered his students to clear out. Harry turned to his crew, announcing he was giving them a shot to put their skills to the test. A Bastera match. Class 1 versus Class 5. Harry stood up and dropped the real bomb. "If you lose, you're expelled." Naturally, the whole class froze, looking at him like he was crazy, asking if he was serious. Harry shrugged, telling them if they didn't want to get kicked out, they had to shatter their limits. Besides, no need to stress, since the first-year rep was on their squad, right? Harry told Leo to draft his team for the Bastera match. Leo realized this was clearly a test for him, but the teacher wasn't doing it out of spite. It was because some students had lost the will to grind in the academy. Harry definitely wanted him to pick the ones drifting off path, using this game to reignite their spirit and hunger to keep going. It was a strategy to boost Class 5's morale. With the stakes set, the face-off began between Class 1 and Class 5. Leo noticed Chelsea looked shaky and asked why she was panicking. Chelsea confessed she'd probably never even heard of Bastera before. It was a combat sport, a massive tradition in Numinia. Thomas explained it wasn't just some casual ball game. but something straight up dangerous. Someone asked why Chelsea was so terrified. Celia smirked, insinuating she was scared because she already knew she'd take the L. Chelsea snapped back, yelling that Celia was the one who'd lose, throwing curses her way. Leo grabbed Chelsea and Thomas to calm the vibes. He promised them their class wasn't going to lose. Celia bragged he'd see the results of her training, but the guy standing next to her looked way more intimidating. Seaton announced everyone could head to the arena. Leo asked, "Who's riding with me?" Eliana and Chelsea stepped up first, looking surprisingly hyped. Other students joined the lineup, including Neela. Someone pointed out to Thomas that the last spot was for him, but he was trying to hide. Ignoring that, Leo announced Class 5 was locked and loaded. Seaton grinned, "Excellent," and tossed the ball into the air to kick things off. All eyes were glued to the scene. Class 1 looked ready to kill. The game started. Leo and Duran were the first to launch forward. Duran was faster, snatching the ball and diving down instantly. Leo sprinted to Neela, shouting for the rules. She said it was simple. Infuse your aura into the ball and smash it into the hoop hands or feet. Doesn't matter. First team to score 2 points wins. The blonde guy, Tade Marcoa, finished explaining. Duran prepped his throw. Thomas was in the goal. Yeah, he was actually standing there. Duran launched the ball with full power straight at Leo, who had to dodge or face a fatality. The ball blasted through the hoop, point for Class 1. The crowd went wild for Duran. Class 5 looked defeated, and Tade muttered that Harry must really want them expelled. Leo asked how they could get possession back. Tide explained there were 3 ways. When the ball goes out of bounds on the opponent's turn, when someone catches it, or when, suddenly, a scream cut him off. Boom. They got caught completely lacking. Eliana took that ball straight to the chest, total blindside. It was Celia who launched it, obviously. She's throwing shade, yelling at them to quit yapping and lock in on the game. Tade breaks down the rules. No touching, fam. You can't attack the players directly. So Eliana is down for the count because of the ball impact, not Celia's magic. The only weapon allowed in this arena is the ball itself. Leo nods. Cool, thanks for the info. Then his vibe shifts. My turn. With Eliana K.O., the stakes just skyrocketed. Class 5 is down a player. Disaster scenario. Seaton knows the meta in Batera favors highly destructive fire users. And speaking of heat, Serdinger's flames are top-tier dangerous. Pure destruction. Seaton shakes his head. Harry really accepted this match, knowing a monster like Celia was on the roster? It looks like a slaughter for Class 5. Meanwhile, Harry is literally napping. Seaton mutters, "Just once. Could you act like a civilized human being?" Harry cracks an eye open. "Yo, you remember my first student? That brat from the Sutherland house? How could I forget?" Seaton scoffs. "The Queen of Batera herself." Harry grins, way too smug. "Well, her son is in Class 5. Seaton freezes. He totally missed that plot twist. Back in the arena, Class 5 is crashing hard. Morale is 0. They're already picturing those expulsion slips. They think it's game over, simple as that. But then whoosh, the atmosphere changes. Celia snaps her head around. He finally woke up. It's Leo. He's channeling that phoenix energy, winding up to launch the ball like a 50 caliber sniper round. He fires. It's a laser straight for the hoop, but right before it scores, bam, a massive ice wall erupts to block it. Enter Chloe. She's standing there looking icy, declaring, "You're not passing. As long as I'm breathing, this lane is closed." Suddenly, Leo teleports into her personal space. "Did you mean possible?" He leaps up, defies gravity, and spikes the ball with god-tier force. Smash. It blasts right through the ice wall, shattering it into a million diamonds. Seddon's jaw drops. That combat instinct is insane. Harry just sits there, smirking like a proud dad. The crowd goes wild. Class 5 erupts, screaming Leo's name, hype levels through the roof. Seddon cracks a rare smile. All right, he thinks. Now the real game begins. Here's the deal. Scoring works like volleyball. You gotta pull a 2-point lead to take the W. The pace is frantic. 2-1, 4-5, 7-6, 9-10. Both squads are desperate to break the deadlock. Duran goes for the kill shot, but Thomas, absolute legend, catches it. He's engulfed in flames, electrocuted, basically fried, but he holds onto the ball before collapsing. He gets subbed out, but he did his job. The ball is in Leo's hands. This is it. Match point. The next move decides everything. It's a 1 versus 3 nightmare. Leo against Duran, Celia, and Chloe. The spectators are whispering, "He's cooked. Major disadvantage." Chloe narrows her eyes. "I might have flopped the written exam," she hisses, "but I'm not losing on the battlefield." She casts a spell boom. Multiple ice clones appear. Leo pauses, crouches low, and enters the zone. Celia is taunting him, "Come get some." But Leo is tapping into something else, pure fairy energy. And then he vanishes, literally gone. Nobody tracked that speed. He's moving like a phantom. He breezes past Celia before she even blinks, deep in enemy territory. Chloe realizes too late, Leo has illusions of his own. Which one is real? She can't tell. The magic he's flexing isn't normal school-grade stuff. Chloe freezes up, totally overwhelmed. She collapses, whispering in shock. That's star magic? How is a human slinging elven spells? Doesn't matter, Leo dunks it. Game over. Class 5 takes the crown. They're screaming his name. Tears are flowing. Kids are sobbing. We're not getting expelled. Satan looks at Harry. What kind of monster did you create? Harry shrugs. Just gave him a little motivation. Meanwhile, Class 1 is crushed. Total humiliation. Morale in the gutter. Satan sighs and walks over to the losers. You guys upset? Salty about the L? Doesn't matter, he says firmly. Game's over. Leave the salt on the court. Go shake hands. You guys played as a unit for Class 1, and that's facts. The loss doesn't change that. One defeat doesn't erase your teamwork. Stand up. Be proud of the grind. Solid pep talk. Until Harry ruins the moment. Losers. Losers. Failures. Seaton ignores the troll and thinks, both teams actually killed it today. Class 1 had the raw talent and skills. No cap. But Class 5? They refused to quit. Pure grit. They shattered their limits and clutched the win. Hopefully, now these two classes can finally vibe together in harmony. Handshakes were exchanged as the adrenaline faded. Celia was hyping up Chelsea, telling her she absolutely crushed it, lasting way longer in the ring than anyone predicted. Chelsea was literally speechless, still processing how hard she had fought. Meanwhile, Thomas showed some real sportsmanship, gripping Duran's hand firmly. But Duran? He was definitely salty about the loss. Poor Chloe was a total wreck, sobbing in humiliation, until Leo walked over and reached out a hand. He told her straight up that her performance was awesome. With a little more XP, she was going to evolve into a terrifyingly powerful mage. Chloe snapped back, asking if he was trolling her. Leo, being the dense protagonist he is, looked genuinely confused by her reaction. He just kept his hand out, smiling like a golden retriever. Chloe vowed she'd destroy him one day, but for now, she swallowed her pride and shook on it. Flash forward 1 month. Thomas was chilling at the lunch table with Chelsea and Leo when he popped the question, what clubs were they rushing? Leo dropped a bombshell. He wasn't joining a club, he was starting one. The table went quiet, but Chelsea immediately blurted out that she was in. Thomas raised an eyebrow, asking what the vibe was. Leo explained his master plan, founding the Heroic Research Society. He wanted to deep dive into the lore of the lost hero, the OG legend, Kyle. The others were skeptical, mumbling that Kyle wasn't just forgotten. He was basically a fictional character. Thomas pointed out that nobody was going to join a fan club for a myth. Chelsea suddenly did the math. Wait, a club with no members meant just her and Leo. Alone? Her brain short-circuited, and she started chanting, I'm joining, like a broken record. Suddenly, the cafeteria erupted into chaos. A hush fell over the room. Someone major had just returned to campus. The squad at the table stood up to see what the hype was about. It was the fifth-year seniors, finally back from a high-stakes mission. They had been out clearing a dungeon. See, fragments of the hero's record were glitching out globally, becoming unstable and spawning dangerous dungeons. It was up to Luminia's elite students to act as the cleanup crew. These guys disappeared for 2 weeks, sometimes a month, just to handle these threats. It was the ultimate test. Leo realized his mom used to do this exact grind. Chelsea whispered that we were looking at the absolute best of Luminia. Thomas started rattling off names since he knew the roster. The tank leading the pack? That was Liamua. Behind him was John Toroa, and the mysterious figure rocking the hood was known as Ultra. But Thomas paused. He didn't recognize the last person trailing the group. The students pushed forward, dying to see the mystery guest. Out of nowhere, someone yanked Leo. The crowd started whispering furiously, it's him, the student council president. Thomas spun around to check on his friend. Yo, where'd Leo go? He wondered. Meanwhile, Leo was wondering why Celia was kidnapping him at Mach speed. She told him to quit asking questions. There was a place they needed to be at. Like, yesterday. They were heading to Luminia City to meet the student council president. Leo asked why the big boss wanted a freshman, but Celia just said he didn't care about school politics. Leo would see for himself. Cut to a traditional Asian restaurant. Celia admitted she didn't expect this choice of venue, though she lit up the second she saw who was walking over. It was her big brother. Enter Richard Dinger, the fifth-year legend and absolute ruler of the student council at Luminia Academy. He flashed a smile, saying it was a pleasure to finally meet Leo, the kid crazy enough to try taking every single class at once. They sat down to eat. Richard asked if the food was hitting the spot. Leo gave a thumbs up, while Celia looked at her plate like it was alien technology. She'd never tried this style before, but one bite later, she admitted it was fire. Then Richard pivoted the conversation. You're my aunt's son, right? Leo froze, asking if they knew his mother. Richard nodded, saying he saw her around constantly back when he was younger. He dropped the lore that Leo's mom was super famous. Leo blinked, totally stunned. My mom? Famous? Richard confirmed it. She wasn't just a student. She smashed records and pulled off legendary stunts that people at the academy still gossip about today. Like the time everyone thought the cafeteria food was trash. So she organized a student rebellion and stormed the director's office. Celia gasped. My aunt led a riot? Richard nodded solemnly. That woman was an absolute menace. They kept chatting until the plates were clean. Leo analyzed Richard's aura, thinking this guy was definitely the strongest in Luminia. It was only a matter of time before he became a full-blown hero. Richard offered dessert but insisted on handling the check himself, telling the juniors to head out first. However, as he walked through the door, Richard felt a strange vibration in his pocket. An object was glowing with a blinding, intense light. Meanwhile, back in Class 5, Professor Harry had his feet up, and Eliana had a question. Harry scoffed. Fine, let's hear your pathetic little question, Eliana. Ella finally piped up, asking the million-dollar question. Yo, how come every other class has a rep but us? Tade backed her up immediately, nodding in agreement. Harry looked genuinely shook, muttering, Class rep? Whoops, totally slipped my mind. Then he just shrugged. Cool, Leo's it. Eliana wasn't having it. Huh? Don't we get a vote? Tade screamed about democracy, but Harry just pointed at a massive mountain of forms stacked on the desk. To be the rep, you gotta handle all this administrative nightmare, paperwork and organizing. You want that smoke? He asked. Eliana sat her butt down instantly, radio silent. Right on cue, the PA system crackled to life. Announcement, joint heroic studies session starting in a few minutes. All first years report to the auditorium immediately. Leo looked at the group, checking if they were rolling out too. Harry smirked. Look at you, asking questions like a true leader. Time to move. The corridors were absolutely packed. On the way, Thomas and Leo spotted Chloe, and the girl looked like a walking zombie. Chloe asked Thomas if he was holding any fatigue recovery potions. He nodded, agreeing to sell her some stash, and she immediately bought 2 off him. Thomas apologized, saying that was literally all he had on him. Leo tried to chill her out, saying the semester just started and she shouldn't burn out. But Chloe downed those potions like shots and stormed off, insisting she was fine. Thomas watched her go, impressed. No wonder she's the MVP of magic theory, he thought. Chelsea rolled her eyes. She's spiraling because she has no choice. Think about it. The second you catch up with your practical magic, Leo, she's cooked. She'll be dusted. Thomas shrugged. So, what's wrong with snagging second place? Chelsea snapped. You idiot. She's a tower mage. I'm a battle mage, so I don't care about the books. But for them, magic research and studying the core of mana is their entire existence. Their pride is on the line. She glared at Thomas, asking if he was even a real mage, and he grinned. Sure, I cast spells to pay the bills, but my pride? That's in my merchandise, which triggered her. Drop dead, kid, she screamed so loud even Chloe looked back. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, something weird was going down. The damaged page from the hero record was pulsating, and Reese was the one who turned it in. That shiny object he had earlier? It was a fragment of a corrupted hero record page. Reese insisted the thing was too decayed to react, yet he saw it glow with his own eyes. Intense reaction. The principal asked if it flared up again. After that moment, Reese said no. The principal started analyzing the tiny shard, declaring he needed to investigate exactly what was happening here. He praised Reese for the good work and dismissed him, telling him to get some rest. Then he summoned his assistant, Elena. Take this fragment to the auditorium. The first years are all there. Class was about to start. As Elena left, the principal's mind raced. If that fragment reacted, it's because it made contact with the specific hero it belongs to. Back at the assembly, Professor Ariana Niere, instructor of heroic studies, was trying to wrangle the crowd. The kids were ignoring her, yapping away. So, Ariana channeled her mana and blasted a soundwave warning to shut them up instantly. They called her Ariana the Rocker for a reason. Realizing she went too hard, she switched to a smile. Thanks for coming. Even though most were silent, some students whispered, why are all the teachers at this academy so terrifying? Leo realized she was a spiritualist, a super rare breed from his past life. Then, Ariana kicked off the heroic studies lecture. She held up a leaf that looked sharp as a dagger, or a short sword. She broke it down. When the hero records first appeared, the heroes started forming clans. To unlock a hero world, you need a catalyst, an object, deeply connected to the hero's soul. That way, their blood descendants have an easier time opening the gate. That's why Academy Luminia guards these records, and the families stay close to us. They're betting that connection is the key to their ancestors' ultimate treasure. Leo was actually absorbed in the lore. Thomas, naturally, was asleep. The professor. Ariana scanned the room. Do you guys get why these studies are a big deal now? Just then, Elena slipped into the auditorium. Ariana doubled down, emphasizing that this knowledge was crucial because it's the blueprint to solving each hero world and, obviously, mastering them. By senior year, you'll get to choose which reality you want to enter. This was the Heroic Academy, the ultimate proving ground where students aim to scrub the pages of history clean and carve out their own legacy. Right then, Ariana clocked Elena, carrying a shard of the heroic record. She announced to the class that the fifth-year squad had just recovered this artifact. She projected the image onto the massive auditorium screen. As she slowly cracked it open, a pulse of magical energy washed over the crowd, leaving everyone totally mesmerized. But then, snap, she slammed it shut, teasing that the good stuff would have to wait for later. Shifting gears, she hit the students with the big question. What's your end game as a hero? Celia didn't hesitate. She wanted to become a knight. But not just any knight, one powerful enough to eclipse every single generation of her bloodline. Ariana gave her a nod of approval. Chloe stepped up next, declaring she wanted to pen a grimoire, filled exclusively with her own original spells. 0 copycats allowed. The dreams kept rolling in. Tomas, bless his heart, said he just wanted to use his powers to support the heavy hitters on the front lines. Ariana smiled warmly at that. Support heroes are the backbone of any victory, she validated. Major respect. Then the vibe shifted. Leo stood up, eyes cold, and dropped a bombshell. His goal was the total annihilation of Erebos. The room went dead silent. Students gasped, but the professors, they looked like they'd seen a ghost. Pure shock. Ariana quickly masked her surprise, forcing a smile. That's a bold target, she managed, pushing forward while whispers broke out that the kid was dreaming way too big. Seaton nudged Harry. You buyin' this? Harry didn't laugh. Leo's not the type to talk, just to hear his own voice, he replied grimly. Think about it. It's been millennia since Erebos was chopped up and scattered, yet the guy keeps respawning like a glitch that won't die. The apocalypse just hits reset, if even a single piece of him manages to slip away. That's why he's serious. That kid doesn't want to beat Erebos. He wants to permanently delete him from existence. Back at the podium, Ariana wrestled control of the room and announced it was time to analyze that lost fragment of the heroic record. Once they identified which hero the artifact belonged to, the real grind began cleaning it up. But the professors dropped a serious warning. Expect the unexpected. That's why the faculty was watching like hawks. The students, they were sweating bullets, completely on edge. This was the maiden voyage, their first time making direct contact with a heroic record. Ariana called the shots, ordering the class reps front and center. Celia, Leo, Ava, and Xenia stepped into the spotlight. But then the professor dropped a plot twist. They had actually recovered 2 records. Only one was slated for class use, but they dragged out the second, smaller fragment, just to prove that even the tiniest shards pack a punch. Leo didn't hesitate. He went straight for the small one. The second he touched it, the record flared up, unleashing a massive magical overload. The hero world started rewriting reality, loading up a completely unknown chapter. Seaton realized straight away this was bad news. But snap in the blink of an eye, the whole class got warped inside the hero's world. First surprise? Brand new bodies for everyone. The scenery was 4K breathtaking, but the freshmen were straight up terrified. Harry had to jump in, shouting for everyone to chill. It was just a hero's dungeon. Then, Satan spotted a fortress looming in the distance. Leo froze. He recognized that skyline. The era of catastrophe. The last line of defense. The legendary walls of Gardaslan. A memory hit him like a truck. A flashback of someone telling Kyle that even if their wish crashed and burned, they would still save the world. The woman who finished that sentence materialized right there in the memory. Leo whispered her name, Lycinas. She looked like she was woven from pure magic, just a ghost of the past. But saying her name broke the spell. The simulation shattered, and the hero's dungeon snapped back to the classroom. Xenia screamed, "What the hell just happened?" Harry shut it down immediately. Class suspended, single file, get out of the auditorium. The room cleared out, except for Leo, obviously. He finally put the pieces together. That was Kyle's page. That was his record. He'd finally tracked it down. Harry watched him, eyes narrowed, totally intrigued by the vibe Leo was giving off. Later on, the rumor mill was on fire. Some kids were shook by what Leo said. Eliana was asking if he'd really seen the King of Wisdom. Meanwhile, Chelsea was just gushing. Like, I knew it. Leo is built different. Dude is incredible. This was legit history in the making. Everyone was buzzing, wondering if that was actually Lycinus's record. Elena started whining about how she missed a golden opportunity by not being class prez. But Thomas clapped back. Girl, you never had a shot anyway. That earned him a beatdown from the squad. Suddenly, Professor Harry stormed in to check the chaos. He gave them a choice: study quietly or get expelled. The noise died instantly. You could hear a pin drop. Leo sat there wondering why his heroic record was the only one causing a total disaster. He knew the what, but not the why. Why did he remember Lycinus? Her words echoed in his head. It felt off, like someone had deliberately corrupted his file. He thought a heroic record was supposed to pass on power. This felt like sabotage. If someone wanted to stop a new hero from rising, they'd trash the data and dump it in Erebos. Leo decided his new mission was figuring out why his legacy was split into pieces. Flash forward 1 month. Magic class. Professor Len dropped the bomb for the midterm practical exam. The assignment? Everyone had to develop their own unique magic. Cue the collective anxiety attack. Len broke it down. Original magic isn't just a spell, it's a distinct flex of the wizard's individuality. In this modern era of copy-paste activation techniques, nobody bothers creating original spells anymore. But Len warned them not to sleep on it. Original magic is the ace in the hole, the secret weapon that saves your life when things go south. Like the star magic, every elf learns. But let's be real, that's just a cheap bootleg of the original. In all of history, only one person ever mastered the authentic star magic: the creator, the founder of Nebula, Luna. As the professor lectured, Chloe was burning a hole through Leo with her stare. She'd seen him bust out elven magic before, and she wasn't letting it slide. Suddenly, Leo noticed the book on her desk. It was leaking a faint, nasty aura. Chloe realized he clocked it and snatched it away, shoving it into her bag. Leo narrowed his eyes. Was that a grimoire? Just then, Len dismissed the class. Go find your unique magic. That's a wrap. Chloe walked out looking like a walking corpse. Leo caught her arm to stop her. She looked at him like he was something she scraped off her shoe, but Leo played it cool. He invited her to lunch, but he was really eyeing that backpack where she stashed the grimoire. Chloe wasn't having it. I don't have time for this, she snapped. I'm busy preparing to crush you in the practical exam. Thomas popped up out of nowhere, totally ruining the vibe. Whoa, are you actually challenging the Queen of Magic Studies? Chloe's response was cold. I've already lost to Leo once. Technically speaking, sure, it was a toss-up. But when it came to straight-up magical prowess, he had this in the bag. He swore he'd take the W, whatever it took. Leo dropped the truth bomb. Letting this slide would be a total diss. Chloe nodded in agreement. Leo declared he was ready to prep for the trial. They locked hands, a grip like steel. Thomas watched, thinking, now that is a proper handshake. Cut to later. Leo's standing inside the legendary Tower of Heroes. He figured the forbidden library of Luminia had to be stashed somewhere in this maze. If he could just breach that perimeter, he might unearth a clue about his final record. Some girls strolled past, whispering about fresh meat, when suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Leo. Enter Jean Toroa, 5th-year elite from the magic department. She mentioned that Professor Wren had been hyping him up big time. Pleasure to finally meet the legend, she purred. Leo dipped into a respectful bow. She was a senior, after all. But Jean stepped right in his path, blocking him cold. So, what's a first-year rookie doing lurking in the Tower of Heroes? Leo didn't flinch. Here to chat with the student council president. Jean smirked, noting that joining the magic department was the golden ticket for that kind of access. But Leo shut that down fast. No need. I'm already taking classes there. A faint smile played on her lips as she stepped aside, but not before dropping one last hint. I expect you to declare your major with the magic department before the semester wraps up. She hoped the message sank in. Leo gave a curt nod and hopped onto the elevator. He mashed the button, but nothing. Dead silence. He kept jabbing at it. Suddenly, a new challenger approached. You gotta channel mana into your hand first, kid. The guy introduced himself as Mua, 5th-year heavy hitter from the night department. Pleasure meeting the famous first-year class president, he grinned. Everyone's been talking about you. So, what brings you to the tower? Leo kept it straight. Business with the council president. Mua raised an eyebrow. Not even a flinch? You walk into the lion's den without an appointment like you own the place. You should seriously consider the night department. Just saying. Leo let out a dry chuckle. He'd heard that pitch before. Definitely not the first time he's been scouted today. Finally, he arrived at the student council president's door. A quick knock, a brief intro. The president waved him in. It was Reese Ringer, Celia's big brother. Leo didn't waste time on pleasantries. His voice was dry, direct. I need access to the forbidden library. Reese leaned back. I know you don't mess around, Leo, but for a regular student, there are only 2 keys to that lock. Option 1, clear the hero dungeon. Tradition says the conqueror personally returns the hero's record pages. Leo narrowed his eyes, and from there, Reese smirked, holding back the rest. I'll spill the beans on option 2 after you join the student council. Fast forward to later that day. It was showtime, the night department practical exam. Thomas was buzzing. claiming you couldn't watch this showdown without snacks. Popcorn! Get your popcorn! He hollered. Can't enjoy the violence on an empty stomach. Of course, he was the one selling it. Celia giggled at his energy, but Eliana shrugged. Standard Thomas behavior. Guy would try to turn a profit in a war zone. Leo scanned the crowd. Chloe was a no-show. But there was no time to wait. The event was kicking off. First match on the card. Hall Naive, Class 1 Elite, versus the underdog, Leo, from Class 5. Thomas spotted Professor Seaton and sprinted over. Yo, prof, bucket of popcorn? Ice-cold drink? Seaton scoffed. Do I look like I snack? Go bother Harry. Thomas immediately pivoted, locking eyes with Celia. Celia pulled the ultimate move. Aw, Professor, won't you buy some for us? I bet it's delicious. The peer pressure was too strong. Seddon sighed, agreeing to buy a round. Meanwhile, in the ring, Leo smirked. Luck's on my side today, Naive sneered, acting all unbothered. Huh? You're gonna regret underestimating me. Here's the deal with the Night Department practical. It's a gauntlet. Pure 1 versus 1 duels. You gotta bag 5 wins to pass. It was the ultimate way to see which class representative actually had hands. Leo was juggling 3 majors. Logic dictated he couldn't max out his stats and everything his swordsmanship had to be his weak point. Naive was no scrub, ranked 3rd in Class 1, right behind monsters like Celia and Duran. And he hated Leo, that arrogant prick always hovering around Celia. Alan shouted the rules. Treat this like a death match. Winner is declared when the opponent taps out or can't move. Suddenly, the hair on Leo's neck stood up. He felt a pulse of sinister, dark energy radiating from the gym. It was pure malice. Meanwhile, Chloe was losing her mind over her studies, frustration boiling over. I can't craft unique magic with this garbage skill level. She hurled her grimoire across the room. I refuse to lose to Leo. A dark thought crossed her mind. With the grimoire's power, she'd crush him. She'd do anything. Back in the arena, Leo was still fixated on that evil aura. Naive. Nike tried to play it off, calling Leo sloppy for the distraction. But Leo weaved through that spear thrust like it was in slow motion. So Nike got serious, aiming his Viper spear straight for the kill, shot right at the chest. But Leo? He caught the blade with his bare hand. Nike's brain literally froze. He couldn't process that kind of grip strength. Then Leo yanked the spear, dragging the poor guy along like a rag doll. Bam! A solid right hook sent Nike flying across the arena. Leo smirked, asking, "Who's the sloppy one now?" Nike scrambled up, barking at Leo to quit the arrogance. He claimed the real fight started now because Leo couldn't use aura. He thought raw strength wouldn't cover Leo's biggest weakness. But Leo just noted that nasty poison aura and ignited his own flames. Nike scoffed, saying if it wasn't on Celia's level, he wasn't impressed. Leo sighed, telling Nike he was always leaving himself wide open. Because Leo just blitzed him, he teleported right in front of Nike's face before the guy could even blink. Leo was radiating insane heat. Even the stoic Duran was watching now. Chelsea was screaming hype, but Celia looked worried. She was thinking, when did he grind his stats this high? Even Nike realized this heat was way hotter than Celia's. He was questioning everything. Was this guy good at literally everything? Nike ground his teeth. He wanted to save this move, specifically to take down Celia, not some random scrub. But he unleashed his venomous serpent skill anyway. A massive energy snake coiled around Leo, ready to swallow him whole. Nike glanced at the crowd, desperate for Celia's reaction. This was his ultimate anti-Celia weapon. But Celia yelled at him to look back at his opponent. Because Leo wasn't struggling. He was literally melting and vaporizing the snake with pure heat. The construct exploded into nothingness. Nike's mind broke. He charged in blindly with his spear. But Leo finally drew his sword. Clang! He countered, warning Nike to mind the fire, or he was going to get burned. Game over. Winner. Leo. Chelsea was practically swooning. Expected nothing less from my guy. Thomas was like, called it. Nike admitted defeat. The kid was a beast. Definitely on Celia's level. Celia ran up, hyping Leo up until he got all flustered and shy. Cute. But next up, we had Eliana Lawton versus Xenia, rank 10. Eliana was shook. She was facing a top 3 elite. Xenia bowed respectfully. Despite the gap, Eliana swallowed her fear and kept it professional. Fight start. Xenia instantly cast high-tier water magic. Eliana tried to tank it, coating herself in flames. She rushed Xenia, and Leo winced, thinking, that's gonna leave a mark. And oh boy, it did. Eliana smashed face first into a hydro barrier and bounced halfway across the map. Instant KO. Xenia took the W. Eliana admitted she tried. Leo analyzed the replay. It was a guaranteed loss, but Eliana played it reckless. Anyway, main event time. Celia Serdinger, ranking number 1, versus Duran Moira, also rank 1. Celia was grinning. This'll be fun. Duran. Stone cold silence. Thomas was absolutely destroying a bucket of popcorn on the sidelines, while Leo knew this was the real deal. The air was heavy with their power. Celia declared it was time to see who the real top dog was. Duran didn't talk. He struck. Celia blocked hard. The shockwave was blinding. Thomas asked for a prediction, and Leo casually stole his popcorn. Leo bet on Celia losing based on stats, but he noticed her eyes. She was locked in. She was putting everything on the line. Duran blitzed with insane speed, landing a shallow cut right on Celia's cheek. First blood. They traded blows, faster than the eye could see. Celia cranked up the thermostat, summoning a massive fire tornado. Leo broke it down. That was her opener. She knew the rookie arena was too small, and she couldn't match Duran's speed, so she was changing the environment. She was controlling the battlefield. Duran was now fighting in an oven. The heat haze was messing with his vision. He was physically stronger, but he was debuffed. The heat distracted him, and he lost track of Celia, who was right behind him. He dodged the slash, but Celia caught his blade with her hand. Gotcha. Smack. She delivered a brutal headbutt, and Duran dropped cold. Winner. Celia Serdinger. Celia told him to hit the gym. Duran woke up grumpy but shook her hand. The crowd was already shipping them hard. Hyping up their chemistry, Leo pointed out that Celia's grind was clearly paying huge dividends. Even Professor Harry rolled up with a bucket of popcorn, declaring Celia the undisputed champ. He totally vibed with Leo's commentary, leaving Thomas wondering when the heck he even materialized. And just like that, the cavalry practicals wrapped up. Final scoreboard? Celia Seldinger. 4 wins, 1 loss. Duran Moida matched her stats exactly 4 wins, 1 loss. Xenia sat at 4-1, while Leo crushed the competition, taking first place with a flawless 5-0 record. Fast forward 1 week to the language finals. Harry hit the class with a surprisingly chill, "Good job, everyone," then dropped the bomb. "Do your best or you flunk out and get expelled." Bam, door slammed shut. Eliana sighed, muttering that the guy's obsessed with expulsion threats. While the mob swarmed Celia for her answer sheet, Leo was just lounging back, unbothered. Neela checked in on his performance. Leo shrugged it off as not too shabby, but Neela wasn't buying it, calling him out on his sour expression. Leo retorted, "Do I really look like a butt right now?" Neela teased back, offering a quick diagnosis so she could blast him with some healing magic. Thomas whined about his neck killing him, which earned him a swift smack on the back of the head from Celia. She told him to knock it off, then pivoted to Leo. "How's summoning practice going?" Because Tade spilled the tea, saying you haven't even bothered showing up to class. Leo shrugged, claiming he was grinding on his own time. Celia pressed him on his target rank for the exam. Leo didn't blink. Simple. First place. Cut to the summoning exam. The announcer hype man kicked things off, welcoming everyone to the rookie main event, the Summoner's Race. The MC introduced himself as Lumbates, a third-year summoner and today's play-by-play commentator. Celia looked skeptical. Is this seriously a test? Reese clarified that the Summoner's Race is actually a huge campus tradition. It's even used for scrimmages against other academies. And, of course, Thomas was on the sidelines, hustling popcorn again. Tade was begging the crowd to zip it for the love of God, while the rest of the summoners looked like they were about to have a panic attack. The pressure was suffocating. Elisa was locked in, staring down Leo. Xenia and Alden were also on the scene, ready to throw down. Elisa smirked, noting Leo crushed the night exam and must be totally ready for this one too. Leo played along, naturally. Elisa's tone dropped. "You're gonna suck, aren't you? I haven't seen you train once." Like, never. The crowd backed her up, sneering that if he was treating this like a joke, he should just get lost. They all saw he'd only summoned a tiny chick. Cue the laughter. Tide desperately tried to de-escalate the situation. Students muttered about distancing themselves from him, claiming Leo was nothing but a total fraud. Xenia noted the vibes were absolutely toxic. Then Leusen stepped up, mentioning Xenia actually killed it in the night exams, implying this test was irrelevant for her. Xenia looked visibly disgusted by his attitude. Meanwhile, Alden was losing patience with all the yapping. He snapped, saying that since he's been grinding, summoning way longer, the amateurs better get out of his face. Leusen squared up, asking what that was supposed to mean. Alden fired back, "If you think you're the main character here, do us a favor and shut up. There's plenty of people here way better than you." Leusen smirked, asking if Alden was butthurt over a little comment. He mocked Alden. "Did you even practice, bro?" Alden scoffed. "I don't need to train to beat the likes of you. You're just a moron who can't even handle a basic griffin." Leusen cocked his fist back, ready to swing, but Leo caught his arm mid-air. "If you guys are going to throw hands before the test, watch yourselves. Get disqualified, and it's game over." Tade leaned over to Leo, whispering, "The vibes are totally off today, huh?" He explained that summoning creates a massive power gap between the veterans and the rookies. And seeing Leo and Xenia, who don't even main summoning, sitting near the top, it triggered the second years. They started trash-talking the whole class, but they were specifically gunning for Leo, spreading rumors that he was too arrogant to show up for practical training. And, well, you know how toxic that gets. It finally clicked for Leo, why everyone was hating on him so hard. Seemed like his existence was just a source of cheap entertainment for them. Meanwhile, eyes fixed on Leo, a mysterious figure stepped through a portal, thinking, it's finally begun. At the same time, Liusen looked like he was possessed by a demon, obsessed with the thought of destroying everyone. Lumbates grabbed the mic to drop the ground rules before the chaos started. Listen up, students. This is strictly summoning only. Even dual-class students keep your aura and magic holstered, completely banned. When the whistle blows, grab the griffins in front of you, navigate the summoning island, and complete one full lap. Dead silence hangs over the lake. With the rules set, one burning question remains. Who is going to be the MVP of this test? And action. You can feel the tension in the air, especially coming from the competitors. Professor Yura tells the rookies to chill, just stick to the script, and do exactly what they practiced. Stop for a second, you get left in the dust. Talk about adding pressure. Yura gives the signal. But Liusen and his goon are already plotting something sketchy. Let the games begin. Immediately, they blast aura and magic at Alden and Leo, trying to cheese them out of the game, but Leo blocks it like it's nothing. Tade is freaking out for his rep, but Leo's like, relax, bro, don't look back, just go. Tade is still spiraling, while the crowd screams, rigged. Leo knew these guys were haters, but teaming up to jump him? That's low. Even the announcer calls it, they are trapped. Now they're spamming summoning spells. Alden strolls up to his griffin, totally unbothered, and asks Leo, need a hand? Leo refuses. Alden shrugs, turns around, and dips without another word. Cold. Now it's Leo versus the world. Celia's panic levels are spiking because he's the last hope for their side. Yura realizes this isn't just a prank, it's a full-on beatdown. Everyone against one guy, and Leo's a summoner, not a spirit user. She thinks he's gonna struggle, but hold up, Leo starts busting out fairy summoning magic in fluent spirit language. He's speaking it like a native. He shoots a glance at the professor, and she is absolutely shook. She's thinking, I need to recruit this kid, like, yesterday. Meanwhile, up in the clouds, the griffin race is chaotic. Someone notes, Leo is dusting in last place, he's done for. Elisa is not vibing with this. She wanted to beat Leo and Alden fair and square. It makes their class look trash. Liusen scoffs, saying Leo is an easy target, so who cares? Elisa snaps back, use your brain before you act, and snatches first place. Queen behavior. She knows Liusen is just a rich kid with an ego trip, thinking he owns the place. Liusen figures second place is in the bag if he just ignores Elisa. He thinks he's the ace of flight control. But then Xenia pulls up and she's not riding. She is literally surfing the air. Liusen panics. Take her out. A girl sends her spirit to attack, but Xenia dodges effortlessly. She pulls a sick maneuver, lands a kick right to the girl's face. The girl hits the dirt, whining she was just in the way. Xenia's like, relax. That kick was soft. I didn't even use aura. She keeps moving. She waves at Liusen, who screams that fighting him is a fatal error. Xenia smirks. I know aerial combat isn't my thing, but I'm not the only one you gotta worry about. Boom. Massive explosion from below. Looks like Alden is the type who pays back his debts with interest. He is leveling the playing field. Alden thanks the brat for the gift and returns the favor, launching a massive fireball straight at Liusen. It knocks almost everyone out of the sky and leaves Liusen totally rattled. Back on the ground, the announcer highlights Leo, the freshman trying to master every class, stuck at the starting line. Is summoning his weak spot? Leo stares at his griffin's wounded wing. This is a disaster. He yanks the reins, and the beast gets aggressive. Announcer warns against provoking a griffin. Celia asks, why is he trying so hard? Reese knows he has a plan. Leo pulls with insane strength. I don't care how you feel. Right now, you listen to me. Sit. He hits it with that alpha stare, and the griffin submits instantly. He calms the beast, rips the debris out of its wing, mounts up, and enters the race. The announcer spots the fix. Leo takes off, but he is miles behind. Leo whispers to the mount, I know it hurts, but grit your teeth. He chants, by the contract, I order you to appear. A baby phoenix manifests, coating the griffin, in legendary flames. Celia is confused. Reese realizes, are those Serdinger flames? He didn't sense a thing, zero aura signature. Up ahead, Alden was clearing the field, blasting competitors out of the sky with spells. But then, a new blur entered the chat. It was Leo, pushing max velocity. He realized he could see the leaders now. Time to kick it into overdrive. But he slammed the brakes mid-air. Something massive blocked the sun. That wasn't a griffin Liusen was riding. It was a fafnir, basically a dragon's ugly cousin. Let's rewind a few minutes to explain the chaos. Elisa thought she saw an opening to overtake Alden, but he shut that down instantly, dropping a summoning circle right in her face. Boom. Massive explosion. She barely scraped by, swerving just in time. That was high-tier summoning magic, not exactly rookie stuff. Elisa knew Alden wasn't even a magic major, but she figured if she kept moving, he couldn't hit her. Wrong. Alden summoned an ice spirit, grinning like, "Dodge this." He unleashed a hail of razor-sharp ice spikes. Elisa didn't flinch. She buffed her griffin to breathe fire, melting the ice barrage in midair. Alden taunted, asking if she boosted her summon. The narrator called it art, but while they were busy trying to kill each other, Celia saw her chance to slip through the gap. Bad move. Elisa snagged her by the neck with a binding spell, shouting, "Not on my watch." Then Alden fired an explosion spell right at her. It was a 2 versus 1 ambush, but Celia? She's slippery. She broke the bind, dodged the blast, and regained control by literally surfing on her griffin. "Okay, you guys aren't playing around," she muttered, but the vibe changed instantly when a massive black wyvern cast a shadow over them. Liusen screamed, "I'll kill every last one of you." Celia yelled back, "Hey, that's not a griffin, that's against the rules." Liusen didn't care. "Shut your mouth. Move or die." The crowd gasped. Did he contract a black wyvern? No, the experts whispered. That was an irregular. Suddenly, Leo shot into the frame like a human missile, using Phoenix Fire as a jet thruster. "How'd you get here so fast?" Liusen sneered. "Doesn't matter. You're dead anyway." Leo ignored the threat completely. His voice dropped an octave, sending chills through the arena. "Where did you get that monster? Jealous?" Liusen laughed. "This is my power. My skill." Leo scoffed internally. "This idiot thinks he summoned it?" Leo recognized it instantly, a fafnir, a bioweapon used by the mages of Tartarus. These things were supposed to be wiped out during the era of despair. How did a student get his hands on one? Before he could think, the fafnir opened its maw and fired. Leo and the others barrel rolled out of the way, but the laser beam locked onto Celia. She realized she couldn't dodge in time and threw up a shield. Useless. The beam shattered her defense like glass. She plummeted, unconscious. Leo swooped in, catching her midair before she hit the deck. "Everyone, hit the ground, now!" he roared. Liusen smirked, thinking he was just winning a race. "Overtaking you guys is too easy." Meanwhile, the narrator was losing it as contestants fled the sky. Professor Yura wasn't having it. She literally kicked the announcer aside. "Race over," she announced. "Faculty, we need to take that thing down." Seaton looked confused, but Yura didn't mince words. "That's not a summon." Liusen contracted a high-level demon beast. The staff froze. "A demon?" Yura continued. "The corruption is already spreading. It's going to drive him insane." "He's being possessed," Harry noted, eyes narrowing. But someone else pulled the strings here. He ordered Yura to neutralize the target, while the rest shielded the students. Harry and Seaton teamed up instantly. Back on the ground, Leo gently set Celia down just as Alden landed nearby. Above them, Liusen circled like a vulture. "Running away? How boring," Liusen taunted. "Are you just going to stand there?" "We aren't running," Leo said calmly. "And that thing isn't a wyvern." Liusen snapped back. "I'm the summoner here. I know what I'm doing." "It's a fafnir, you moron," Leo retorted. "A brainless demon." Flashbacks hit him, swarms of these monsters darkening the skies, bringing nothing but chaos and ash. The student Leo faded. The warrior Kyle emerged. "I'm ending this. Right here, right now." He faced the beast. Liusen just threw his head back and laughed like a complete psychopath. That beast on the leash? Definitely not a wyvern. Liusen doubled down though, flexing his summoner student credentials and acting like he was the smartest guy in the room. Leo shut that noise down fast. "It's a fafnir, you idiot, a straight-up demon." The recognition hit him like a truck. He'd gone toe-to-toe with these nightmares before, back when they swarmed the skies and rained down absolute apocalypse. Leo, channeling his inner Kale, wasn't about to let this slide. "I'm deleting this freak show, right now." He squared up to the fafnir, ready for violence, while Liusen just stood there cackling like a total psycho. Elisa called it, "This guy wasn't thinking straight." Liusen snapped back, asking what she was yapping about. That psycho refused to let it slide. Boom. He unleashed another laser beam from Fafnir, annihilating everything in its path. But Alden came in clutch. He summoned a massive golem to tank the hit, vowing to back Leo up no matter what. A teacher watched in awe. Was that a magic golem? Elisa scoffed that Leo had main character syndrome, but she wasn't about to sit on the sidelines either. They had to knock that jerk off the beast. Alden warned his golem was fading fast, and Leo grinned. He appreciated the assist. Lyson mocked the golem's weakness, flexing his own summon's power as it absolutely obliterated Alden's defense. Just as he asked what they'd do next, Elisa fired off a spirit spell. It nearly took Liusen's head off right as he prepped another laser from Fafnir. Explosions rocked his face. Alden shouted that the window was open. And just like that, in a split second, Leo materialized right next to Lucian, aiming point blank. Bam! He knocked him straight off his mount. The demon possessing him admitted fighting the kid while mounted was smart, but claimed that was the limit of Leo's luck. Elisa and Alden were shook. Fafnir took to the skies again, but this time, Leo was riding it. The demon sneered, asking if the hero candidate was trembling in fear. Leo clapped back, exposing him as the manipulator from Tartaros. Then he dropped the big question. Where's your real body? I know it's lurking nearby. The demon asked if he had any clue who he was dealing with, calling Leo an interesting kid with an attitude, fit for a hero, before announcing his death sentence. Lucian swung at Leo, but our boy blocked the hit effortlessly. The force threw him off Fafnir's back, though. Free-falling, Leo summoned Fiore, shouting it was time to shine. He unleashed the Phoenix Flames. Kyle or Leo reflected that he was good at everything, but mastered absolutely nothing. Aaron and Dwayne had him beat on aura. Luna owned him in magic, and Lycinus was the superior summoner. So, Leo figured he'd just mix it all up. Aura plus magic, magic plus spiritual energy and aura. Fiore transformed into a majestic beast, and Leo smirked now that looked like a real phoenix. Fafnir started tweaking out at the phoenix's power. The manipulator gasped, "You have a freaking phoenix? Who are you?" Leo replied. He'd only spill the beans if the demon explained where he dug up a legendary monster like Fafnir. The demon confessed he knew the creature from the era of despair. It definitely shouldn't be alive in this timeline. Leo warned Fiore to brace for impact. The next hit was going to be massive. He unleashed the Serdinger sword's secret art, Phoenix Breath Prominence. Fafnir roared, blasting back against Leo's power, who barely held on with his flames. The manipulator declared it was game over for Leo, but suddenly, Fafnir started spinning out like it was glitching. Leo realized the summoner's real body was under attack somewhere else. That was his opening. He fired a beam of fire, so intense it scorched everything in sight. The manipulator never saw it coming, and Fafnir was instantly reduced to ash. After the massive boom, Leo thanked Fiore for the carry. But mid-air, Fiore lost its juice, and Leo realized he was screwed. He started free-falling without a parachute. Meanwhile, just as the manipulator tried to finish Leo off remotely, he got slammed by a massive power surge. It was Sidon and Harry, taking on the Tartaros summoner directly. The enemy scoffed, asking if it really took 2 pillars of Luminia to handle him. The pressure was so heavy, he couldn't even cast properly. He admitted he'd have to wait to play another time. Then, he just teleported and vanished. He destroyed the host body, but he'd spawn in a new one soon. Harry noted he'd be back. They absorbed the fragments of that entity, and Sidon grimly stated that Luminia was in serious danger. Back to Leo. He told Fiore to head back to the summon realm. Luckily, a savior arrived. It was Professor Yura. Looking frantic, but relieved, she made it. She caught him midair with her wyvern and brought him to safety. Elsewhere, a hooded figure trash-talked the manipulator, calling him a total embarrassment for losing to a mere hero candidate. The summoner argued that the kid wasn't just some random. He had a phoenix and somehow knew Fafnir's true identity. The hooded woman murmured that things just got interesting. Back at the academy, Leo mused that the summoning exam was obviously cancelled. Lyson was dead, and the students finally realized the real danger of living in Luminia. Everyone was dying to know what happened next. So, the faculty secured that contract with Fafnir, but decided to pull a massive cover-up operation. They spun a narrative that the beast was just a black wyvern, definitely not the legendary Fafnir. Meanwhile, Leo was heading straight for Professor Len's class. It was the day of the practical magic finals. The vibe in the room shifted instantly. When everyone saw Chloe, she looked absolutely wrecked. Leo and the professor clocked her condition immediately. Once the whole class was seated, the professor called for focus. He laid out the assignment. Prepare original magic that screams personality. Sounds like busy work, right? But then he brought out the heavy hitters to grade them. 3 alumni who dominated the rankings 3 years ago. These weren't just seniors. They were the elite. We're talking Rilda Fetney, Ade Manslak, and Sin Hus. The crowd went absolutely wild. Thomas whispered that maybe they were here to help. But Leo knew better. This wasn't a charity event. Professor Len called up Eliana first. She was totally starstruck by the veterans, acting so sugary sweet, it made things a little awkward. Then, she flipped the switch. She unleashed a power so blindingly bright, it matched her radiant personality perfectly. Eliana broke it down. Her main attribute is light. Rilda looked impressed. That's an ultra-rare drop in the gene pool. Eliana added that by remixing it with the flame attribute, she could whip up a storm of fire and light. Literal fireworks. She dubbed it thermal light magic. Sinhus was digging it, but Eidman shut it down cold, calling it nothing more than a glorified laser pointer. The judges scribbled their notes, and when Len tallied the score, Eliana got slapped with a C-. The audience was shook. If that spectacle was a C-, everyone else was officially cooked. The next few students barely scraped by. Thomas flexed his gold coin magic for a B+. Chelsea snagged the same grade with her ice skills. They were relieved, but the tension was thick. The judges weren't hating it, but the vibes were off. The class had talent, sure, but nobody was dropping jaws. Ademan was getting bored. He wanted the heavyweights. Rumor had it 3 prodigies were still left in the deck. Next up, Abad Llewellyn. The girls swooned hard, and suddenly the whole room was locked in. He sketched a massive formula across the chalkboard. Abad announced he was bringing the storm high-tier magic only. Flashback to his prep at the Llewellyn estate. He had to rig up a defensive barrier just to test this beast of a spell. He focused his mana and spawned a cyclone so violent inside that closed space, it shattered the barrier. A stray animal got sucked into the vortex. Obviously, Abad isn't a monster. He scooped up the critter, checking its vitals. Then, he unveiled the spell. Wind Intensification. It looks simple on the surface, but pulling it off requires surgical precision. Only a pro can handle this. That performance earned him extra credit. Chelsea was beaming with sisterly pride. Abad was looking like the professor's new favorite. Now, it was Leo's turn. Leo stepped up and dropped a bombshell. The high-level magic he was about to demo? It came from a system with 0 elemental attributes. The judges were stumped. They'd never heard of a concept like that. Leo broke it down. Basic spells usually rely on a base attribute, but his system? It completely hacks the invocation process. The judges looked at him like he was insane. Sinhus asked if he was seriously suggesting he'd built a whole new operating system for magic. Leo didn't blink. Yes. Professor Len, on the other hand, was geeking out. He realized this kid had the potential to be a true mage. Ademan rolled his eyes, complaining he didn't come here to listen to bedtime stories, but Professor Len shut him down. He needed to see this with his own eyes. Rilda agreed to let him cook. Leo started writing formulas on the board, and Rilda realized only one wizard in history had ever used a completely distinct magic system. Leo nodded. He knew about the lunar priestess of constellations. The room whispered her name. Sinhus pressed him. You think you're on her level? Do you really believe you can rival the legendary priestess? Leo kept it real. Of course not. He couldn't compare himself to Luna. She was a legend. But you don't need to be a generational genius like her to engineer a new sorcery system. Sinhus stared at the board, absolutely floored by the theory mapped out in front of her. Rilda asked if he was making it up, but Ademan cut in. He ran the numbers. According to the math, it was possible to cast any magic without a penalty. Chelsea was lost, but the judges were terrified. Thomas basically threw in the towel, admitting he'd stopped trying to figure this guy out ages ago. Meanwhile, Chloe was locked in, staring daggers at Leo. Ademan finally asked the million-dollar question. Why build a whole new magic system from scratch? Leo didn't hesitate. He wanted total freedom, access to every spell in existence. Ademan looked at him like he had 2 heads. The kid was officially out of his mind, but suddenly, it clicked. This was why Leo was dubbed the Special Student of the Year. Ademan leaned in, needing to know, what do you call this masterpiece? Leo dropped the name like a bomb. The Bible, a concentrated mass of pure, uncorrupted white magic. Sinju was shook. She knew the lore. Only one legendary figure in history had ever dared to use that title, the Bible. It was the signature system of the fictional hero, Kai. Sinju couldn't help but wonder, was Leo about to prove the myths were actually real? They handed their papers over, and the professor dropped the verdict. Leo crushed it, snagging the highest score in the class. Leo smirked internally. What he couldn't finish in his past life as the Great Kyle, he was definitely going to nail in this one. Suddenly, Chloe stood up. She was rocking a fresh new hair color and radiating intense energy. Leo checked in, asking if she was good since she was the closing act. Rilda whispered. The tea rumor had it Chloe was actually the top-ranked student. Rilda asked what she cooked up. Chloe kept it simple but deadly, a flame that never dies. The class was confused. Wasn't she an ice attribute user? This came out of left field. Chelsea tilted her head, wondering if Chloe was insane enough to pick an element completely opposite to her natural affinity. To the untrained eye in the crowd, the presentation looked pretty mid, just a standard fire spell. The judges figured maybe the level was too high to grasp. Rilda thought it was over, but Chloe wasn't done flexing. Now, witness the real magic, she declared. Boom! She summoned a massive waterfall to crash directly onto the flame, but the fire didn't even flicker. It stayed roaring under the water. Even Leo's eyes went wide. People started whispering, did she just hack the physics of magic? Chloe confirmed their suspicions. Unless she manually killed the spell, that fire was going to burn forever. She snapped her fingers, extinguishing the flame, and dropped some knowledge. Everyone knew the golden rule of casting. No mana supply means the spell fades. But the room went silent as Chloe started scribbling a formula that defied logic. Ataman was spiraling. Did she actually code a spell that broke the fundamental laws of mana? How was that even possible? Chloe finished the equation for the eternal flame. Leo stared at the board. This was literally impossible. Creating an inextinguishable flame was a feat even Luna couldn't pull off. Only one living being in history had wielded fire like that, the legendary Herobus. Later, Leo couldn't shake the bad feeling. He told Celia to get Chloe on the line, like, right now. But Celia stopped him. Chloe was knocked out cold. Apparently, she hadn't slept a wink while grinding for this test. Leo felt a pang of guilt and backed off. Celia looked worried, mentioning that Chloe had been acting super sensitive lately. She'd been picking fights with students from other classes and even beefing with her own crew. Rumor had it she was hanging with the delinquents from the magic program. Back in the present, Leo summoned Fiore. He rubbed the bird's belly, but he wasn't there for the pet he needed to talk to its mother, Farina. She appeared, asking what the rush was. Leo cut to the chase. He needed to know why a being like her was hanging around Luminia. A phoenix is the total opposite of a demonic monster. Leo knew there had to be a deeper reason for Farina's presence. The beast got serious. She revealed that 5 years ago, Luminia was hit by a brutal attack. 2 students and 3 staff members were killed, and the perps vanished without a trace. Since then, the director had her running security. Leo nodded. He'd heard whispers about a fake demon tamer. Leo looked her in the eye. Do you think Tartaros is pulling the strings? Farina admitted it was just a hunch, nothing solid. Leo told her to pass a message to the director immediately. He warned that there might be another student compromised by Tartaros, just like Leucin was. Later, it was time for the practical exam, combining hero studies and combat. The whole class was gathered. Harry stepped up and announced that the class rep would break down the mission. Leo took the stage. Leo explained the deal. This wasn't just a test. They were forming squads to invade a hero's world. The target? The Setmore incident. Eliana looked lost, asking what that was, while Neela looked at her like she lived under a rock. Harry silenced the chatter and told them to focus on the rep. Leo opened the file and started reading the briefing. 30 years ago, a squad of Luminia freshmen was deployed to the central forest of Setmore, but it was a trap. They were ambushed by Tartaros, and right in the middle of it was Professor Albi. Back then, the sophomore, known as the Magic Eye Mage, was thrown straight into the fire with the rescue team. Thank God for that, because he single-handedly prevented a total massacre. Now, for the current test. The mission is simple: rescue the wounded, and obliterate every demonic beast in sight. Oh, and backing up Professor Albi? That's mandatory. Harry didn't sugarcoat it. This wasn't just some pop quiz. It was a lesson in constant vigilance. Stay sharp, or else. Fail to show potential? You're expelled. Plain and simple. But then, flashing that signature smile, Harry flipped the script. Trust your gut. You got this. You're already strong enough. The students were practically tearing up, but Harry wasn't about to let it get too sappy. All right, enough feelings. Time for action. Next up, team formation. Professor Ariana stepped up to handle the sorting process. Forget picking your besties. This was a blind draw from the cauldron. Leo snagged his number, Team 11, the absolute last squad. Ariana locked in the rosters. Game on. Team 1 was up first, stepping straight into the summoning portal. Chelsea was visibly relieved, vibing with the fact she got paired with the Princess of Serdinger. Meanwhile, Celia was all confidence, ready to flex the might of the Lorder Empire. Albi took charge of the hero's record. The setting? Albi's world. Prologue. The Setmore incident. The second they stepped in, the raw power washed over them. Poof. Gone. The spectators barely had time to blink, noting how insane their speed was. I guess kids with heroic blood really are built different. Seyden was convinced Celia's presence guaranteed a high score. Harry, though, he wasn't buying it. He had his eyes on Chelsea, who was looking pretty formidable herself. It was basically a proxy war between the teachers. But suddenly, a new figure approached, sending a shockwave through the room. The director. Even he had to admit that team was moving at a breakneck pace. Seddon asked what brought the big boss down here. The director's reply? He just wanted a front row seat to the freshman's growth. He then turned to Albi, apologizing for dragging up such agonizing memories. But Albi shut that down. He'd sworn an oath never to forget that incident. If anything, he was grateful for the reminder. Shortly after, Team 1 wrapped up their raid. The director noted that the girls Serdinger and Lillian lived up to the hype. Total pros. Despite their massive egos, their teamwork was flawless. Maybe sharing a homeland helped. Soon, other squads cleared their runs. Abadi and Duran were crushing it, using raw power to secure the win. Then Neela and Xenia clocked out. Their synergy? Off the charts. Even the director was floored by Xenia's movement style points like he'd never seen before. Team 5, Alden, Elisa, and Eliana crossed the finish line. The director realized the talent pool was deep, but if we're talking true potential, that was all on Team 11, Leo and Chloe. Looking at Leo gave him a hit of nostalgia. After a quick nod of readiness, Albie handed them the hero's record, the Setmore incident prologue. But then, the vibe shifted. A twisted, malignant energy spiked out of nowhere. The director's gut dropped. This energy was way more brutal than the simulation settings. Only Leo and Chloe were cleared for entry, locking the rest of the team out. Satan was stunned. The director demanded a sit rep immediately. Albie's voice cracked. He needed to pull the plug. Now. A demonic death mark just spawned right inside his hero world. The director froze. He knew exactly what that meant. A heroic dungeon manifestation. And Leo and Chloe, trapped inside. Inside, Chloe was confused. Shouldn't there be a mission prompt? Leo theorized. Maybe it's a heroic manifestation? Chloe shut that down instantly. No way. This isn't even one of those lost pages. She'd never seen a hero's record glitch out and go rogue like this. Leo tried radioing the professor for orders. Static, zero response. Panic set in for Chloe. Pause the test. We need to bail, right now. She was clinging to the hope they could just walk away. Leo hit her with the cold reality. If they could pause it, they would have already. It all pointed to a heroic dungeon, meaning they were on their own. Chloe looked at him like he was insane. Are you crazy? We'd struggle even with a full squad. Did you forget the massacre from 30 years ago? Leo stayed calm. If we want to live, it's the only way. Chloe's legs gave out, collapsing to the ground in despair. This whole forest, it's just a death trap, she sobbed. Leo looked down at her. Wait, aren't you supposed to be the top-ranked freshman? If we team up, breaking out is easy. Chloe stared up at him, baffled. How was he so chill in a situation like this? She thought she'd finally caught up to him, but clearly, he was on another level. Steeling herself, she stood up. Okay, do you have a plan? Leo nodded. 2 conditions to clear the Setmore incident. 1. Rescue the freshmen. 2. Keep them alive. Leo continued. Priority 1 is getting back up. Chloe frowned. And how exactly do we do that? Lockdown was supposed to be absolute, but Leo dropped a bombshell. They weren't the only players on this map. It hit Chloe like a truck. The victims of the original massacre. Since this was a memory simulation, those ghosts were still breathing. Leo didn't waste a second. He crouched down, signaling Chloe to hop on. What are you doing? She asked. We can't let Tartaros get to them first, he snapped. And no offense, but your mage stats make you run like a turtle. Hop on. Cut to the clearing. The stranded students were fighting for their lives against the nightmare creatures of Albie's past. Pulling the strings was Subarne, a high-ranking demon from Tartaros, watching the chaos unfold until boom, the rescue squad arrived. Leo charged in with Chloe on his back. Subarne scoffed at the newcomers. To him, they were just rookie hero wannabes, easy prey. He dismissed them as zero threat, until he felt it. The raw, overwhelming pressure radiating from Leo and Chloe's combo. Subarne's eyes narrowed. He scanned Leo's stats and froze. This kid had no class. Suddenly, the demon was intrigued. The silhouette reminded him of the legendary hero Kyle. Meanwhile, Leo noticed the vibes getting way sinister as they pushed deeper into the woods. Time to level up. Leo activated Arlon's technique, honing his aura and cranking his sensory perception to the absolute max. With hyper-perception online, the world slowed down. Orc ambush! 12 o'clock! He shouted, sprinting straight into the danger zone. Chloe was blind to the threat, but she trusted his gut. Perched on his shoulders, she began charging a massive ice spell. She unleashed a barrage of jagged ice shards, shredding the orc front line instantly. But her eyes widened, she missed one. The sentry with the war horn. If he blew that, the whole dungeon would descend on them. But Leo was already moving. With a clean, brutal slash, Leo bisected the orc and the horn before a sound could escape. Chloe watched, stunned by the skill gap. Could she ever catch up to a monster like him? Her spiraling thoughts were cut short. They spotted the survivor group. Demons? Chloe whispered. Leo's expression darkened into pure rage. Cover me, he growled, diving into the fray. She encased him in frost armor as he moved. The students were barely holding on, completely outmatched by the hellspawn. Just as a student was about to be ended, Leo flashed in, slicing the attacker in two. The other demons froze. They were just as shook as the humans. Leo didn't hesitate, tearing through them like tissue paper. Are you back up? A girl stammered. Yeah, we got you, Leo replied casually. A demon tried to blindside him, but Leo was already gone. A blurred afterimage. The monster launched a swarm of blood parasites, but Leo deflected the swarm at the very last second. He flared his aura, burning the parasites to ash. The survivors stared at him with their jaws on the floor. Who was this guy? Suddenly, the priestess girl stepped up, channeling high-tier incense magic. The air crackled with divine energy. Holy meteors rained down, obliterating the remaining demons. Chloe gasped. That wasn't normal magic. That was a star priestess. Chloe's blood ran cold. She knew that face. After the battle, while the group showered them with thanks, the priestess spoke up. I was terrified, she admitted, trembling. You guys are lifesavers. Chloe grabbed Leo's arm. We need to talk, now. Once they were out of earshot, Chloe dropped the truth bomb. Leo, do you have any idea who that is? That's Alia Yaron, Professor Albi's little sister. The one who gets slaughtered in these woods by Subarne. I know you sensed it, Chloe hissed. But we can't change history. Alia's squad is scripted to die in the Sedmore scenario. Dead men walking, Leo. If we engage Subarne now, we're just adding our names to the obituary. Subarne is a Tartaros Knight-class entity. He's way out of our league. Alia was his primary target. Her team got wiped instantly. Tartaros triggered this whole massacre for one reason, to assassinate her. She was a genius mage, a top-tier hero candidate. They needed her gone before she could ascend. We cannot save them, Chloe insisted, her voice shaking. With our current stats, it's a suicide mission. We need to bail and find a different objective to clear the stage. Leo looked at her, dead serious. So we just leave them? Leo asked quietly. Let Subarne butcher them again? Chloe flinched. I don't want to, but it's the only way we survive. Leo, look at me in reality. Their gravestones are already 30 years old. They've been dead for decades. Leo didn't blink. I know, but I'm not walking away. I'm saving them. Are you deaf? Chloe screamed, loud enough for the others to turn around. Okay, you're OP. You're amazing. I admit it. But this isn't a game. We don't have the luxury to play pretend. Tears streamed down her face. Stop trying to play the hero. Leo's gaze didn't waver. Play the hero? Is that what you think this is? You, of all people, shouldn't say that. You're a candidate too, Chloe. We aren't pretending. We are becoming heroes right now. This is the job. That truth hit harder than any spell. Chloe stood there, stunned into silence, as the weight of what it truly means to be a hero crashed down on her. Leo dropped the reality check. The timeline was already glitching. The forest gloom felt heavier, like the darkness was actively closing in on them. Finding Alia's squad breathing? That wasn't in the script. By all logic, Subarne should have wiped them off the map ages ago. Chloe's brain refused to fully buy it. It felt reckless, illogical. Even but looking at him, she decided to let Leo take the wheel on this one. Then he made the call that sealed it. We're bouncing, and we're taking Alia's crew with us. Chloe stared at his back, a sinking feeling in her chest. Was he already that far ahead? She felt underpowered, unable to close the distance between them. Meanwhile, Tehad was whispering to the others, sensing the weird vibes. Something is definitely off here. Only 2 people for a rescue op? Dina clocked it immediately, scanning the duo. And look at them, they're basically high schoolers, same age as us. Balak went full paranoia mode. It's gotta be a Tartaros trap. Alia shot him a confused look. Trap? What is that even supposed to mean? If they were ops, why would they be clapping those demons? Alia countered, then smirked. Besides, that guy has aura. He's pretty cool. The whole squad gasped, totally shook. Dina's jaw hit the floor. Are you for real right now? At a time like this? Alia crossed her arms, defensive. What? Is it a crime to have an opinion? I just figured your type would be, I don't know, a bit more like your brother, Dina teased, side-eyeing her. But Leo cut the gossip session short, stepping up with authority. Listen up, here's the play. We book it through the forest. Max, speed, immediately. Taylor wasn't feeling the retreat. Yo, is that necessary? We got backup now. Why not stay and farm some XP? We could take out more monsters. Negative. Leo shut him down cold. There's a night rank demon hunting us. The temperature in the group dropped instantly, pure terror. Night rank? Belak's face went pale. That's game over. Tejad nodded, sweating. Yeah, that thing is stronger than an entire military platoon combined. Leo's eyes were intense. Exactly. That's why we avoid a one-on-one confrontation at all costs. The goal is to make it out alive, period. Watching him command the room, Alia couldn't shake the feeling. He gives off major big bro energy. Leo did a final headcount green light. They blitzed out of the danger zone, but Alia caught a serious glitch in the vibe check. Chloe looked wrecked. Her face was painting a grim picture. Cut to the academy library, total panic mode. Everyone was tearing the place apart, hunting for any ancient scrolls on a hero clearing a heroic dungeon. It was do-or-die intel needed to save the students trapped inside. The headmaster dropped a cold fact. The barrier is still up. That's actually good news. It means the instance hasn't reset, which means the kids are still breathing. Alvi backed him up, confirming the mechanics are absolute. Nobody enters a heroic dungeon while the players are still on the board. The system is locked. That confirms both students are still in the game. Harry checked the clock 3 hours since they dove in. Inside that dimension, the sun should be setting. The headmaster turned to Alvi. Timeline check. When did you slay Subani 30 years ago? Alvi didn't hesitate. Midnight. On the dot. The headmaster realized their only play was to bet on that exact time loop. Suddenly, a messenger burst in with breaking news. They tracked down the dealer who sold the demon-summoning catalysts to that student, Louison. But the messenger choked on his words. He froze, terrified, because Alvi had just gone full demon mode, eyes burning with a murderous need for vengeance. The headmaster ordered him to stand down. Alvi gritted his teeth, stepping out to cool his jets. The messenger swallowed hard. Makes sense. When you're a hero on that level, the hatred runs deep. And it was personal. 30 years ago, during that nightmare, they never even found his sister's body. The headmaster demanded a name. Who pushed the product? The messenger spilled it. A black market hustler set up, in the back alleys near Luminia City. Apparently, the guy was trending with the early adopter crowd. The headmaster narrowed his eyes. A Tartarus sleeper agent in Lumeria? The messenger shook his head. Not official payroll, but the loot definitely came from Tartarus supply lines. The headmaster needed the motive. Scanning the report, one detail popped. Chloe Mueller. She had taken delivery of a black magic tome. Get Professor Len. Now. The headmaster rubbed his old battle scars, the past clawing back. His combat instincts were screaming alarms. It wasn't a distant threat. Somewhere in that forest, near the lighthouse tower, the students were fighting for their lives, and the headmaster realized the enemy was playing them right under their noses. Meanwhile, the forest had turned into a slaughterhouse. Leo was absolutely wrecking everything in sight. He'd been running his hyper-perception skill non-stop, carrying the team, but even he had limits. The squad was running on fumes. Leo called a timeout to recharge. They crashed under a tree. Chloe was acting super sketch. Aaliyah slid over to check on her, which made Chloe jump, but Alia had to know. She dropped the bomb. So, what's the deal with you and Leo? Are you two a thing? Chloe panicked. No way. Absolutely not. Alia smirked. Your face says otherwise, girl. Chloe realized that Aaliyah, despite being a legendary veteran from 30 years ago, was technically still a freshman mentally. Deep down, she was just like the other girls. So Chloe flipped the script. Why do you care? You got a crush on Leo? Aaliyah paused. My heart. It goes crazy fast when I look at him. Chloe blinked. Whoa, love at first sight? She thought about it. Alia Uran, the genius mage everyone still hypes up. After 3 decades? Crushing on Leo? That's insane. But Alia looked confused. Is it love? I don't know. How do I explain it? It's the same vibe I got watching my brother, especially when he was in the zone. Always clutching the win at the last second. Chloe raised an eyebrow. You mean the magic eye guy was clumsy? Aaliyah asked what she meant. Chloe clarified. Alvi Yaron, right? Aaliyah nodded. Yeah. My brother always tried to speedrun the impossible. Chloe smiled. Sounds exactly like Leo. He started as just a friend, but now, I honestly envy him, Aaliyah whispered. Guess we're in the same boat. Later, they sat down for real talk. Aaliyah confessed, I was jealous of my brother too. He had this laser focus. He conquered everything he touched. I admired him at first, but I had this dirty little secret. My brother built the source code of magic. I was just good at playing the game he created, but I couldn't build anything from scratch. I even flunked the uni entrance exam twice. I started hating him for it. Total inferiority complex. But eventually, that envy turned into pure respect. Chloe murmured, someone worthy of respect. Maybe Leo is that guy. Suddenly, Leo stood up. Gear up, everyone. Running isn't an option anymore. A massive demonic aura was incoming. Leo looked back, eyes steel. Don't freeze up. Remember who we are. We're the next generation of heroes. They readied their weapons. Then, boom, Subani stomped down, cracking the earth wide open. Found you, you little rat, the monster hissed, locking eyes on the great hero candidate. Leo's mind instantly flashed back to the Sedmore incident orders. Subarn was supposed to just wipe out every hero candidate on site. But this wasn't just a soldier checking off a hit list. This guy was pouring pure, personal venom into every move. And dropping the great hero title, Leo panicked. Did he figure it out? Did he know Leo was actually Kale? Chloe started charging a massive nuke of a spell, but Subarn rushed her instantly. Boom! She barely threw up a colossal ice wall to tank the hit. Leo didn't waste a second. He ignited his flaming aura, blazing like a supernova, and slashed right across Subarne's throat. It looked like a clean decapitation. But nope, the flesh knitted itself back together like a video game glitch. Leo shouted, Stay sharp, guys. Do not let him close the gap. That monster was rocking the mark of the void, a nasty curse that nullifies basically every attack. The crowd started spiral panicking. How do you beat a cheat code like that? But Leo shut it down. The void mark isn't God mode, he explained. Plus, he's not the summoner. That buff has a timer. Subarn laughed. You ants really think you have a shot at reaching the same heights as a great hero? Leo clapped back immediately. You look terrified that a new legend is about to be born. Triggered, Subarn roared for everyone to come at him. Aaliyah tapped into her constellation magic again. She wasn't fully synced yet, but Subarn definitely felt that pressure. The starlight power was heavy, confirming his master was right. This entire squad had to be deleted right here. As the team launched an all-out raid, Subarn unleashed a nuke of an attack. Leo barely dodged, smashing the ground to send rock shrapnel flying as cover. Dina and Belak took some splash damage but stayed standing thanks to Leo's assist. Aaliyah yelled, "Everyone good?" Dina gritted her teeth, "I'm holding on," but Belak's looking rough. Leo did a quick scan. He'll live. Vital organs are intact. He turned to Chloe with serious eyes. "We need a finisher. Something massive." "Just buy me a second," she shouted. Leo nodded and popped his fairy magic, splitting into multiple clones to distract the beast. While Leo ran interference, Chloe focused. She needed a spell heavy enough to punch through that voidmark defense. She cracked open a dark grimoire and felt a chill. This mana was built different. Suddenly, the battlefield got absolutely wrecked. The spectators were terrified but low-key hyped, watching Leo. 1v1, the demon with his fairy clones, dancing around attacks and carving up. The demons hide. Taylor murmured, "Think I'll ever be that good?" Dina sighed. "Who knows? But that guy is on another level." Aaliyah sensed the constellation power. Sure, but there was something darker mixed in. She snapped her head toward Chloe. She was standing in a black magic summoning circle. Chloe looked more like a raid boss than the actual demon. She screamed at Leo, "Move or you'll get caught in the blast." But a possessed Chloe smirked, "Doesn't matter if he burns too." She fired a beam of pure hellfire. Leo was confused. Wait, isn't her main element ice? Subarn took the hit point blank. "Behold the everlasting flame," Chloe chanted like a villain. "Die," screaming. Leo noticed her energy turning pitch black. "Chloe, shut it down. Now. Filth like him deserves no mercy," she hissed. Leo didn't argue. He lunged and sliced the grimoire in half. The dark energy vanished, and Chloe snapped back to reality. Leo got straight to the point. "Be real with me. That flame, was that actually your unique magic?" Chloe shook her head, terrified. "No, just a spell I found in that book." Meanwhile, Subarn was totally unfazed, recognizing the flames of Erebus. Leo turned back and dropped the bomb on Chloe. "That was black magic. You were holding a demonic artifact." Chloe spiraled. "What have I done? I'm not fit to be a hero." Leo grabbed her attention. "Get a grip." He pointed out a crucial detail. Nobody said Subarni had the void mark before. That means Alia's squad burned through that curse during their fight. He continued, "I get it. 30 years ago, they were terrified, but they didn't quit. They fought an unwinnable war until the bitter end." Something clicked in Chloe's mind. The Luminia motto, "Overcome the past, go beyond limits." Leo gave her a knowing nod. She finally got it. She used to just fangirl over Leo, jealous of his effortless cool. Suddenly, Aaliyah reached out, offering her scepter to Chloe. Leo realized something. Thanks to Chloe's attack, the void mark was shattered. Endgame time. Then, the air filled with the sound of spiritual language, and Chloe steeled herself. She was going to break her limits right here, so she wouldn't let her believers down. Leo beamed with pride. The raw power was insane, pure runic mage dialect, just like he used to wield back when he was Kale. It felt nostalgic. But Subarn wasn't waiting around. He charged again. Leo clashed blades with him, full force. Subarni struck with such earth-shattering power that the ground exploded beneath them, and Leo lost. He barely stabilized, catching the punch on his blade, but the impact was brutal, ragdolling him straight into a tree. Subarn scoffed, trash-talking about how weak this so-called hero candidate was. But then, the temperature dropped. The whole battlefield flash froze. Leo looked him dead in the eye and said demons could never touch heroes, past or present. Subarn demanded to know what he meant, but Leo just declared it was game over. Chloe was charging up something massive. Chloe realized that thanks to Leo, she could finally pull off her unique magic. For the first time, she felt pure joy. She unleashed Frozen World, a high-tier spirit spell. Everything within range got instantly iced out, swallowed by mist, and Subarne was turned into a literal statue. Leo walked up casually and shattered the ice, ending Subarn instantly. He grabbed the Grimorio, drove his sword through it, and torched that cursed book. A system notification popped up. Achievement unlocked. Saved the firsts. Bonus rewards secured. And boss defeated. Leo turned to Chloe and hyped her up, admitting that field magic was the one thing he never managed to master. Chloe wanted to come clean to everyone, terrified she'd get expelled, but Leo shut that down immediately. He told her no one kicks out a candidate with her potential. She was going to be a pro hero. Aaliyah rushed in, shouting about how cracked they both were. Dina called them true heroes, and Leo gave the credit right back to the squad. Chloe thanked Alia for lending her the scepter, admitting they only won because of that gear. But when she tried to return it, Alia refused. She told Chloe to keep it. Dina agreed, saying it was the least they could do for saving their lives. Dina handed over her sword too. Suddenly, Albie burst onto the scene, screaming for his sister. Chloe whispered how weird it was seeing him so young. Leo just marveled at the time travel, 30 years in the past. Albie frantically asked if she was okay. Alia nodded. The rescue team had arrived just in time, and she mentioned meeting someone who reminded her of him. Mission accomplished. Albie's world cleared. Prologue. Sedmore incident. Chloe felt lucky to be alive, but as they looked around, the scenery started dissolving. Chloe realized the heroic world was collapsing, but Leo spotted one last thing. A status window. He snagged an extra clear reward. Personal belongings. After Albie cried his eyes out, Leo woke up back in the infirmary. Professor Albie was there, overflowing with gratitude for saving everyone, and asked him to thank Miss Muller too. He left quickly. Moments later, the director walked in, telling Leo to stay in bed, asking how he was holding up. Leo said he felt totally normal. The director cut to the chase. What exactly went down in there? Was it linked to Chloe's Grimorio? Leo asked if he already knew the score. The director admitted he confirmed student Liusen bought his summoning catalyst from the exact same shady dealer where Chloe got her book. He knew the Black Grimorio was a tool of the demon god. He explained these tools are crystallized fragments of Erebus. Leo realized that while demons use them as power-ups, for anyone else, it destroys their mind. Leo decided to spill the tea. He broke down the entire story, start to finish. After hearing the debrief, the director asked if Leo thought the demon god tool could glitch the heroic world itself. Leo nodded. The heroic dungeon only stabilized once he smashed the Grimorio fragment. That was their working theory. Suddenly, Chloe woke up in a panic, spotting the director. He told her to chill and stay down. He called in Irina, who was carrying a bundle. The director wanted answers about the loot. Chloe had Alia's staff, and the director pointed out that items shouldn't physically exist. He needed to know how they got this gear. Watching her reaction, he realized Chloe didn't get a system reward notification. It was the same pattern as the entrance exam and the Sedmore incident. Heroic worlds aren't supposed to drop loot based on strategy. Rewards are usually tied to the world's owner. But that rule just got broken. Leo asked if the reward from the Elf King Pact was a repeatable drop. He admitted that's what he got at the end. The director asked if they were 100% sure it was a strategy reward. Leo said yes, but suspected it was a glitch, caused when the world turned into a dungeon. Leo figured since they were going to downplay the incident, they'd keep this quiet. The director confirmed it. Miss Mueller seemed totally clueless about the anomaly. The plan was strictly hush-hush. The director confirmed that Miss Mueller was completely out of the loop on this one. It was a solo drop, a reward granted exclusively to Leo. Chloe chimed in, admitting that Leo was probably the MVP who carried the whole team to the finish line. Rewards were set to drop based on individual contribution stats. The director wrapped it up, deciding that under these specific circumstances, he would launch a covert investigation into this phenomenon. As for the personal loot, that would be returned to the families of those involved once the case is officially closed. And the demon god business, that stays strictly classified top secret. Visibly rattled, Chloe pressed for the why. The director dropped a truth bomb. The enemy isn't just lurking outside the walls, they're inside too. They had both been through the ringer and desperately needed some downtime. Chloe turned toward Leo, shyly, a soft blush painting her cheeks. She gazed down, fingers interlaced and fidgeting nervously, feeling the urge to finally spill something major. Leo caught the sudden vibe shift too serious and looked surprised. Chloe took a deep breath, turning an even deeper shade of red as she tried to start, barely managing to squeak out a single word. But bam! The door flew open right at that critical second. Chelsea, Celia, and Thomas burst in, hype levels maxed out that Leo was finally awake, completely wrecking the romantic tension. The director made a brief cameo, warmly greeting the rowdy squad. His presence sent a mix of thrill and jitters rippling through the hero candidates. Flashing a grin, he dropped the news. A massive victory party was going down the very next night. He also added a side quest. Anyone lacking formal drip needed to hit up Luminia City before the event. Teasing them about their youthful stamina, he left Leo and Chloe to lock eyes. She echoed the word, party, processing the plot twist. While the air hung heavy with thick tension and words left unsaid. Cut to a bougie ballroom lit by massive gold chandeliers. A booming voice welcomed the crowd, kicking off the bash for everyone who survived the midterms. Close-up shot. A polished white shoe stepping onto the gleaming floor. The MC, a guy named Lumbates, announced the arrival of the first wave of hero students. He hyped the crowd, asking who these dashing dudes and lovely ladies kicking things off would be. Thomas and Tate made their grand entrance, decked out in sharp suits. Thomas beamed, calling this party the ultimate loot, while Tate flexed that Luminia Academy was basically easy mode for them. The gala was in full swing, everyone looking fly, chatting by tables stacked with food, and soaking up the sophisticated vibes under the chandelier glow. Thomas and Tate were already chowing down when Thomas wondered why their squad hadn't shown up yet. Tate cracked a joke that at Luminia, heroes don't get a pass for being late. Thomas looked up, caught off guard by new arrivals. Lumbates enthusiastically announced the next duo. Eliana stepped out, absolutely slaying in a dazzling gold gown, accompanied by Neela, who was rocking an elegant silver-white dress. The MC hyped their beauty as they glided in gracefully. Thomas and Tate pulled comical faces, nearly doing a spit take with their food. As the girls walked by, still shook, Thomas tried a clumsy compliment, while Eliana teased him, and Neela fought back a smile. Lumbates, keeping the energy high, pointed dramatically to the entrance again. This time, he introduced two heavy hitters, representing the pride of the mighty Lordaeron Empire. Abad and Chelsea Llewellyn strutted in with pure attitude, dripping in dark blue and silver. The crowd murmured, impressed by their noble aura. Someone even whispered Princess at Chelsea, clocking her status. Then Lumbates queued up the next pair. Leo appeared, looking sharp in a formal white jacket, escorted by Celia Serdinger, who was stunning in a bold red dress. Celia silently cheered herself for picking, a color that matched Leo's vibe perfectly. From their table, Neela and Eliana were shook seeing them together. Neela excitedly pointed out the class prez, while Eliana echoed the title in disbelief. Leo waved with confidence, basking in the spotlight. The party rolled on with applause from classmates like Neela and Thomas, who were hyping up their squad leader. On stage, the hostess Ariana beamed with high energy, asking if everyone was feeling the vibe. Thomas yelled back with exaggerated hype, while other students laughed and partied hard. One student, however, silently prayed for a rescue from the hostess's overwhelming energy as she kept the momentum going, loving the crowd's reaction. Surrounded by floral aesthetics, Ariana gushed about seeing the students having a blast, but suddenly she struck a dramatic pose, pointing seriously at the audience. She announced it was time to drop the midterm exam results. The good vibes at Leo's table evaporated instantly. Thomas practically melted into a puddle of despair. Wondering how anyone could actually vibe after that mess, Leo knew the truth. He was the prodigy. While the room was sweating bullets, Ariana gripped the mic, let out a soft chuckle, and admitted they saw this reaction coming a mile away, especially from this grind-heavy squad. She threw up 3 fingers, dropping the bomb that only the top 3 from each major would get their shine tonight. The full receipts would come from the profs tomorrow. Then, a cue flashed from the stage, signaling 2 professors to step up and drop the winners list. First up, the absolute heartthrob, Professor Allen, took the stage. From her seat, Eliana let out a total fangirl sigh. Just seeing the legendary Knight of the Frozen Sea in the flesh, Allen gave major props to the students for crushing their exams, and kicked things off with the top dogs of the cavalry department. The big screen lit up, flashing a slick animation with the leaderboard. Celia Schrodinger snatched first place, followed by Duran, Moira, and Senia. Professor Allen read the roll call with that formal icy cool, locking in Celia, Duran, and Senia as the MVPs of the midterm evaluation. But at her table, Celia looked deep in thought. Staring into space, she was probably hoping to spot Leo's name on that leaderboard. However, peeping Leo, looking totally unbothered while sipping his drink, she realized shockingly he wasn't in the lineup. Next, Professor Allen stepped to the mic with pure confidence to drop the stats for the magic department. He revealed the top tier. Abad, Chelsea, and Emo had secured the bag. Chelsea whipped her head toward Leo, confused as hell that his name was nowhere to be found. But Leo, he didn't even flinch, shooting her a chill look that screamed, "It's not that deep." Thomas leaned in too, whispering, clearly stressing over another major absence. Chloe Mueller, usually a top ranker, was ghosted from the magic list. Celia shot a glance at Chloe, who was sitting right there. Both of these heavy hitters had been mysteriously scrubbed from the official rankings, sparking major silent suspicion across the room. Chloe looked down, hiding a tiny smile. That was impossible to read. Zero disappointment on her face about the snub. Internally, Professor Allen recalled Chloe had been under investigation for that messy magic grimoire incident, despite her insane talent. Suddenly, Professor Seaton stood up with full drama, pointing straight at Chloe and shouting with passion that in his book, she was the real #1 in magic studies. Professor Harry just sighed, clearly used to his colleagues' extra behavior. On stage, Allen smirked slightly, amused by the outburst. Meanwhile, Celia gave Chloe a gentle shoulder pat, who looked back, blushing but vibing with the support. Then, the brilliant Professor Yura took the stage to drop the results for the summoning department. All hype, she hyped up her students, triggering cheers mostly from the fanboys. On the screen, the names of the summoning elites popped up: Walden, Elisa, and Jordan. As Yura read the list, Celia scanned the room again. She looked way more stressed, realizing Leo wasn't on a single leaderboard that had been dropped. From his seat, Abad Welling noticed too, arms crossed, silently wondering why Leo had been ghosted. The host, Ariana, returned to center stage, flashing $1 million smile. She asked if the crowd was still vibing, then pivoted to the night's biggest flex, the student with the highest overall score, who would also be crowned the academic rep of the year. The tension spiked. Cameras zoomed in on the expectant faces of Celia, Abad, and Walden. Ariana held a dramatic pause before dropping the verdict. Finally, with maximum hype, she screamed the name of the top student, Leo. Leo looked up calmly, looking totally unsurprised. Thomas and Chelsea exploded into cheers. As his name echoed, a mix of polite applause and confused faces spread across the hall. The main screen blasted his name in H, right above his table, cutting the applause short. Suddenly, a hand shot up from a nearby table. An annoyed voice called out. Imo Luchan, who took third in Magic, stood up, absolutely fuming, demanding answers. He questioned how Leo could possibly be the G.O.A.T. when he hadn't even cracked the top ranking of a single department. Leo just chilled, rocking a subtle smirk while the crowd started buzzing like a kicked hornet's nest. Everyone was throwing shade, wondering how a nobody with zero clout bagged the top prize. Up on stage, Ariana looked like she was about to pass out. She stuttered into the mic, swearing there was a method to the madness, and a specific reason for the choice. She was practically melting under the spotlight, looking totally lost in the sauce. The room went dead silent, waiting for the tea. Then, in a heartbeat, her whole vibe flipped. Her eyes rolled back white, radiating pure rage energy, and she screamed into the mic like a banshee. She literally morphed into that terrifying old lady everyone knows, Grandma Tenny. Shaking her fist at the crowd, she started roasting the disrespectful students alive, demanding they shut up and listen to the facts. Meanwhile, the teachers, Seaton and Harry, were loving the show. Harry cracked a joke about Grandma Tenny hijacking Ariana's body again. Seaton chuckled in agreement as the possessed host dropped the first truth bomb. Double majors like Leo? You can't rank them in just one lane because their hybrid skills break the grading scale. Take Eliana Leiden. She mixes magic and swordplay. She might not be number one in either category solo, but mastering both makes her a total beast. And point number 2? She pointed a finger and made it clear. Leo wrecked the curve for every single freshman. He scored the highest in the combined practical, covering both hero tactic plus and straight-up combat. Imol Lushan tried to clap back, claiming other kids did just as good in parts of that insane exam. Ariana shut him down cold, calling him clueless, before revealing Leo didn't just pass, he went God mode. It happened during that nightmare mission in the Hero Kingdom. Then she dropped the bombshell that killed all the noise. Leo was the one who soloed the demon Suberne. The whole class just sat there, jaws on the floor, stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Leo looked bored. His red eyes just glowed as he quietly took the credit for saving everyone's bacon. Eliana and Thomas stared at him from across the room, brains buffering. When Eliana finally found her voice, she whispered, barely believing it. Did he actually take down Suberne? Thomas was just as shook. He did that solo? He asked. Next to Chloe, Leo just leaned back and closed his eyes, saying absolutely nothing, keeping that mysterious main character energy. Up on stage, the Grandma Tenny spirit suddenly vanished. Ariana looked drained and totally confused, like she woke up from a trance. She tried to stammer out an explanation, but Professor Seaton stepped in smoothly, saying enough tea had been spilled and the students got the picture. He officially wrapped up the awards and told everyone to get back to partying. The tension in the room finally snapped. Over at the staff table, Yura sliced her steak, looking cool as a cucumber. She called Len by his first name, ready to get into the real talk about the rankings. She asked the big question, what happens if we actually ranked the double majors with everyone else? Len got serious, admitting it would have been total anarchy, especially for the magic department. He explained that if they counted guys like Leo, every single person on the magic list would drop down at least one spot. Yura paused, suddenly realizing what he meant. So, the real top magic student is. Len confirmed it. It's Leo. Professor Allen, hearing that, whipped his head around. Then it clicked for Yura, the same logic applied to summoning. Len wouldn't even look at Allen, while Allen muttered that Leo was basically the best at everything. Yura was floored. Allen had to admit that trying to sweep first place in every single specialty wasn't just a pipe dream anymore. Len stepped up, saying he wanted to mentor Leo in magic, but Yura wasn't having it. She slammed the table, arguing that Leo's summoning skills were way rarer and worth more. Then Allen, sighed at both of them, and dropped his 2 cents. Leo looks cooler with a sword. That instantly sparked another argument. Meanwhile, adjunct professors, Carlos and Anna watched the Len-Yura-Allen drama escalate, looking totally exhausted. They just shook their heads, burnt out by the debate. The next day in class, Thomas was face-planted on his desk, dead to the world. Chelsea stared him down, deadpan. She muttered that he was literally the first guy in history to look hungover from drinking orange juice. Professor Harry marched in, parchment clutched in his fist. He took center stage and killed the chatter instantly. Slicing through the morning buzz, he stood by the massive world map. It was finally time to drop the deets on the academic excursion. Destination? The deep elven territories. Eliana and Tate were practically vibrating with hype. Eliana chirped about picking their own spot, while Tate was already daydreaming about some fruit-filled fantasy forest. But Professor Harry didn't hesitate. He slammed his pointer onto the frigid northern edge of the map. Then he dropped the bomb. Elsia, northern elf territory. Just like that, Thomas, Eliana, and Tate froze. Their faces screamed absolute devastation. Here's the tea. Elsia is a tiny, isolated freeze box. Winter there isn't a season. It's a permanent lifestyle. Eliana went off, whining at top volume about being dragged to the middle of nowhere. Tate backed her up, calling it a huge mistake. But Harry just shrugged and pointed the finger at their class president, Leo. His call, Eliana whipped around, eyes wide, demanding answers. Leo just stood there, arms crossed, completely unbothered. Thomas got right in his face. Why, dude? Seriously, why? Leo didn't even blink. He coolly advised everyone to stock up on gear in Luminia City before they headed out. Reality hit Eliana hard. She was going to need heavy-duty winter gear, starting with some serious gloves. Chelsea nodded in agreement. A thick winter coat wasn't a want anymore. It was a survival need. Meanwhile, Leo was deep in thought. To humans, Elfsia was just a frozen wasteland. But he knew the truth. It was a sacred fairy sanctuary. A memory flashed in his mind. The Fairy King, Silroad, grinning in a lush, green paradise, waiting for guests alongside a tiny fairy companion. Cut to later. Leo and Neela stood by the massive fountain in Luminia's central plaza. Time to prep. Leo split the workload like a pro. He'd handle the food and general gear. Neela was on potion duty. Leo made a beeline for the local butcher shop. He flashed 3 fingers at the butcher, locking in a deal for a mountain of meat. He stepped out of another shop, throwing a casual wave to the merchant. Bag secured. Strolling down a sun-drenched street, he took a breath, feeling good about the haul. Then, the vibe shifted instantly. He froze. Something was off. He stared down a narrow alley marked Street 13, the infamous Curaçao district. He knew the rep danger zone. Face hardening, he walked straight into the shadows. He stopped in front of Lutek. This was the exact spot where Louisan and Chloe scored those dark magic artifacts. Leo dropped his backpack on the steps. It was go time. He pushed the door open, peering into the gloom. His crimson eyes sharpened, cutting through the dark. The place was a wreck. Thick dust, cobwebs, and furniture tossed everywhere like a tornado hit it. But there, sitting perfectly upright on the floor, a teddy bear. Leo scanned the room. Investigators should have cleared this place. But that bear was pristine. Way too sus. What's a cute plushie doing in a cursed dump like this? Blade out. He squared up against the toy. If the cops swept this place, that thing shouldn't exist. Suddenly, the bear's button eyes flared with a sinister red glow. Dark magic. Massive amounts of it. Was it a mind trap? Before he could decide, the bear twisted violently, exploding into a cloud of black energy. It morphed into a grotesque nightmare. Leo clocked it immediately, demon. He swung his sword at the shadows. Dozens of red eyes stared back from the void. Leo blasted a shield of light magic. A beam of destruction ripped past him. He barely dodged. This wasn't some grunt. This was a high-tier demon lord. The abomination dragged itself fully out of the darkness, eyes blinking. It laughed. A sound like grinding bones. It bragged about rotting minds and casting nightmares. That voice triggered something. Leo's eyes widened. He knew exactly who or what he was fighting. A shapeless blob of terror covered in glowing eyes loomed over him, speaking with pure venom. It sensed Leo's power, his knack for sniffing out curses. Skilled, it sneered, but hardly a threat. Leo's mind raced. The voice, the aura, it all clicked. He remembered this monster from his past life. A cold sweat hit him. This wasn't just a random monster, it was a clone of the demon queen Silatuna, a legendary heavy hitter. A flashback of the queen's true terrifying form flashed in his mind. But this thing? Just a cheap, disposable knockoff. The clone sniffed out Leo's aura instantly, a magic swordsman. It gave a twisted nod of respect to his hybrid skills. But respect didn't mean mercy. It stalked forward, a low growl rumbling in its throat, every step screaming, murder. Boom. Zero warning. It lunged with insane speed, slashing out with massive, mutated talons. Leo ate the hit. He skidded across the floor, grit flying. Yeah, he was definitely out of his league here. Fight or flight? Definitely flight. He snapped back into a defensive stance, eyes darting for an exit while keeping tabs on the beast. The monster loomed over him, dripping some nasty, dark sludge. Pure nightmare fuel. Thanks for the meal, kid, it sneered, voice dripping with malice, playing with its food before the first bite. Its jaws unhinged, ready to snap shut. But then kaboom! Golden light blasted in from the street like a supernova. Leo felt that insane pressure crushing the air. He calmly straightened his tie. Outside, Professor Albie stepped up, lenses flashing with holy energy. Albie raised a hand. Lance of light. Game over. A massive pillar of pure gold energy crashed down from the heavens, smashing through the roof and skewering the demon clone. The thing shrieked as the holy fire burned it alive, sizzling away into nothing. One last choked gurgle, and it was gone. Albie stood there, bathed in that epic, blinding glow. He reached out, and even as it died, the demon realized who it messed with. The cursed eye mage. The clone glitched out, body disintegrating under the pressure, writhing in agony as it faded. Leo didn't flinch. He just stood his ground, watching the fireworks show. The monster roared one last time in pure rage. Leo spun around, shocked by how fast Albie had wrecked the place. Albie looked at the beast like it was something stuck to his shoe. Trash, his eyes said. Gold mana swirled around the professor again, charging up. He wasn't done yet. Two glowing magic circles lit up the floor. The demon actually looked scared now, sensing the nuke incoming. Blinding light everywhere. Albie glared with total contempt. Demonic filth, he spat. The Silatuna copy thrashed, leaking dark smog and screaming curses at Albie's eyes, hating on his fairy-like magic. Albie didn't blink. His golden eye just flared brighter, unfazed. I don't deal with leftovers, he said, voice ice cold. Then he dropped the hammer. Another spear of light blasted through the creature, vaporizing it instantly. The shadows dissolved. Leo stared, shook. That was the raw power of the cursed eye sorcerer. But another title hit him. He wasn't just a mage. He was the Tartarus destroyer. Leo pictured him standing amidst hellfire. It made sense now Albie joined Luminia just to get authorization for demon hunting. Explain, Albie demanded. Leo pointed at the ripped-up plushies scattered on the floor. It spawned from that, Leo said. A cursed teddy bear. Albie grabbed the shredded toy. Mental confusion curse. Silatuna's signature move to cause chaos. A trap to mess with your head. Albie's expression darkened, taking it dead serious. The inspection team is going to have a very bad day, he muttered. How did they miss such dangerous contraband? Gold flakes still floating around him. Albie turned to Leo. I'll ignore your little breaking and entering stunt this time. Consider this a pass, he added, hinting at future help. Since we're fighting the same monsters, he dropped the real reason. You saved my sister, Alia, back in Setmore. Leo paused. He didn't see that personal connection coming. Leo stayed quiet, processing the info. He grabbed his bag, ready to bounce from the now secure shop. On the wall? The crest of House Huron, one of the Academy's big three families. A light bulb went off in Leo's head. If Albie owes him one, maybe he can get access to the Forbidden Library. Outside, Neela was waiting, waving frantically, with a big smile. Got the gear for the trip, she chirped. Then she froze. Whoa, your arm is buzzing with magic. You hurt? She immediately cast a heal spell. Leo shrugged it off. I'm good, thanks. Leo's face was stone cold as he replayed the brawl in his mind. Seeing Silatuna just proved he was right all along. She was the mastermind behind Chloe snagging that dark grimoire. Flash forward 1 week. A massive blue portal pulsed on the Luminia campus, shimmering under the bright sun. The whole squad was gathering for the field trip. Leo stood guard near the rift. Nearby, Nayla and Eliana were locking in their promise. Harry let out a huge yawn just as Celia shouted for Leo, snagging his attention right before launch. Walking up looking totally confused, she hit him with a question. Why pick Elsia? It's basically a freezer. She admitted she hates the cold, but wished him luck anyway. Leo gave a silent nod back, hoping she stayed safe as she walked off. Watching her go, Leo spun around to face his class. He barked orders at Group 5, telling them to gear up and cross the portal. Behind him, Chelsea was hyping up the trip. Right next to her, Thomas was shivering like a leaf, whining loudly about how much he despised the freezing temps. Leo took a decisive step, straight toward the swirling blue energy, locked in and ready to tackle the trek to Elsia. Standing before the rift with Neela, Eliana, Thomas, and Chelsea, Leo dropped the location loud and clear. Elsia, elf territory. They stepped through and boom, instant winter wonderland. Looming ahead was a majestic structure, Serum Academy. But just a few yards away, the vibe was toxic. Two stuck-up elves were bullying a younger guy, roasting him for his background. mocking his mixed blood and cheap clothes. The kid hung his head, totally crushed by the insults raining down. In the freezing air, suddenly, footsteps stomped through the snow. A figure with blazing red hair stormed onto the scene. Runia Rundoa, the first-year rep from a powerhouse family. She ripped into the bullies, demanding they act like they actually belonged to the prestigious Serum bloodline. The ringleader clapped back, asking if Runia was seriously cool with a half-breed. Hanging around and trash-talked his rags. Runia's eyes narrowed. She called their whole act disgusting. The bullies froze, stunned by her intensity. Then her legendary temper flared up. She snapped that if his clothes bothered them so much, they should strip and give him theirs. Terrified, the bullies backed off and scattered, muttering that she was psycho. Taking a breath to chill out, Runia turned to the kid, Luke. She asked why he was dressed so thinly while wrapping her own scarf around him. Luke was super grateful, explaining someone swiped his gear. He took the scarf with a shy smile. Runia immediately started shivering and let out a sneeze, jokingly blaming the bullies for the chill. Luke looked panicked, trying to give the scarf back, but she stopped him with a confident grin, wondering why she was in such a good mood. Luke asked what the hype was about. Runia beamed, announcing her familiar had finally hatched. Luke clapped, genuinely happy for her. She thanked him warmly, but said she had to dip, to finally meet her magic beast. She rushed into an office looking for her dad. Inside, Elon Rundoa, a professor there, greeted her with a smile, but reminded her to keep it professional. He's professor on campus. Elon dropped the confirmation. Farina's offspring was born healthy. Runia practically glowed, eyes sparkling with hype. She begged to see him, but Elon's face suddenly dropped. His voice went deadly serious. As he broke the bad news, the familiar had already bonded with someone else. Runia froze. Her excitement crashed into total confusion. Her elf ears drooped in sadness. Elon tried to explain, mentioning a message from Farina, but Runia slammed her fist on the desk, cutting him off. She screamed, demanding the name of the thief who stole her beast. Meanwhile, the student squad just rolled up to the portal site, which was now powered down. Thomas was whining about the freeze again. Ty shivered right next to him, while Leo just tanked the cold in silence. Professor Harry popped up, wrapped in a fluffy pink blanket. He told them to chill out and not let Elsia's weather wreck them. Harry announced they were in Belchia, the capital, and quizzed them on its history. Chelsea's hand shot up, just as Thomas let out a massive sneeze. She geeked out, explaining Belchia was named after the knight Ada Belcher, a student of the founder, Luna, painting her as a total hero. Leo stood there, mentally fact-checking the story. He remembered back when he, Luna, and Irin actually trained Belche in the ancient days. A faint smirk tugged at his lips, amused that the stuck-up girl he knew was now worshipped as a legendary knight. The professor verified Chelsea's intel, and sure enough, it matched the official records perfectly. He dropped another truth bomb. The Ursar family, descendants of Belchior, ran the local council. Suddenly, silhouettes started piercing through the snowy horizon. They were closing in on the fresh meat. Professor Harry and Thomas locked eyes on the approaching squad. The shapes sharpened into focus. Thomas, sweating bullets, stammered, "You think there's bandits out here?" The professor kept his cool. "Bad news travels anywhere, kid," he replied. From the front lines, a smooth voice cut through the cold, greeting Harry like an old pal he hadn't seen in ages. The strangers marched forward, their dark outlines popping dramatically against the blinding white backdrop. Leading the pack was a total stunner, tall, oozing class, with silver hair and electric blue eyes. He wore a $1 million smile, flanked by a posse of elves dripping in high-end fashion. Eliana and the girls gasped, faces turning 50 shades of red at the sight of this absolute unit. Enter Rune Ursar, council boss, head of House Ursar. He gave Harry the warmest welcome imaginable, claiming he'd been counting down the minutes. Harry smirked at Rune, who looked like he hadn't aged a single day. The guy was timeless. Meanwhile, Eliana was losing it, totally love-struck, clutching her heart like she just met her soulmate in a romance novel. Neela was trying so hard not to crack up at her friend's thirst. Leo, watching the drama unfold, just stared blankly, wondering if Eliana cared that this dude was ancient history. She, thrown off, teased him, "You jealous or something?" Leo shut that down immediately, reminding her that elves have a massive lifespan. Then he hit her with a reality check. Given elf biology, how old do you think Loverboy actually is? Nearby, Harry and Rune shared an amused look as they watched the students' chaotic energy. Rune noted the group had serious main character energy. His assistant, however, pointed out that previous classes were way more chill. Harry shrugged it off. They're just freshmen, still green. Blushing like crazy, Eliana made her move on Rune. She boldly asked for his name and digits, well, his age. Rune grinned at the audacity, realizing he skipped the intros. He smoothly dropped his name, Rune Ursar, big boss of the region's elite family. Then, he casually dropped the bomb. I'm 97, by the way. Eliana froze, glitching in real time. Harry laughed, joking that Rune was barely out of diapers in elf years. Thomas, shaking in his boots, asked if Rune was going to be their chaperone in Elsia. Rune nodded, restating his heavy titles just to let the authority sink in. Thomas went pale as a ghost, shaking Rune's hand with tears in his eyes, thinking he was dead meat. Harry went dark mode, whispering to Thomas, "We need to talk." Cut to a spooky traditional building at sunset. Warm light spilled out of the windows of their school triptychs. But inside, total dump. Spiderwebs everywhere, dust inches thick, and a mouse strutting across the floor like it owned the place. Thomas and Chelsea were horrified. Thomas wanted to bail, and Chelsea straight up refused to sleep in that nightmare. Eliana just smirked at Leo, asking, "You saw this coming, didn't you?" and asked if he had a plan B. Leo nodded. He knew it was going to be trash, so he'd already prepped a glamping setup outside. Before the riot started, Thomas flipped a switch, acting weirdly hype and telling everyone to unpack, hyping up the shack like it was a 5-star hotel. Later, the crew gathered in the main hall. Some chilled upstairs, while the downstairs crew complained about freezing, joking they'd turn into snowmen if they stepped out. Suddenly, footsteps creaked on the old stairs. Thomas and Tide were creeping up like ninjas. Mission: raid the girls' dorm. But the second they hit the landing, they froze. Blocking their path was Chelsea, pajamas on, hair rollers in, looking lethal. She brandished a toothbrush, like a glowing magic sword. Bam! She blasted a wind spell that launched them, and a bunch of bystanders right down the hallway. Leo watched the carnage from a doorway, cool as a cucumber, noting that despite the chaos, everyone was actually having a blast. He wasn't vibing with the chaos, so he ghosted the crowd to explore solo. Pushing the door open, he stepped straight into the biting cold of the elven night. Just as he was about to make his exit, a voice sharp enough to cut glass froze him in his tracks. "Mr. Leo." A blonde elf stood waiting for him, dripping in a pristine white and gold uniform that screamed high status. Her posture was rigid, pure military discipline. She dropped the bomb. Rune Ursar, the head honcho of House Ursar, demanded a face-to-face. Right now. Leo took a split second to process this curveball, glancing at the cold scenery outside before the scene cut to Rune's private office. The room was buried in books. The elf looked up from a mountain of paperwork, flashing a welcoming smile and gesturing for Leo to enter. He apologized for the sudden invite, begging for just a few minutes to wrap up his work. Leo, keeping it chill, told him not to sweat it. While the old elf scribbled away, Leo decided to do a little vibe check on the decor. Ancient swords, a battle-worn shield, an old-school globe. It looked like a museum in there. But then, one artifact locked his focus, an ornate dagger, mounted proudly on the wall. Leo's red eye flared with instant recognition. He barely breathed the name, Irkin, a weapon tied to the deepest roots of his past life. Rune flinched, visibly shook. "How do you know that name?" That history was top secret, family eyes only info. Leo, realizing he slipped up, smooth-talked his way out. "Read it in the Luminia library." Rune bought the lie. After all, that library holds secrets from basically everywhere. Leo stepped closer, sensing a faint hum of solar energy, but it felt hollow. No real power, just an empty shell. His mind flashed back, rewinding to the true history of the real Irkin. The memory played out in 4K clarity. Past Leo saw Kale chilling by the fire. Irin was flexing a dagger he'd crafted for Luna. She called Kale over to hype up the gift. Kale lowered his book, threw a bored glance, and absolutely roasted it. "Looks like a knife stolen from a goblin." Savage. Luna was furious. Then, the memory shifted. Luna gifted that dagger to her star pupil, Belcha Ursar, right before the final raid on Tartarus. But Belcha lost the weapon, a mistake that broke Luna's heart. Snapping back to reality, Rune explained that the dagger on the wall was just a replica, a trophy, his ancestor, scored in a heroic simulation. He dropped some lore. "These weapons are soul-bound to the winner. Nobody else can wield them." That clicked for Leo. That's why the blade felt dead. It was an object with no soul. Rune motioned for him to sit. Leo took the chair, keeping his composure, and confirmed the intel that Professor Harry had leaked was legit. Leo was officially the first-year general representative at Luminia Academy. Rune looked awkward, clearly embarrassed to be asking for a favor 5 minutes into meeting him. He confessed he had a weird request. Leo stayed silent, letting the suspense build. The council leader dropped the tea. He wanted Leo to meet his granddaughter. He hoped Leo's aura might fix her attitude. She was also a first-year student, enrolled at the elite Serum Academy in the capital. She crushed the entrance exams, sure, but afterwards, she completely checked out. Zero motivation, total academic burnout. It was stressing the family out. Rune slid a small, fancy key across the desk. Leo hesitated. Was it cool to just walk into someone's private room? Whatever. He took the quest item and headed for the marked door. He turned the key gently, pushed it open, and wow, complete disaster zone. Clothes, books, and loose papers carpeted every inch of the floor. Leo coughed, waving away the dust hanging in the air. But what really caught his eye were the posters plastered chaotically over every piece of furniture. He zoomed in. They were fan art and portraits of the legendary heroes. It hit him immediately. The girl living in this pigsty was a hardcore stan. A smirk tugged at his lips. Hero collectors weren't rare, but this girl's obsession level was off the charts. Yet, inside an open closet, a Serum Academy uniform hung perfectly pressed, a stark contrast to the trash tornado around it. Suddenly, a groggy voice mumbled from the bed. She thought it was her grandpa. A young elf, Irin Ursar Serum's #2 ranked student, sat up, rubbing sleep from her eyes, whining about the wake-up call. Leo stood in the doorway like a statue while she, totally oblivious, rose from her nest of clutter. Her vision cleared. She saw him. Her face went from sleepy to terrified in a nanosecond. She let out a high-pitched scream and dove under her blanket like a turtle retreating into its shell. Leo coolly pointed at a book about Kale, signaling he was sent by her grandpa. Slowly, cautiously, she peeked out from the fabric fortress. Irin looked like a nervous caterpillar inching out of a cocoon. Leo waited, patient as a saint, and picked up the book about his past self. Wondering how the elves spun his story, he started reading a passage about the campaign out loud. Way up in the northern mountains, Leo scanned the files, totally impressed. He gave props to how tight the organization was, respecting the serious hustle behind her collection. The room was a disaster zone, but Irin, still buried in her blanket fort, shyly asked if he shared her obsession with heroes. The second he nodded, her eyes lit up like fireworks. She hit him with the big question. Did he know the Battle of Darnos? That legendary raid where a squad of heroes teamed up to wreck a demon. Leo answered cool as ice, noting that was the exact moment Luna dropped star magic. For the very first time, he was flexing deep lore. Irin was instantly hyped. In her headspace, Leo was already looking like a hero straight out of the comics she loved. Then, the cringe hit her for yapping so much. Irin introduced herself, apologizing for going full stan mode in front of a stranger. Leo just hit her with a chill smile, saying the ancient heroes would definitely be stoked that someone was keeping their legacy alive with that much fire. Irin perked up and spilled her secret theory. She was convinced the history books were lying. They skipped a fifth great hero, and the official records were full of holes. She declared her main quest was to join a club and track down the fallen legend, solo style. Leo thought that was a killer idea, but the second the topic switched to school, Irin's energy flatlined. Her face went dark as reality hit. Leo caught the vibe shift and asked her point blank, if she was this passionate, why wasn't she at the academy? Irin shrank back, admitting she didn't feel like Seirun Academy was her scene. She had major imposter syndrome, convinced her dreams were just kid stuff compared to her classmates' serious ambitions. But Leo's eyes locked onto her uniform. It was crisp, perfectly maintained. That detail screamed the truth. She hadn't actually quit. He mentioned that his class was on a field trip nearby, and honestly, his squad would probably lose their minds meeting her and hearing these theories. Irin was stunned into silence, brain short-circuiting at the idea of hanging out with other students. Leo stood up, straightened his fit, and mentioned that humans have hero academies too, basically the same setup as Seirun. He signed off with a friendly wave, daring her to come check out the Luminia students herself if she was curious. But when he swung the door open, he ran smack into Rune, Irin's grandpa, who looked totally shook. Rune, staring in disbelief, asked if he had really just held a full conversation with his granddaughter for that long. Leo kept his cool, confirming the news without flinching. Rune, on the other hand, was a total mess, wiping away tears and muttering that Irin hadn't opened up like that in months. Overflowing with gratitude, Rune tried to pay Leo back with a rare magic item. Leo accepted the loot not out of greed, but because saying no would have been a major slap in the face. He led Leo into the family vault, a room absolutely stacked with gold bars and ancient relics. Pick your poison, Rune gestured. Leo's eyes scanned the room, ignoring the flashy bling. His gaze locked onto one specific item. He pointed at it instantly. Rune blinked, explaining it was just an old jewel, a vintage piece from 1,000 years ago with a tiny fairy carved inside. Rune mumbled something about it having a special purpose. Leo took the gift, playing it cool. But the second that glowing gem hit his palm, he knew the world had it all wrong. Everyone thought it was just a fancy sculpture, but Leo saw the truth hidden in plain sight. That wasn't art. That was a literal, living fairy, dormant inside the golden amber. Cut to the dorms. Professor Harry gathered the squad in the main hall to drop the itinerary for the field trip. He didn't sugarcoat it. This wasn't a vacation. It was boot camp. We're talking 6 a.m. Forest drills to start the day, followed by hardcore missions. Eliana went ballistic immediately. screaming that this was supposed to be a fun trip, not a military death march. Harry stayed chill, reminding them, "We're here to train, not roast marshmallows." Then he dropped the real bomb. "Don't blame me." Leo wrote the schedule. Leo just smirked from the back. "What?" "The forest is a prime PvP zone for combat practice." He basically dared them to keep up. Eliana shut her mouth, realizing she was totally outmatched by his intensity. Harry dismissed the class, telling them to enjoy their last few hours of freedom before the grind started. Later, Leo was chilling on his bed, staring down that amber gem Rune gave him. He clocked the seal immediately. That was Fairy King magic. No wonder nobody else knew what was inside. The king's contractor vanished ages ago, so there wasn't a single elf left who could crack that code. But to Leo, this energy was nostalgic. It screamed Silroad, his old buddy from back in the day. Remembering an old vow, Leo knew it was time to pay up. He focused his mana. Crack. Golden light flooded the room, the seal shattered, and a tiny fairy woke up right in his hand. Glowing with a soft green vibe, the little guy stretched out, thinking, "Finally, thanks for the bailout, Dad." Then he spotted Leo. Mood shift. "Who the hell are you, human? And why are you touching me?" He puffed out his tiny chest, dropping the name, Irin, the eldest son, the heir to the Fairy King. He stood there, waiting for the applause. Leo's reaction? A flick to the forehead. Thwack. The fairy spun out, totally stunned and rubbing his head. "Your dad had manners." Leo deadpans. Irin lost it and tried to bite Leo's finger. With a headbutt? Brave? Yes. Effective? Absolutely not. Once the dizziness stopped, Irin trembled. "Wait, are you the chosen one?" Leo nodded, and Irin flipped the script instantly. Suddenly, a human partner didn't sound so bad. Leo patted the little guy's head. He figured this kid must have been a total nightmare for his dad to lock him up. Meanwhile, Irin tried to look cool again. "You look legit," Irin admitted. Leo cut to the chase. "Great. Take me to your kingdom. I need to summon the king." "Hard pass," Irin said. "I can't go back until I find my 6 missing wings." He suggested they start searching the forest. Leo grinned. Fate really just dropped Silroad's kid in his lap at the perfect moment. Next morning, the sun rose over jagged, snow-capped mountains. Cinematic vibes. Professor Harry marched the class to the edge of the fairy forest. It was deep, white, gorgeous, and terrifying. Everyone was bundled up, staring at the view. Cut to Chelsea face down in the snow. She was in shock, mumbling, "He beat me. With just wind magic?" A hand reached down. It was Leo. He pulled her up with a smirk that said, "Looks like someone skipped leg day." Flashback to Eliana getting in Leo's face earlier, totally salty. "You're seriously making us do sword drills and magic training on a field trip?" she demanded. She was furious about being singled out. Leo? He didn't even look up from his clipboard. The whole squad, including Thomas and Ty, started rioting against the brutal schedule. Thomas is definitely salty, fuming because Leo called out his total lack of control over his summoned beasts. Then Chelsea jumps in, dragging up old beef about how Leo roasted her wind magic knowledge back during the entrance exam. She's done talking. She challenges him to a duel right there to flex her true power. Leo accepts the heat with a single, chill word, which honestly just spikes Chelsea's anxiety, because she knows Leo is the type of guy who always plays above the level. Chelsea braces for impact. She knows the meta. Attack first or get crushed before you can even react. She unleashes a massive wind vortex, launching Leo backward, but he read that move a mile away. Stone-faced, he summons a dark, crimson energy that erupts from his hand, smashing head-on into Chelsea's magic. From the sidelines, Eliana watches, totally shook. Chelsea is legendary for her casting speed, but Leo is matching her rhythm without even breaking a sweat. Chelsea refuses to fold, conjuring magical wind chains to lock her opponent down. They swirl around him, but Leo doesn't even flinch. He locks eyes with her, says her name with a creepy level of calm, and suddenly, that dark red aura starts cloaking him. A signature smirk hits his face like everything is going exactly according to his script. He remembers the warning he gave earlier, and with a casual flick, he shatters the chains into nothing, using a burst of his own raw power to school her. Leo clenches his fist and unleashes his own remix of the wind spell, a concentrated spear of dark energy that screams past Chelsea, missing her by inches. Her eyes can barely track it as it obliterates some trees in the distance. And for the final disrespect, the shockwave knocks a pile of snow off a branch, burying her completely. She stands there, frozen, face pale with humiliation after taking such a fast absolute L. Leo sheathes his blade like a boss, while a phantom wind dragon swirls behind him, slowly fading to mist. Chelsea, brain still short-circuiting, can't decide if the magic she just witnessed is even legal. Cut to the present. They shake hands while the rest of the class stares, trying to compute how their class rep is this OP. Professor Harry drops the truth bomb. Chelsea has raw power, Sure, but Leo's deep understanding of wind mechanics is what clinched the win. He tells the squad to focus on mastering their current skills and to follow Leo's lead if they want to level up their basics. They agree to the training, but Eliana and Thomas are already whining about being freezing and starving, morale completely in the trash. Later, the herb gathering quest kicks off. Leo stands solo on a snowy trail, ready to push deeper into the massive fairy forest. His official job is collecting herbs, and he's already got one bagged. He grins, knowing his teammates are too gassed to keep exploring, which gives him the perfect cover to investigate on his own terms. Suddenly, Kieran, the bite-sized fairy prince, pops up carrying a stack of herbs, flexing his efficiency. Leo gives him props, but Kieran is like, "Please, I'm not just some random fairy." After stashing the loot in the magic bag, Leo announces the real mission is starting, hunting down the lost fairy wings. With Kieran perched on his shoulder, Leo treks through the white wasteland until he freezes in his tracks. The fairy asks why the pit stop, and Leo gets serious, describing a high-level illusion cloaking the entire forest. He recognizes the mana signature. It's similar to the Fairy King's magic, but slightly twisted. He realizes the source is ancient energy activated 100 years ago, right when Kieran got exiled. Conclusion? The fairy wings are being used as the core for this spell. Just then, a menacing voice cuts through the shadows. Crunch, crunch. Heavy footsteps in the snow make Leo and Kieran spin around, sensing pure malice. A skeletal figure steps out from the tree line, demanding to know what a human is doing on elven turf. Leo claps back that the weird part is a walking corpse being here. The creature lets out a dry, rattling laugh, claiming the forest is now under the dark influence of Tartaros. Kieran loses it, screaming that this is a sacred sanctuary and demanding answers. The skeleton looks down on him with total disdain, mocking the entire fairy race as weak. That insult hits a nerve. Kieran explodes with green energy and launches himself at the creature like a magic missile. The skeleton's red eye flares with malice as it watches the frontal assault. Brave? Yes. Effective? Nope. Kieran faceplants nearby, ranting about the enemy's ego. Leo just sighs at the fairy's lack of chill. Kieran tries to defend his move, but realizes his life magic is getting corrupted by the enemy's death energy. The creature explains that even a low-tier fairy acts like a living battery, making the corruption hit way harder. The air turned thick with this nasty green and black miasma. Kieran gagged, covering his nose to block out the stench of death. Meanwhile, the skeletal warrior hoisted its massive blade, charging it with dark energy for a kill shot. A crimson aura exploded around the monster as it wound up to absolutely obliterate the fairy. Leo's eyes flashed with a deadly glint as he screamed at Kieran to move. The blade came down like a guillotine, shattering the earth exactly where the fairy had been a split second ago. The undead juggernaut stood unshakable, wreathed in corruption. Kieran, trembling like a leaf, watched a shockwave of darkness rushing straight for him. But right before impact, a glowing sphere scooped him up and whisked him to safety. He landed on Leo's thigh, terrified, but still breathing. Leo kept his cool, explaining this opponent was an ancient horror from Tartaros, a nightmare from a forgotten era. He dropped the bombshell. It's a death knight. The skeleton bellowed its name, Kargor, loyal dog to the great Rayleigh. It raised the cursed sword, ready for round 2. He gripped that colossal weapon, which was humming with malice as he prepped another devastating strike against Leo and Kieran. In response, Leo unsheathed his blade, unleashing a crimson flare that sliced right through the gloom. Leo squared up against the towering undead figure, but Kargor radiated such a lethal killing intent that a pressure wave literally shook the air. Kieran, freaking out, clung to his shoulder for dear life. Kargor swung with brutal force, but Leo stopped it cold with a shield of condensed blue energy. The knight staggered back, unable to process that a measly human could pull off such a powerful defense in a heartbeat. Shaking off the shock, he launched a furious follow-up, but Leo parried it effortlessly, sending a shower of sparks flying. Kargor scoffed, claiming resistance was pointless. Watching the clash, Kieran bravely jumped in to help, but got swatted like a fly, hitting the dirt in frustration. As Kieran scrambled up, holy fire ignited around him. It wasn't the enemy's doing, it was Leo. The knight felt a colossal new power surge onto the battlefield. Wings of pure flame erupted from Leo's back, bathing him in legendary light. Kieran stared, jaw dropped, realizing that Leo was also a spirit contractor. Leo called forth an ancient entity. A titanic bird made of roaring flames loomed behind him. Kargor, panicking, raised his sword to block the torrent of holy fire. When the smoke cleared, a tiny, fiery bird, a mini phoenix, perched on Leo's shoulder. Kieran stared in disbelief, mind blown that he was looking at a real phoenix. The bird, annoyed by the staring, started pouting while Leo watched with an amused smirk. Kargor, realized the danger. Two beings of pure life energy were poison to his cursed existence. He stabbed his sword into the ground, unleashing his ult, summoning a horde of skeletons from the cursed earth. The dead rose with glowing red eyes. Leo watched, unfazed, while Chiron taunted him, thinking he was out of juice. But Leo flashed a cocky grin, flaring with blue aura, revealing he was tapping into Kale's mana, which the phoenix chirped at happily. Leo triggered an earthquake that rocked the ground, absolutely obliterating the front line of skeletons. Kargor and his remaining troops could only watch, helpless as their army was reduced to dust. Then, Leo slammed the ground, unleashing a secret technique from his past life, a vortex of energy that sucked in and shredded the rest of the undead. The knight begged for an honorable duel, but Leo reminded him he just summoned a whole army 2 seconds ago, so that request was garbage. Knowing he was outmatched, Leo made a tactical retreat. A red flash wrapped around him as he fled the battle, leaving the knight and his soldiers in the dust. With the immediate threat gone, Leo let out a heavy sigh, telling his magical buddies to get in the bag while he hunted for a safe spot. He mulled over the situation, wondering why Tartaros would send a dark knight to a forest that's supposed to be peaceful. A low growl cut his thoughts short. A straggler skeleton that survived the vortex stepped out from the trees. Leo spun around, hand on his hilt, ready to finish it. But, before he could twitch, the skeleton was sliced to ribbons by an invisible, high-speed attack from an unknown figure. Leo froze, loosening his tie and putting his game face on. An elf in a crisp white uniform appeared in front of him, accusing him of summoning the monster. Leo pegged him as a Sauron Academy student immediately. Even though he denied it, the elf didn't buy it and lunged. Leo sidestepped the sloppy, rushed attack with zero effort. Looking annoyed, he grabbed the elf's wrist and smashed him with the pommel of his sword, dropping him to his knees, pinned down in a split second. Then, a chill voice cuts through the tension. Out steps a girl with flowing crimson hair from the tree line. She introduces herself as Runia, dropping a quick apology for her partner's mess. She's practically begging him not to judge every student at Siren Academy based on this one clown. Leo brushes it off with a nod. What's a Siren student doing out in the boonies? Runia says it's practical training. Leo mentions he's just on a school field trip. As she leaves, she hits him with a traditional elven salute, praying for the Belchia forest to watch over him. Runia Rundoa, Leo mutters, the name ringing a bell. Meanwhile, as they walk away, Runia is absolutely shaking her clumsy partner, mortified by the scene he caused in front of the guy he attacked for zero reason. Smash cut to the Grand Hall. Runia, Professor Harry, and Leo are briefing the Elven Council on the Death Knight incident. Runia confirms monsters are popping up in the sanctuary, but luckily, the demonic corruption isn't critical yet. Harry steps up for Leo, swearing the kid doesn't lie and warning them that jumping to conclusions is a recipe for disaster. Enter Gerdium Wing's stern face, glasses, zero chill. He's the top prof of Seirun's advanced class. He introduces himself with ice in his veins and demands the story straight from Leo. Inside, Gerdium is calling bluff. He figures the kid mistook a basic skeleton for a legit Death Knight. You can see the skepticism dripping from his face as he stares down this bold human. Then, Gerdium turns to Harry. You buying this kid's fairy tale? Harry doesn't blink. He reveals Leo is the general representative of Luminia Academy, a title that screams high-tier skill and reliability. That catches Gerdium off guard. If true, this story could be gold for his own students. Intrigued, he grills Leo. You got the magic chops to back up that leadership role? Seeing an opening, he proposes a joint class, his elite students versus the Luminia visitors. Next day, a massive, bougie reception kicks things off in the Grand Hall. Students from both academies are mingling. Thomas and Chelsea are floored, saying it rivals an imperial gala. Eliana and the crew are hyped to see how Seirun handles their curriculum. While the professors chat over wine and bites, Leo watches from the sidelines. He knows exactly what's up. Gerdium set this whole thing up as a stress test. Runia slides up to Leo, looking puzzled. Have we met? Before he can answer, she flashes a killer smile and asks him to dance. Leo accepts, and they glide into the center of the room. She's shook. How does a human know traditional elven footwork this well? But the second she asks for his name, the vibe shifts. Hearing Leo, her face turns to stone. Pure rage fills her eyes. She grabs him by the tie, snarling that he stole her summon. Leo connects the dots to an old pact incident. He realizes Runia was the original owner, destined for Fiore. She's holding him tight, spitting insults with barely contained fury. Leo just hits her with a calm smile, mentioning Fiore is doing great. That casual attitude snaps her last nerve. She loses it completely, lunging at him right there in the crowded ballroom. The professors have to jump in immediately. It's awkward city. Gerdium forces Runia to bow and apologize for the public meltdown. Leo accepts it graciously, knowing she's only doing it because she has to. As the Luminia crew leaves, Gerdium stops Runia. He warns her strictly, "You're representing Seirun. Don't ever embarrass us like that again." She nods, but a fire lights up inside her. She declares that Seirun needs to dominate the joint class to prove their superiority. Her determination actually stuns the professor, who ends up hyping her to prove their academy is the best. But watching her go, he worries maybe he pushed her a little too hard. Too late. Runia is consumed by one goal: crush Leo and restore Seirun's honor. The next morning, the joint class kicks off in the massive auditorium. Professor Harry welcomes the Seirun freshmen, announcing they're about to experience the Luminia style, which gets the room buzzing. Then he calls Thomas, Eliana, and Taida to the stage, leaving the three of them totally shocked that they got picked. He hyped them up, reminding the squad they were the elite survivors of Luminia's hell training. It was their time to shine. That pep talk hit different. The trio locked in, ready to flex their skills for the crowd. Eliana on the blade, Thomas mixing alchemy, and Tate summoning beasts the Seirun students watched like hawks. Professor Gerdium was loving it, furiously scribbling notes on human techniques, thinking studying other races was the cheat code to unlocking new ideas and hidden potential. But he clocked that Leo was doing absolutely nothing. Runia was low-key ticked off too. After the demo, they bowed while Chelsea fangirled over her team. Then Gerdium took the floor. He gave the Luminia crew their props, then decided to show off the Seirun method, sketching a crazy complex diagram of elven runes. He preached about magic being the foundation of a balanced education. Leo found that hilarious. Balance, yet everything revolved around magic? Major side-eye. Just typical elven arrogance. He'd seen this movie before, while the prof kept yapping. Leo was fighting for his life just to keep his eyes open. And yeah, people noticed. Especially the teacher. You could see the frustration building on his face. Fed up with the Luminia students checking out, Gerdium scrapped the theory lesson. Time for a practical exam. He whipped out a glowing red star crystal like a trophy. He announced he'd show them Seirun's true power. Leo watched with a deadpan look, his red eyes mirroring the gem's glow. Gerdium hoisted the crystal, smiling like he owned the place, explaining elves are literally wired for magic. He channeled his mana, and the ceiling transformed into a spinning galaxy. Golden rain bathed the room. The Luminia kids were shook. Chelsea gasped, recognizing star magic. Some top-tier, ancient elven tech. Eliana and Neela were completely mesmerized. Their faces lit up in the glow. Gerdium dropped the lore. This spell was Lady Luna's legacy, the blueprint for all star magic. Smirking with self-satisfaction, he asked, "Beautiful, isn't it?" Then, with maximum condescension, he asked Leo if he had questions, expecting zero brain activity. Leo didn't hesitate. "Your interpretation is wrong." Dead silence. Gerdium froze. Runia looked ready to throw hands. The professor's confidence crumbled instantly. Shocked and salty, he demanded Leo say that again. Leo didn't flinch. "I said, the spell as written is a dud. It won't work." Gerdium scoffed. "Obviously. It's incomplete. Everyone knows that. My ancestors barely salvaged the scraps after the original was lost." But Leo, he knew the real lore. His friend Luna invented that spell specifically for him in a past life. Gerdium smirked, challenging him. "If you're such an expert, why don't you show us the right way?" But deep down, Gerdium was sweating bullets, realizing the tension was skyrocketing. As Leo walked to the board, he thought about how tragic modern elven magic was. Just a glitchy copy of the original. He had the source code, but died before he could pass it on. He touched the board. Green sparks exploded from his fingers as he wrote. The Seirun students started whispering nobody had seen this math before. Runia looked confused and angry. Minutes later, Leo stepped back. "It's complete." The rune pulsed with raw, restored energy. The class was stunned. Gerdium was shaking, asking what kind of sorcery this was. Leo drifted back to the memory of Luna showing him this technique. So hyped, she finally perfected it. A gift meant only for him. Back in reality, he grabbed that energy and manifested a golden flower in his hands. Instantly, the room exploded with magical blooms. Total awe. Neela and Eliana couldn't believe their eyes. Eliana whispered, "Our class rep is on another level." Runia couldn't process it. Did he really just decode the founder's lost legacy? Gerdium dropped to his knees, questioning the meaning of everything. It was all about crafting gorgeous blooms. Leo dropped the lore. Back in the era of calamity, flowers were basically extinct. For Luna, that spell wasn't just magic. It was a desperate wish for peace in a world torn apart by war. That heavy truth hit Gerdium hard, tears streaming, hands clasped in pure reverence. He stared at Leo, totally shook, unable to process how this kid knew such ancient tea. Leo just leaned in and whispered his name, without dropping any other context. Flashing a carefree grin, he claimed he's just a self-taught genius, and denied having any elf blood in his veins, leaving Gerdium even more twisted up. Harry had to jump in to diffuse the awkwardness, apologizing for his student and calling a wrap on the joint class. He told Gerdium to hold off on any official grading, but Gerdium flipped the script. He suddenly grabbed Harry's hands with intense desperation, begging, eyes blazing, to transfer Leo Plov to Seiran Academy right now. Harry stood there, speechless, completely blindsided by the request. Later, things got chaotic in the kitchen. Eliana proudly unveiled her death risotto, convinced it was a winner. Thomas, Tidy, and Neela watched in terror, while Neela nervously offered her elf bread as a non-lethal alternative. Their worst nightmares came true when Eliana aggressively force-fed Thomas her radioactive dish with way too much enthusiasm. One bite in, and Thomas was drenched in cold sweat, pale as a ghost, fighting the urge to hurl. Amidst the gagging, Runelzar and Professor Harry strolled in laughing, until Rune called for the class rep. Leo killed the jokes instantly, his face locking into an expression of steel in front of the Elf Council leader. Rune dropped his smile too, stepping up to deliver the Grand Council's official verdict on the Death Knight. From a nearby doorway, Irin watched silently as tension flooded the room. Rune's voice went dark as he announced the council confirmed undead and dark knights swarming the fairy forest, a place that's supposed to be a safe zone. So, they formally requested a team-up between Luminia and Seiran to investigate this creepy phenomenon. Eliana, Chelsea, and Neela were glued to the entrance, living for this eavesdropping session. Rune clarified that because the danger level is off the charts, Seiran's top students would lead the charge. Then, cracking a soft smile, he confessed the real reason he pulled up. He just wanted to see Leo. Right on cue, his granddaughter Irin peeked out from behind the door, admitting she tagged along just to see the guy too. When she stepped out, Leo greeted her with straight-up warmth and invited her to meet the squad, which made Chelsea hype. The intro was a disaster. The girls swarmed the shy elf with a million questions, while Neela fangirled over how cute she was. Totally overwhelmed, Irin turned bright red, stammered, and panic ran up the stairs, leaving Eliana and Chelsea confused. Chelsea wondered if they messed up, while Eliana figured she's just painfully shy. Before dipping, Rune turned serious again, entrusting the mission to Leo. After Rune left, Leo stepped out onto a freezing balcony and found Irin sitting alone, hugging her knees, looking crushed after running away. Without a word, Leo draped his coat over her shoulders. She jumped, worried he'd freeze, but he just brushed it off with a chill smile. Leo cut to the chase. "Why did you bail on Seiran?" She looked down, giving the same old excuse. She didn't have the guts to be a real hero like the others. Irin recalled that when life got too heavy, she met someone who felt warm like the sun, with a face that literally glowed. She confessed she was obsessed with Runia, a legit hero, strong, kind, and confident. Inspired, Irin had grinded to get into the advanced class, training insanely hard with a heavy shield. But, during a spar against Runia, she choked, and now she's convinced Runia hates her guts. Leo listened quietly, thinking he probably needs to get Runia's side of the story. While Irin rambled, an image of her legendary ancestor, the heroine Belchia, popped into her head. She admitted she's been having visions of her lately, which made Leo smile softly. When he asked if she liked those stories, Irin lit up. Leo compared her admiration for Runia to the path Belchia walked under her master's guidance, telling her to chill, she's going to be fine. He told her to stop living for others and finally blaze her own trail. Leo reached out with a chill, welcoming smile, inviting her to rejoin the squad. By the next morning, students from both academies pulled up to the edge of the fairy forest, ready to kick off the joint research raid. Runia stormed up to Leo, absolutely livid, demanding the tea on how he managed to get Irin to trust him so fast. Leo didn't flinch. He calmly explained that he simply told her she had no reason to be scared of him. That left Runia completely thrown off. He clarified that Irin had been a nervous wreck during their duel because she thought Runia had major beef with her. Runia froze, admitting she only went that hard because she recognized Irin's mad talent. Then, she quietly asked Leo to look out for the girl. Just then, Professor Gerdium rolled up with the senior elite team, who would be leading this high-stakes mission. A purple-haired elf stepped forward like he owned the place. That was Lauder Algra, the third-year rep from Soren Academy. Gerdium hyped him up, praising a recent thesis of his as a total game-changer. But as they shook hands, Leo locked onto a detail, a plain black ring on Lauder's finger. Suspicions rising, he whispered to Runia for a background check. She explained Lauder was top tier, a highly respected senior. She added that his grades had skyrocketed out of nowhere, making him the talk of the campus. That just made Leo's internal alarm bells ring louder. With everyone assembled, Professor Gerdium announced it was time to draft the mission teams. Gerdium started reading the roster, dropping a bombshell that the first group would consist of Leo, Club, Runia, and Rondo, all led by that third-year, Louder Algra. The guy flashed a confident grin, ready to captain this unique crew. Leo, on the inside, was like, "You have got to be kidding me." Behind him, Runia trudged along, looking totally over it. She couldn't stop thinking about Gerdium's little scheme to make them bond after this trip. Her face was twisted in disgust, eyes blazing like fire. She couldn't understand why she was stuck with a thief. She analyzed the mess with icy precision, silently fuming. Still salty about the robbery accusations, her mind felt like it was boiling. Her expression was pure rejection. She didn't see Leo as Fiore's contractor, just a criminal. Leo, however, barely glanced back, keeping his cool and ignoring the drama. The map showed the team splitting up to sweep a frozen, snow-covered sector of the fairy forest. The group scattered. Leo, Runia, and Louder pushed deep into the woods. Meanwhile, Irin and Chelsea's squad held down the fort at the forest entrance. Eliana's team scanned the herb zones. Neela and Thomas patrolled the pine grove. And finally, Tide's group locked down the secondary entrance. Runia scanned the perimeter and paused. Louder was missing. He ditched them, even though protocol said to stick together. Leo remembered how Louder, all cheerful, had announced he'd run a solo route and link up with them in the center. Leo figured the guy definitely had some secret agenda. Suddenly, mid-step, Leo felt a dark aura pulsing beneath the earth. Runia appeared, eyes darting around with genuine concern. They were way too deep. In the zone, yet zero zombies. Last time, it was a total swarm. Leo's jaw tightened as he sensed the anomaly. The scenery looked normal, but he signaled Kieran to run a deep scan. Verdict? It was an illusion spell, high-level Spirit King magic. But this wasn't his father's energy. He realized a curse gripped these lands, a twisted presence that wasn't here before. Only someone who had survived a century of chaos would recognize this calamity. In a gloomy castle, a skeleton king knelt, clutching his blade. He was the most loyal, enforcer of Erebos, commander of Tartarus, a survivor of the Great Disgrace. Leo's expression darkened as a memory surfaced. Kaiser, the king of death from the underworld. On a silent night long ago, Kaiser had addressed his troops. The Death King never got his hands dirty. He sent his Chaos Knight as a proxy. Back in reality, Leo gripped his thigh, muscles coiling to spring. He raised a hand, staring at the sky with steel in his eyes. There was something in this fairy realm that Silroad was desperate to protect. Runia watched him, totally lost. Suddenly, Leo's eyes snapped open in shock. Something was rushing them from the dark. He snapped into a combat stance, sword ready, but it was just Louder, strolling out with a cheerful grin. "So, how's the hunt going? Find any zombies?" Louder asked. When the squad said nope, he actually gave them props, pointing out that Leo was the MVP who spotted the Death Knight first. Leo shook the guy's hand out of respect, but his gut was screaming liar. Then he clocked it a black ring on Louder's finger. That confirmed his suspicion. But Louder started gaslighting him immediately. "Maybe you were just seeing things, kid," he laughed, slapping Leo on the shoulder. "There's not a single undead here, let alone a boss-level Death Knight. It's normal for you freshers to get a little too hyped up." He then dropped some lore. High-tier undead need a constant battery pack, a Necromancer. That's why demon summoners are basically glued to Death Knights. Runia's heart skipped a beat. She clutched her chest. "Does that mean there's a demon hiding in these woods?" Louder looked way too confident. "Relax. We're in Belchia. The Founder's Constellation spell puts a force field around this place, specifically to block demons." But Runia wasn't buying the excuses. She stood her ground. "Check the rulebook. Nothing says a necromancer has to be a demon." Leo, keeping his face stone cold, backed her up. "Other creatures can wield dark arts too. It's not exclusive." Louder's face twisted into something nasty. He let out a creepy, jarring laugh. "Well, hey, maybe even fairies could do it, right?" He locked eyes with Leo, grinning like he knew exactly what button to push, taking a cheap shot at the pride of the fairy race. Then, he spun around. "Finish the sweep. Meet at the forest edge." Watching the man walk away, Leo realized the truth. That guy isn't patrolling. He's hunting for something else. Runia stood next to him, shivering. She saw it in his eyes. They both knew Louder was sitting on a massive, dangerous secret. Sun down, night mode on. Under the snowy silence, a voice broke the quiet in a nearby house. It was Thomas, reporting that his team struck out. No Death Knight. He leaned back in his chair, looking totally over it. "Honestly, we didn't even see a basic skeleton." Chelsea heard that and snapped. She shot up, eyes blazing with suspicion. "The director guaranteed this place was crawling with zombies. So they just evaporated the second we started looking? Seriously?" Thomas gave a fake yawn, acting like he was ready to pass out. I'm beat. Going to bed. He turned to leave, but Chelsea wasn't having it. She grabbed him by the collar, furious. While they were bickering, Leo saw his chance. He bailed, jumping straight out the window. He landed in the snow, eyes locked on the fancy building across the way, the Surin Academy dorms. He slipped inside like a ghost. He grabbed the sword hanging at his waist. On the desk sat a notebook labeled Louder. Leo stared at it, gears turning. Just as I thought. Someone had definitely sneaked out of the dorms. He scanned the map spread out on the table. His finger hit a specific spot, the back door to the spirit forest. Suddenly, Runia scrambled through the window, looking absolutely ready to kill someone. Leo spun around at the noise and immediately clamped a hand over her mouth. Before she could make a sound, she glared daggers at him, crossing her arms, while Leo kept his poker face, mind racing. Louder was already making his move toward the spirit forest. Shh! Voices outside the door. Someone checking if Louder was asleep. Leo didn't hesitate. He grabbed Runia, scooped her up while she was still processing, and dove right back out the window with her. Next door, Irin was reading when thud. A weird noise. She crept to the window and peeked out. Her jaw dropped. Leo was carrying Runia, bridal style. Her book hit the floor. Her knees went weak. Fanfic mode. Activated immediately. The romance. Leo and Runia. It's more beautiful than a flower blooming. In her head, Leo was this dreamy prince caressing Runia's hair while she looked at him with hard eyes. The scene in her imagination was brighter than the sun, a secret midnight rendezvous in the snowy wind. She cupped her burning cheeks, totally lost in the fantasy. I ship it so hard. Reality check. Leo was walking ahead, hands in pockets, looking bored out of his mind. Runia trailed behind, face grim. She was crunching the numbers on the veteran. Louder. It doesn't add up. The Dark Knight appeared days before that guy even arrived at the academy. Runia stopped dead in her tracks, suspicion levels rising. Behind them, Irin, finally caught up, collapsing on the ground, gasping for air. Runia whipped around, concern written all over her face. While the sudden arrival caught everyone off guard, Leo's poker face didn't crack for a second. She was practically vibrating with nerves, rambling on about how student romance is a huge violation of the campus code, stuttering that a guy and a girl being alone together like this is totally off limits. Her face went bright tomato red as she claimed she saw the whole thing. She even clocked them sneaking out of the dorms together. Runia froze up like a deer in headlights, while Leo just scratched his head, looking completely awkward and clueless. Dying of embarrassment, Irin kept babbling about what a power couple they looked like, how weird the vibe was, and how much she'd witnessed. Runia's lips quivered, totally speechless. Leo tried to signal her to clear the air, but before she could utter a word, the atmosphere shifted. A trembling, skeletal hand burst from the earth. Panic spiked instantly, but Leo clocked the threat immediately. It was an undead. With zero hesitation, his blade cleared the scabbard. Suddenly, a dark, guttural voice echoed through the clearing, welcoming them to the spirit forest of fairies. Leo's voice dropped to 0 degrees as he confirmed these were high-level monsters, the living dead. Runia ground her teeth in frustration, trying to figure out where this horde suddenly spawned from. Before engaging, Leo checked if she was ready. She dropped to one knee, tracing a blazing magic circle to prep for war. Then, surging with mana, Runia unleashed a massive skill, a raging firestorm that swallowed the enemies whole. For a split second, she got cocky, admiring her work until the skeletons marched right through the flames like it was nothing. Disaster loomed, but Irin reacted with insane speed, diving in front of Runia and raising her shield to tank the hit. The girl stood like a fortress, realizing that despite their aggressive strikes, these mobs were actually pretty weak. Irin's mana armor held firm. Summoning every ounce of strength, she launched a powerful leap and swung her sword. With one clean slice, she decapitated the beast, its crumbling body instantly sucked into a swirling purple vortex. Runia clapped in delight, hyping up her skills. Irin just rubbed her head shyly, laughing nervously and claiming it was no big deal. Even Leo nodded, shook by her hidden potential. But then Irin pivoted back to the interrogation. Why were they out this late? Runia got all awkward again, but Leo jumped in to shut down any dating rumors. Runia finally pulled herself together, explaining they were strictly on a mission to investigate the upperclassmen's dorms. Irin blinked, shy but surprised. For real? Then she pointed a finger at Leo, her voice suddenly finding confidence, declaring that if he was causing drama with romance, it was going to mess up Runia's focus on her studies. She mumbled that it might mean fewer rivals for her, then wondered why they were dodging her. She quickly shook her head, whispering, "No, that's not it." Placing a hand over her heart, Irin got real. She called Runia the absolute ace of the academy and said she wanted Runia to stay on top because one day she'd be a legendary hero. Runia stood there, stunned by the praise. It clicked. That's how Irin saw her. Her mind flashed back to the advanced combat evaluation at Seirun Academy. The memory was vivid. Irin standing there in silence, gasping for air, barely holding on, fighting to stay upright while clutching a sword in one hand and a battered shield in the other. Facing her stood a massive honeycomb-shaped barrier. Runia flushed with excitement watching the scene, classic Irin tenacity. She held the line. Out of all the rookies, Irin was the only one crazy enough to go toe-to-toe with Runia. Runia's lips curled into a smirk, but her expression shifted gears in a heartbeat. Raising her hand and gritting her teeth, she prepped a spell, deciding to go full power. Irin's jaw practically hit the floor. Her pupils dilated in shock, brow furrowing in panic as all color drained from her face. A massive explosion erupted into fiery dust. And in that moment, the truth finally hit Runia. She understood that terrified look and why Irin had been skipping class. She closed her eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. Back in the present, Runia gently took Irin's hand, telling her she needed to come back to class because they were friends. Irin hesitated, asking if that was actually true, since she honestly thought Runia hated her guts. Runia flashed a genuine smile to shut that down, insisting they were friends and rivals, so she expected Irin to keep challenging her. Irin's eyes sparkled with interest as she whispered the words back in awe, friend and rival. But her mood dipped for a sec as she shot a suspicious side-eye at Leo. Then, she pointed at them both, demanding to know if they were really just friends, blushing hard and letting out a nervous squeak. Runia scrambled to deny it again. Irin just stood there quietly and let out a long sigh. Thinking the real training was just friendly rivalry? Wrong. The scene snaps to a deadly forest. Crows screech, sounding like a bad omen. A voice straight from the underworld slices through the air, claiming they're surrounded by mages. The skeleton pivots, dripping with sarcasm about unwanted crashers. A cloaked figure emerges, salty about doing the dirty work usually meant for knights. He tosses the hood, greeting Death Knight Kargor with a bass-heavy voice. Kargor locks eyes with louder. Gritting his teeth with rage, he stomps forward, punctuating every single word. Nobody orders the Death Lord's knights around. Kargor flares his aura to crush Louder. He snaps, asking if he looks like a lackey. Louder just flashes his ring in response. Zero chill. A brutal reminder. The Death Lord chose him. Hood back up, he turns his back, dropping the mic. Once the summoning circle is done, he won't need Tartaros' help anymore. He cackles, fading into the dark. Kargor's eyes glow demonic red, scheming. Until then, I'll play along. Scene shift. A silent forest bathed in full moonlight. Trailing Leo. Runia asks if he thinks an upperclassman is behind the spirit forest glitch. Leo shrugs it off, just a hunch. Nothing to spiral about yet. Irin stammers, totally confused, noticing the temp just dropped. She scans the area, sure, Belgia is chilly, but this bone-deep freeze isn't normal. Runia's vibe crashes. Something's wrong. Leo frowns, going into high alert, and senses a curse. Drawing a magic circle, he warns the squad to gear up before moving an inch. Cue Kieran, announcing his entrance. Fiore pops out right after, waving hello. Runia's face goes dark with rage, and she sprints at them, looking ready to fight, but her voice is pure sugar, calling Fiore's name. Runia clasps her hands, fangirling, at the critters on Leo's head. How can something be this cute? She introduces herself as Big Sis. Irin's eyes go wide. What are these summons? Leo points to Fiore perched on his head. He introduces the tiny phoenix, then points to the other one, Fairy Prince Kieran. Irin is hyping it up. Leo contracted a phoenix and a fairy? That's insane stats. Leo shuts it down cold. No time for chat. They need to prep. They're heading to the forest core. The trio moves out, knowing the danger level is about to spike. Leo swings his blade, shredding monsters instantly. Runia flicks her hand, launching fireballs that smack right into enemies. Purple smoke rises from the defeated bodies, and suddenly, skeletons start rising. Irin's eyes widen in total panic. Those are reanimated corpses. Runia clocks it immediately. Necromancer nearby. Leo ignites his blade, slashing hard and dropping 3 zombies in one combo. Flames leap from his weapon to the undead bodies. He glances back. Runia is shaking her head, unable to process how an orc just morphed into a bone golem. Leo looks at Kieran, who taps a zombie skull and drops a bomb. A necromancer didn't make these. Runia's confused, then what is it? Leo's answer stuns both girls. Death curse. Runia is floored. She's never heard of that. Irin hangs her head, because that curse spawns endless bodies, turning the whole map into a death zone. A vision of disaster hits Irin. The mastermind, the commander of Tartaros, Kaiser, the necromancer king of the underworld. Pure fear washes over the girls, realizing Tartaros is plotting a massive raid soon. Still, they insist on reporting to the professors as soon as possible. Suddenly, a savage wind rips through the forest. making the trees scream. Runia shields her face. Irin just stares. Through the thick white mist, Kargor's voice booms, darkly welcoming them to the land of the dead. Kargor swings and charges. Leo calmly raises his blade to block. Kargor loses it, laughing like a maniac. He swore on his life they were going to wish they'd never stepped foot in these cursed woods. Back on the ground, Irin and Runia went back to back, holding the line against the undead horde. Leo stepped up, barking out orders like a seasoned general. "I'll take the Dark Knight," he commanded. "Irin, you handle crowd control. Runia, charge up your biggest nuke, don't hold back." The girls locked in immediately, no questions asked. Kargor just stood there, stunned that this rookie actually had the guts to face him head on. But shock turned to mockery real quick. "Naive kid," he sneered, channeling pure rage into his blade with a guttural roar. Shadows swallowed his weapon, but Leo didn't flinch. He focused, dumping his secret reserves into his steel, until it erupted like a blazing torch. He put every ounce of grit into one strike, a straight shot right at the monster's heart. Boom! The collision sent Kargor stumbling back, eyes wide as the flames twisted into a screaming phoenix. But Leo smirked. This wasn't just pretty fire. That blade was humming with the raw, ancient heat of the Serdinger bloodline. It was too much. Kargor's dark steel started dripping like wax under the insane heat of the attack. Panicked, the villain dissolved into a crimson whirlwind, vanishing beneath the blood-red moonlight. But he wasn't done. Moments later, he popped back up with a whole legion of zombies behind him, staring at Leo in total disbelief. His brain couldn't process it. How was a mere freshman pushing him this far? For a split second, genuine terror gripped him when he caught that golden glint in Leo's eyes. Suddenly, the sky turned blinding orange. The heat was so intense even the zombies recoiled. It was Runia. She hovered a massive sun of pure destruction overhead, then hurled it down with a triumphant scream. The fireball crashed down, instantly vaporizing the undead horde. Runia steered the chaos perfectly, total annihilation. She stood there, chin up, looking absolutely liberated. Finally, the world got to see what a beast she really was. Irin turned ghost white at the sheer scale of the blast, while Kieran desperately clung to Leo's hair to keep from getting blown away. Who knew spiritual energy could be that savage? The forest was toast, but Leo cut the celebration short. It wasn't over. "We chased them," he said, warning them that the deeper they went, the more eyes were watching from the darkness. The girls shivered. The stench of death was getting heavier with every step. Out of nowhere, Louder stepped out, scolding them like naughty kids for playing detective after curfew. Runia clocked him immediately. "Professor, what are you doing out here?" He claimed he was just tracking the undead activity. They spilled the beans about the ancient, high-level curse they found. Louder frowned, acting shocked by how deep this rabbit hole went. Leo broke it down. Some rookies messed with corrupted artifacts from Tartarus and unleashed a wave of dark energy. Louder looked stunned. But then Leo pointed up at the sky, where a blood-red magic circle pulsed, ringed by piles of bones and rotting corpses. It was a straight-up nightmare scene. The sinister glow pierced right through them, freezing Runia and Irin to the bone. Leo dropped the hammer. Only a traitor allied with Tartarus uses monster flesh for necromancy. This is dark magic, period. Louder looked at his bloody hand and let out a bitter, twisted laugh. The mask was off. He'd sold his soul to the darkness. He didn't care if the world hated him or feared him. He was all in. Then he snapped, hands covering his face, teeth grinding. He was losing it. He pointed a shaking finger at the freshman. What he said next made the girl's blood run cold. "Lady Luna's legacy. Her true power lies right here." His voice rose to a manic shout. He trashed the Elsa Bequea Council, calling them incompetent fools, who didn't even know this power existed. "Using Tartarus to take back what's mine isn't a mistake," he yelled. But Irin wasn't having it. She called him out, spitting on a hero's grave just to satisfy his own greed. Runia rolled up her sleeves, eyes blazing. "Leo, get ready. We're taking this trash out." She was itching to smash his smug face in and drag his unconscious body back to the faculty. But before she could pounce, Leo stopped her. His voice was ice cold. "If you fight him, you fight to kill. Forget he's a teacher." The girls froze, stunned by the order. But Louder didn't wait. He summoned a dark sphere crackling with purple lightning. Boom! A blast of electric energy slammed into them, knocking everyone back. Louder kept spamming energy blasts at the trio, relentless. Leo didn't even flinch, raising a hand to weave his own countermagic. Even in the heat of battle, Leo was coaching the squad like a pro. "Stay frosty. This is what a real showdown with a Tartarus looks like." Louder stroked his chin, a twisted grin spreading across his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. A mere human flexing primitive magic? That was definitely a new one. He played it cool on the outside, but internally, he was shook. Leo had just nullified his spell in a split second. The guy's battle IQ was off the charts. He clocked Louder as a threat instantly, and his combat instincts were scary good. Then, Louder's gaze shifted. He spotted the backup Irin and Runia. If those two jumped into the fray, things were going to get messy. He had to stop holding back. He twisted the ring on his finger, unleashing a massive surge of high-voltage lightning. Leo saw the spike in power and roared, "Get down, now!" Louder dropped the hammer, the Artiaga spell triggered right where he stood. K-boom. Dirt and boulders went flying like shrapnel. Irin didn't hesitate, throwing up her shield to cover Runia from the blast. She shoved Runia into the dirt, coughing through the dust cloud. Scrambling back up, realization hit her hard that was an Artiaga spell. It's supposed to be basic tier, but the raw power? Absolute insanity. She stood there, eyes wide, totally stunned. Runia went pale, pupils blowing wide with pure terror, and right in front of them, Leo hit the ground, completely tapped out. Louder sent 3 purple orbs of death straight at the downed hero. "We have to save him," Runia screamed. Irin locked in, nodding fiercely. But out of nowhere, Kargor stepped in. The guy's aura was suffocating, freezing them in place with just a look. "End of the line, ladies," he boomed. Runia refused to back down, standing tall while Irin moved to guard her flank. Louder glared down at Leo's prone body, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Any last words before I end you? You got too cocky, kid." But Leo's voice was steady as a rock. "Kieran." Just one name, and Louder's smirk vanished. In a blur, Kieran shattered the hovering purple orbs, triggering a violent, shockwave-inducing explosion. The blast caught Louder off guard, knocking him off his feet and slamming him hard into the dirt. Just like that, the tables turned. The mighty demon was down, weakened, and exposed. And Leo? He dragged himself up, his eyes burning with one thing: pure, unadulterated killer instinct.